Chapter 630. On the ground, Yang Kai and Yun Xian were entangled in a tangled mess, their clothes in disarray and their surroundings a complete mess. Both of them had been poisoned by the charm monster's divine sense. This kind of divine sense poison was countless times more potent than ordinary poisons, and even someone as strong as Yang Kai was unable to resist it, let alone Yun Xian. While entangled, Yun Xian's consciousness gradually returned, the heat and emptiness in her body making her crave for caressing and filling. Yang Kai, who exuded a manly aura, became her only hope, desperately clinging to him. However, when she saw Yang Kai's face, she struggled to push him away, but her body refused to listen to her. Seeing the charm monster's excited expression, Yun Xian couldn't help shedding tears of shame and indignation. This was an absurd and ridiculous scene. Yun Xian had never thought that she would one day be so close to a man she didn't even know. Although she had always dressed herself up, and her usual behavior was quite bold and unrestrained, she had never been naked with a man before. The suppressed desire in her heart grew stronger and stronger, but her resistance was still not extinguished. Yun Xian's reason told her that even if she had to die, she had to die a clean death. Looking at her scattered clothes on the ground and feeling the coldness of her exposed body, Yun Xian stretched out her hand, wanting to slap Yang Kai, but before she could do so, she wrapped her arms around his neck and hugged him tightly. Her legs, which she had kicked out, also refused to listen to her and wrapped around his waist. Her hot and plump body was tightly pressed against Yang Kai's. The pleasure of her body and the trembling of her soul caused Yun Xian to feel a little lost, and she couldn't help moaning as a strange feeling spread throughout her body. Realizing this, Yun Xian's face became even redder. Yang Kai. Yun Xian called out softly, even her voice changing slightly, making her want to find a hole to crawl into. Between her legs, there was a patch of mud and the surrounding grass was filled with dew, making her feel empty and lonely. Suddenly, something as hot as steel pressed against her, causing Yun Xian to cry out in alarm, her tender body trembling as a layer of red light suddenly appeared on her white skin. She quickly realized what was about to happen to her. Unable to resist the charm monster's divine sense poison, Yun Xian slowly closed her eyes, giving up on the resistance in her heart and enjoying the throbbing of her body. A tearing pain came from her lower body, causing Yun Xian's eyes to bulge as she screamed out in pain, her hands gripping Yang Kai's back, her nails leaving deep marks in his flesh. The petals fell in profusion. The initial pain quickly disappeared and was replaced by endless pleasure. The man on top of her didn't have the slightest bit of compassion for the fairer sex, and in that fierce beast-like thrusting, Yun Xian felt her consciousness fly up into the clouds, up and down, her whole body experiencing a kind of pleasure that she had never experienced before. Yun Xian's ruby-red lips were bitten to the point of bleeding, and as she groaned loudly, pain and pleasure intertwined. Tears continued to fall from the corners of her eyes, flowing down her cheeks and onto the ground, wetting the soil. Opening her eyes weakly, Yun Xian stared at the slightly young face on top of her, suddenly feeling that this face was so unfamiliar. This man seemed to have gone mad at this moment. His eyes red, his breathing heavy, the veins on his neck bulging, like a wild beast. He raised his huge spear and launched another attack. Yun Xian's expression suddenly froze because she found that in the other party's red eyes, there seemed to be a trace of calmness that had yet to be extinguished. But before she could think about it, the pleasure of her body made her moan again. Very good. What a wonderful taste. At this moment, the charm demon slowly floated down and saw the restlessness of the man and woman below. She also had a look of passion on her face and her face was red. She slowly floated over to Yang Kai and Yun Xian's side, standing there, stretching out her soft white hand and stroking Yang Kai's back, as if to encourage him. She whispered in Yang Kai's ear, "Harder, faster." Sure enough, Yang Kai's movements became more violent, causing the charm monster to giggle. As time passed, the desire to vent continued to climb, gradually reaching its peak. The charm monster's demeanor became more focused, as if she was waiting for something. But the moment before the peak arrived, the charm monster suddenly acted. Her seemingly soft and boneless hand suddenly pierced through Yang Kai's back like a hot knife through butter, directly opening a hole in Yang Kai's body. Not only that, but Yun Xian's lower abdomen, who was being pressed down by Yang Kai, was also torn apart. Yun Xian screamed miserably, her eyes red from crying, a look of relief flashing across her face. The blood of the man and woman that flowed out together exuded an aura that the charm monster enjoyed immensely. This is the smell. This is the smell. The succubus demon's delicate body trembled as if she had obtained great comfort and satisfaction at this moment. Her legs tightened, and from between her legs, there was some white liquid that flowed down her slender legs. Slowly closing her eyes, the charm monster basked in the pleasure she felt. The crimson color in Yang Kai's eyes suddenly disappeared. At this moment, he became more awake than ever. Bouncing off Yun Xian's body like a cannonball, Yang Kai tightly grasped the charm monster's hand that had pierced through his body and fiercely twisted it. Gotcha. The snow-white hand that seemed to be boneless was directly broken, exposing bone stubble to the air as green blood quickly flowed out from the charm monster's severed arm. With a pitiful cry, the charm monster's beautiful eyes widened as her tender face twisted, as if she had fallen from the clouds into the depths of hell. Staring at Yang Kai in front of her in disbelief, her figure flickering as she tried to pull her hand out of Yang Kai's body. Before she had time to stabilize herself though, her vision blurred and the young man who had been enjoying the woman's body a moment ago suddenly appeared in front of her, stretching out his hand like an iron hoop and gripping her neck. You finally took the bait. Yang Kai's expression was cold, his eyes cold, his voice like a cold wind blowing from the depths of hell, causing the charm monster to feel a chill from the bottom of her heart. Looking at him in horror, the charm monster discovered that his body had indeed been pierced through by him. Blood flowed out, dyeing him blood red, but his movements were extremely steady, without the slightest hint of panic. From his eyes, the charm monster could see a trace of ridicule and disdain. He immediately realized that this youth was not under his control from beginning to end. Impossible! The charm monster roared hysterically, like a mad woman. It's impossible for you to resist my spiritual energy poison. Why is it impossible? Yang Kai sneered, increasing the strength of his hand as he slammed the charm monster to the ground. Pong. With a loud bang, the charm monster's delicate body felt a great pain that made it difficult for her to breathe. However, even if her body was being controlled, the charm monster didn't show the slightest fear, only endless resentment. A huge amount of spiritual energy burst out from her knowledge sea and instantly tore through the defenses of Yang Kai's knowledge sea, pouring in with a violent poison. She wanted to kill Yang Kai in a single blow to wash away the shame of having her arm destroyed. Yang Kai frowned and his body couldn't help trembling a few times, but soon he returned to normal. Conflagrated knowledge sea? Feeling the power erupting from Yang Kai's knowledge sea, the charm monster finally felt fear. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, there was actually a burning hot aura, the power of fire, enough to burn away her spiritual energy poison. So this is called conflagrated knowledge sea. Thank you very much for your guidance. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Since absorbing the power of the Jade True Spirit in the central capital, Yang Kai found that his spiritual energy had changed, becoming as hot as fire, somewhat similar to the attributes of true Yang Yuan Qi. And now, his entire knowledge sea was different from before. The flowing seawater in his knowledge sea was somewhat like a burning flame. This change made Yang Kai somewhat confused, and no one could tell him about it, so he still didn't understand what was going on with his spiritual energy until now. Listening to the charm monster's words, Yang Kai suddenly felt that this change was a good thing for him. The succubus's divine sense contained poison, while his divine sense contained the scorching power of fire. The power he could display was much stronger than before. Don't kill me. I can recognize you as my master. The charm monster cried out in horror. Her body was not as strong as Yang Kai's, and the spiritual energy poison she was so proud of couldn't do anything to Yang Kai. The charm monster immediately understood that if she didn't beg for mercy, she would die immediately. Recognize me as your master? Yang Kai frowned. Yes, the monster race is your human race's companion. As long as you nod, I can offer you my soul brand and obey your orders in the future. The charm monster nodded quickly. No need. I have no interest in such a dangerous servant like you. Yang Kai's face was cold and ruthless, and as he spoke, the Yuan Qi on his fist burst forth and, under the horrified gaze of the charm monster, punched her delicate face. Perceiving the approaching crisis, the charm monster screamed and released her spiritual energy, fiercely attacking Yang Kai's knowledge sea in an attempt to find some way to survive. Yang Kai remained indifferent. Hong. Like a watermelon being split open, the charm monster's head suddenly shattered. Yang Kai was still a little worried and continued to attack until there was no trace of life left in her tender body. Her physical strength really wasn't that great, otherwise, with her transcendent realm cultivation, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to kill her so easily. The attractive force in Yang Kai's mind reappeared and the charm monster's scattered spiritual energy was sucked into his knowledge seeth. Although the charm monster's words made Yang Kai somewhat tempted, with his current means, he simply couldn't enslave such a master. The charm monster was different from the old demon. She was too dangerous, so Yang Kai didn't dare allow her to follow him around. Gently coughing a few times, blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Yang Kai reached out and wiped the blood before taking out the myriad drug milk from the black book space and swallowing it. His body being pierced was not a light injury, but fortunately, at the critical moment, Yang Kai had stealthily avoided hitting any of his vitals, so it wasn't fatal. With the myriad drug milk, this kind of injury should be able to be healed in a few days. Wondering how Yun Xian was doing, Yang Kai's expression became somewhat complicated, hesitating for a moment before walking over to Yun Xian, who was lying in a pool of blood. Chapter 631. In this pool of blood, Yun Xian's eyes were wide open as she lay there lifelessly, her full body exposed to the air. Her flat abdomen had a deep wound from which blood was gushing out, dyeing her pure white body with a layer of enchanting beauty. She was still breathing and wasn't in any danger, but Yang Kai was keenly aware that she no longer had any desire to live. It seemed that what she had just experienced had given her the will to die. Supporting his extremely weak body, Yang Kai slowly walked towards her, picked up his trousers and put them on, then picked up his shirt and tore it in half. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai took out some myriad drug liquid and smeared it on the wound on Yun Xian's lower abdomen. As his fingers caressed her, Yun Xian's tender body trembled slightly and she finally recovered. After seeing the situation in front of her, her beautiful eyes filled with an extremely complex look. I know what you want to say, but it's best if you don't speak now. Once you're alive, if you want to beat or scold me, I'll do whatever I want. But rest assured, I won't pester you, and I don't want you to pester me. Let's just treat this as a dream, and when everything is stable, we'll part ways. Yang Kai's expression was meticulous, as if he was talking to himself. Using half of his shirt to clean the wound on Yun Xian's lower abdomen, Yang Kai used the other half to bandage her wound. Yun Xian wanted to resist, but she couldn't muster the slightest strength. The lingering effects of her peak had made her body extremely sensitive, so when Yang Kai touched her, she couldn't help but feel an irrepressible sense of pleasure. This feeling made her feel ashamed and unable to show her face, so she closed her beautiful eyes and wept. After gently helping her put on her clothes, Kai Yang gasped for breath and sat down on the ground. Ever since he began cultivating, he had never suffered such a serious injury. If he hadn't avoided the Char monster's attack at the critical moment, Yang Kai feared he would have lost his life. This time's plan was extremely risky, but after listening to Yun Xian's explanation, Yang Kai had a flash of inspiration in his mind and decided to wait for the Char monster to approach him and wait for an opportunity to counterattack. However, he didn't expect that the succubus would be so cautious that he had no choice but to brace himself and play the entire game. The place where the two of them were was still isolated by the succubus's technique. After the death of the Char monster, the surrounding barrier had become extremely weak, but Yang Kai was surprised to find that Ruan Xianyu and Zhou Luo, who were standing outside, had not moved at all. Forcefully releasing his Yuan Qi, Yang Kai broke through the barrier surrounding him. But when he saw the state of Ruan Xianyu and Zhou Luo, he suddenly relaxed. The succubus was probably afraid that the two of them would escape while she was sucking the blood, so she used some unknown method to knock them out. Let's rest for a while. They will probably wake up soon, Yang Kai advised. Yun Xian was still crying, tears falling down her cheeks, completely ignoring Yang Kai. Knowing that she was feeling a little uncomfortable, Yang Kai didn't say anything more. Silently, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged on the ground and began circulating his Yuan Qi to dissolve the medicinal efficacies of the myriad drug milk. Speaking of which, this was the first time Yang Kai had taken myriad drug milk. Although he had long known that this second-grade spirit medicine had a great effect on healing injuries, Yang Kai soon discovered that he had still underestimated its tyrannical effects. The pain in his lower abdomen quickly disappeared and was replaced by a slight numbness. The flesh there seemed to be wriggling and growing, repairing the wound. Taking advantage of this free time, Yang Kai sent his divine sense into his knowledge sea and began absorbing the spiritual energy left behind by the dead Char monster. Time passed slowly. Half a day later, Ruan Xianyu and Zhou Luo woke up one after another. As if they still hadn't figured out what was going on, the two of them glanced at each other after waking up, their eyes filled with confusion. After a moment, they finally remembered what had happened to them before they fell unconscious. Ruan Xianyu's complexion immediately changed greatly as she inspected her clothes, and after discovering that she was intact, she couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief. Zhou Luo turned his head and looked around, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Because he discovered that not far away, the charm monster who had easily killed more than a dozen disciples of bold independent union and a transcendent realm master had actually died a horrible death. Her tender body, which could make any man's heart tremble, was now in tatters and her head had been blown apart. Yun Xian sat to the side, her arms wrapped around her knees, a sad and helpless look on her face, her tears no longer falling, but her eyes were still red. She stared straight at Yang Kai, who was also meditating nearby, a complex look filling her beautiful eyes. Yun Xian, are you okay? Zhou Luo hurried over and asked politely. Yun Xian was in a daze and didn't respond. What happened? How did the charm monster die? Did some master pass by and save us? Zhou Luo asked a number of questions. He had thought he was dead this time, but now that he had survived, Zhou Luo was naturally excited. Don't talk. Guan Xianyu's brow furrowed slightly as she suddenly realized that Yun Xian's mental state was a bit off at the moment. Quickly stepping forward, she squatted down in front of Yun Xian and bit her thin lip, her brow furrowing slightly as she asked softly, Yun Xian, can you tell me what happened? Yun Xian still didn't speak, simply staring at Yang Kai intently. This gaze caused Zhou Luo's expression to sink as he coldly glared towards Yang Kai. Ah, you're hurt. Guan Xianyu finally noticed the wound on Yun Xian's lower abdomen. Although it had been applied with myriad drug liquid and bandaged, the red blood oozing from it was still obvious. Hurt? Let me see. Zhou Luo was shocked and quickly walked over to examine the wound. Guan Xianyu turned her head and stared at him coldly, causing Zhou Luo to grin and stand in place. Stretching out her hand, Guan Xianyu placed it on Yun Xian's pulse and examined it before whispering, It's not a big problem. Although her aura is a bit weak, she should be fine after a few days of rest. What's that smell? Guan Xianyu's brow suddenly furrowed. She smelled something unusual from Yun Xian's body. It was a bit fishy and not like blood. Hearing what she said, Zhou Luo also smelled it. Smelling this extremely familiar scent, Zhou Luo's complexion changed dramatically. Looking at Yun Xian's current state, Yang Kai's naked upper body, and the charm monster beside him, Zhou Luo couldn't help but wonder. Zhou Luo suddenly understood what had happened here while he was unconscious. He was a veteran in the field of love and had countless women. Guan Xianyu, a woman who had never experienced anything like this, didn't understand what this smell in the air meant, but he did. His expression suddenly became ferocious as his yuan qi began to fluctuate uncontrollably. What are you doing? Guan Xianyu glanced over at Zhou Luo with some displeasure, not understanding why he had suddenly become angry. Zhou Luo let out a strange laugh as he stared at Yun Xian and asked, Yun Xian, have you been defiled by that little brat? Hearing this, Yun Xian, who had remained indifferent until now, suddenly trembled. Perceiving her abnormality, Guan Xianyu immediately covered her mouth, thinking to herself that before she had fallen unconscious, Yun Xian and this boy named Yang Kai had already been controlled by the charm monster. With the charm monster's personality and methods, she would definitely have instigated something between them. However, the joy of surviving this calamity had made her forget about this aspect for a while. Yun Xian, this isn't true, is it? Guan Xianyu's beautiful face paled as she asked softly. Although she had always been at odds with Yun Xian, in fact, she still somewhat admired her because Yun Xian's identity was somewhat different from hers. Tears fell from Yun Xian's eyes again as she buried her head between her knees and sobbed. Sure enough, Zhou Luo almost went crazy. He had pursued Yun Xian for a long time but had never been able to win her heart. Now, in this desolate place, this beautiful woman's body had actually been taken advantage of by some little brat who had come out of nowhere. A huge sense of shame inexplicably welled up in his heart, causing Zhou Luo's aura to become dangerous. Coldly glaring at Yang Kai who was meditating nearby, Zhou Luo grinned and slowly walked towards him. Zhou Luo, what are you doing? Guan Xianyu exclaimed. Zhou Luo sneered. What am I doing? Haha, what else can I do? This little brat sullied Yun Xian's purity. What do you think I can do? I want him to pay with his life. Saying so, Zhou Luo quickly approached Yang Kai, his expression ferocious and terrifying. Stop. Guan Xianyu abandoned Yun Xian and rushed up, pulling Zhou Luo back. Don't do this. You're still protecting him? Zhou Luo looked at Guan Xianyu sarcastically. What's your relationship with this little brat? Why are you protecting him? We haven't figured out what happened yet, Killing him like this isn't right, don't you think? What else do we need to figure out? Yun Xian has already acquiesced. Zhou Luo roared. What does that have to do with you? Ruan Xianyu asked coldly, glaring at Zhou Luo contemptuously. Who do you think you are to Yun Xian? Scram. Zhou Luo was furious, his strength erupting as he swept Ruan Xianyu aside. I'm not to Yun Xian, but I will never allow any man other than me to touch her. This little brat must die. Otherwise my anger will never be appeased. Shouting, Zhou Luo's murderous intent soared as he hysterically threw a punch towards the defenseless Yang Kai's face. Don't! Yun Xian screamed in horror from behind. Hearing this voice, Zhou Luo's Wu Ming comic fire burned even more fiercely, making him even more determined to kill Yang Kai. He showed no mercy. Ruan Xianyu, who had fallen to the side, turned her head away, unable to bear watching. Zhou Luo was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage cultivator. Attacking a defenseless Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage cultivator like this, it was easy to imagine what would happen to him. Just as the punch was about to hit Yang Kai's face, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and stretched out his hand in front of him, grabbing hold of Zhou Luo's fist. Zhou Luo's violent momentum was like a gale meeting a mountain and was instantly blocked. Yang Kai didn't move and instead stared coldly at Zhou Luo in front of him, grinning as he asked, "Friend, what are you doing?" Zhou Luo was obviously stunned. The blow he had painstakingly launched had been easily blocked by a boy 2 minor realms lower than him, making him somewhat unable to accept this. His expression fluctuating, Zhou Luo found that he couldn't understand this boy. Chapter 632. After hesitating for only a moment, Zhou Luo regained his composure and roared, "I'll kill you." Yang Kai sneered. "You want me to die? I'm afraid you don't have that ability." Shameless boasting. Zhou Luo leapt back 2 steps as a trident-shaped artifact suddenly appeared in his hand. As soon as this artifact appeared, a cold murderous intent burst forth from it. As Zhou Luo poured his true essence into it, the trident began to emit a buzzing sound. With its might activated, Zhou Luo casually threw out the trident. The trident suddenly transformed into a majestic tiger, opened its bloody maw, and bit towards Yang Kai. He obviously didn't want to waste any more words with Yang Kai. All he wanted to do was kill him to vent the hatred in his heart. Yang Kai coldly snorted, his expression quickly becoming cold. Seeing his opponent attack him without hesitation, he was also enraged. His figure flickered as he dodged the trident's attack. Pouring all of his strength into his body, Yang Kai's momentum suddenly changed, and an aura that caused Zhou Luo to tremble uncontrollably filled Yang Kai's body. With Yang Kai as the center, an invisible wave of qi swept out, stirring up a strong wind. Yun Xian stopped crying and stared at Yang Kai in a daze, her face filled with shock. She was shocked by Yang Kai's sudden transformation, momentarily forgetting everything she had just experienced. Even Ruan Xianyu couldn't help covering her mouth, dumbfounded. Hong Hong Hong. Yang Kai quickly stepped forward, his figure surging forward like a tidal wave, impossible to predict. In just a moment, he had rushed to Zhou Luo's side, and under the latter's stunned gaze, the violent Yuan Qi imprinted itself on his chest. A scream rang out as Zhou Luo was caught off guard and was sent flying like a kite, blood spurting out from his mouth, his appearance miserable. Kai Yang coldly watched, but didn't chase after him. Pung. Zhou Luo's body fell heavily to the ground, but he quickly got up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a cruel light flashing across his eyes, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? You really aren't a good thing. It wasn't until this moment that he clearly realized that Yang Kai's true strength was far more than the Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage he had displayed. Being able to injure an Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage cultivator with a single blow was not something an Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage cultivator could do. Xianyu, come with me, kill him. After witnessing Yang Kai's strength, Zhou Luo didn't give up and instead wanted to drag Ruan Xian. In Yang Kai's mind, even if he wasn't Yang Kai's opponent by himself, with Ruan Xianyu's help, how could they not be able to defeat him? Yang Kai's. Zhou Luo's uses. Yang's. A cold light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes. The reason he hadn't killed Zhou Luo just now was because he had scruples about him being a disciple of bold independent union. Yang Kai wasn't willing to provoke trouble right now, but he hadn't expected that his leniency would cause him to misunderstand. Turning his head, Yang Kai glanced over at Wan Xianyu. The latter hadn't yet recovered from her shock and was still wearing a dumbfounded expression. If this woman had agreed, Yang Kai wouldn't have minded slaughtering her here. Xianyu! Zhou Luo shouted. Wan Xianyu finally reacted and frowned, shouting, "Are you crazy? Why would you want to kill him for no reason?" Zhou Luo's face went blue as he stared at Wan Xianyu bitterly. "Even you are siding with him? Could it be that when I was unconscious, you were also tainted by him?" These words immediately made Wan Xianyu furious and she scolded, "Bullshit. Zhou Luo, wake up. Don't make trouble for no reason." "Haha, I'm making trouble for no reason?" Zhou Luo laughed maniacally. It seemed that because of this blow, he really had lost his mind. At that moment, Yun Xian slowly stood up, glanced over at Yang Kai faintly, brushed her damp hair behind her ear, and took a deep breath. "Zhou Luo, stop. If you dare attack him again, don't blame me for being impolite." Zhou Luo's body suddenly staggered as he stared at Yun Xian in disbelief, shaking his head repeatedly. "You really are a cheap slut. Even if he sullied your body, does that mean your heart is also his?" Yun Xian became angry out of shame and coldly said, "That's a different matter. I don't want to talk about this with you right now. You don't need to worry about my affairs. Just mind your own business." "I'll mind my own business. Haha." Zhou Luo sneered, a crazed look on his face. He had completely lost his mind. Zhou Luo's eyes gradually became filled with hatred, and when he turned to look at Yun Xian, his expression became one of pain and disdain, stretching out his hand and summoning the trident back to him, sneering, "Since you say so, I won't be polite with you. Today, I must kill this little brat." Yun Xian slowly shook her head. "You don't have the ability. Even you say that." Zhou Luo flew into a rage. Just now, Yang Kai had evaluated him in such a way, and now Yun Xian's words were almost exactly the same as Yang Kai's. Feeling humiliated, he grit his teeth and shouted, "Then open your eyes wide and see if I, Zhou Luo, have the ability to do so." Saying so, his yuan qi surged violently and a number of light balls the size of millstones suddenly rushed out from his body. "Not good." Wan Xianyu's beautiful face paled. Zhou Luo has gone crazy. This was Zhou Luo's most powerful move, one he would never use on normal days, but at this moment, facing Yang Kai, he had actually used it. Obviously, he could no longer distinguish between good and evil and had been consumed by hatred and humiliation. Saying so, Wan Xianyu quickly retreated to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Before leaving, she didn't forget to pull Yun Xian along and hide as far away as possible. Yang Kai didn't say anything and simply watched coldly until the light balls from Zhou Luo's body surged out. Only then did his expression become slightly dignified. He could feel the tremendous killing intent contained in these light balls. But he wasn't afraid. These light balls suddenly flew out and mixed with Zhou Luo's trident, the two of them complementing each other, and their lethality was several times greater than before. This was the full strength of an immortal ascension boundary 9th stage cultivator. "Be careful." Yun Xian couldn't help but exclaim, her face turning red. She didn't know why she had reminded Yang Kai, but she felt that her relationship with him had become somewhat strange because of that moment just now. She hated this boy who had taken her virginity in a state of confusion, especially when he was at least 7 or 8 years younger than her. But she couldn't bring herself to kill him. If it had been someone else who had done this to her, Yun Xian was sure she would have tried to get rid of that man and then killed herself. Some strange and inexplicable emotions welled up in her heart, so when she saw Yang Kai in danger, she couldn't help reminding him. Wan Xianyu glanced at her strangely, and Yun Xian couldn't help wishing she could find a hole to crawl into and never see anyone again. He. Wan Xianyu's gossipy heart was ignited. "Don't ask me." Yun Xian's neck flushed red as she resisted in her heart. Wan Xianyu immediately fell silent. Hong hong hong. Not far away, Zhou Luo's attack had already arrived, the burst of energy wrapping around Yang Kai, making it impossible for him to escape. The two women couldn't help covering their mouths as their beautiful eyes trembled. Pa pa pa. Another series of popping sounds rang out as the chaotic energy was annihilated one after another. Soon, Yang Kai's figure was revealed. He was completely unscathed, only the wound on his abdomen, because of this action, had bled a lot more and his face was slightly pale. Zhou Luo couldn't help retreating a few steps as he stared at Yang Kai in horror, muttering, "Impossible. His attack was invincible among all immortal Ascension boundary masters, so it was impossible for his opponent to resolve it so easily. There's nothing impossible about this. Yang Kai stepped forward step by step, his expression already quite impatient. He was already injured and should have been resting. Now that he had been forced to fight someone who had lost his mind, he naturally wanted to end this quickly. I didn't want to kill you, but now it seems leaving you alive won't do me any good. Saying so, Yang Kai's figure suddenly began to fade. Zhou Luo's eyes widened as he instinctively sensed a crisis approaching, but before he could take any defensive action, all the bones in his body seemed to be struck by a heavy blow. The sound of bones breaking rang out like beans being pelted. Yang Kai's figure appeared in front of him again, but Zhou Luo didn't have the strength to move. His bones were shattered, his 5 viscera and 6 organs were crushed, and his heart and veins were broken, causing him to fall limply to the ground like a boneless man. His vitality was instantly extinguished. Cough cough. Yang Kai staggered 2 steps before finally stabilizing himself, covering his wound with his hand as blood flowed from his fingers. Glancing over at Yun Xian, Yang Kai found that this woman's expression was somewhat excited, but he didn't know why she was so happy. Helplessly shaking his head, Yang Kai ignored her and quickly sat down cross-legged to continue adjusting his breathing. Yun Xian. Ruan Xianyu stared at the scene in front of her and almost lost the ability to think. What do we do? What do you mean, what do we do? Yun Xian was also extremely weak, gently gasping for breath as she asked. He killed Zhou Luo. Do you want to avenge Zhou Luo? Yun Xian turned her head and glared at Ruan Xianyu coldly, the latter obviously noticing a trace of hostility and vigilance flashing across her beautiful eyes. I have no such thoughts, Ruan Xianyu hurriedly said. I don't like him, but after all, he was a captain of the Union, dying in front of us like this. Haven't enough people died this time? One more Zhou Luo isn't a big deal. Without this kind of person, we'll have some peace and quiet in the future. After returning to the Union, I'll report this to my superiors. You don't need to worry about it, Yun Xian said lightly. After this series of events, Yun Xian seemed to have stabilized her mind and thought through many things, no longer feeling as panicked and helpless as before. Instead, she seemed much calmer. You're really on his side. Ruan Xianyu's expression suddenly became ambiguous. What's so good about him? Yun Xian's face blushed as she angrily said, Don't talk nonsense. Saying so, she glanced over at Yang Kai faintly before quickly turning her eyes away, her long eyelashes fluttering. You rest, I'll take care of things here, Ruan Xianyu sighed. Looking around at the corpses and the chaotic scene, she rubbed her forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Yun Xian nodded gently, thought about it for a moment, then sat down cross-legged and closed her eyes to adjust her breathing. Chapter 633. Inside the forest, Yun Xian and Ruan Xianyu both leaned against a big tree, both of them feeling weak. Yun Xian was seriously injured and Ruan Xianyu had been busy for a while now, so she was also deeply exhausted. Leaning against the tree, she rested for a long time before gradually recovering her strength. Ruan Xianyu had a huge question in her heart. That was, how could the charm monster, who could easily kill Sun Ying, suddenly die? At that time, she had been unconscious and Yang Kai and the others had been wrapped up in the barrier the charm monster had used, so they had no idea what had happened inside. After everything was settled, Ruan Xianyu asked Yun Xian about the doubt she had. Yun Xian hesitated for a moment before briefly recounting what had happened, causing Ruan Xianyu to be shocked. He killed her. Yun Xian nodded lightly as she stared at Yang Kai who was meditating not far away. Her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. That shouldn't be, Ruan Xianyu quickly realized. Ruan Xianyu quickly realized that something was wrong. Even if the charm monster's physique wasn't that strong, her spiritual energy was incomparable. If she had used her divine sense to attack him before she died, how could he have avoided such an attack? I don't know, Yun Xian shook her head. Yun Xian shook her head. I only saw the scene where he killed the charm monster. I don't remember anything else. Then you and him, don't ask. An embarrassed look appeared on Yun Xian's face. Although she couldn't remember exactly what had happened at that time, the blurry and chaotic images still flashed through her mind from time to time. Moreover, the feeling of her body couldn't be faked. Even now, there was still a tearing pain in her lower body. This feeling caused Yun Xian to blush slightly. What a strange person. Ruan Xianyu seemed to have become somewhat interested in Yang Kai. How could a trivial immortal ascension boundary 7th stage kill a charm monster? On top of that, even Zhou Luo couldn't resist a single blow from him. Zhou Luo was a captain of Bold Independent Union. In terms of strength, neither Wan Xianyu nor Yun Xian were his opponent. Yang Kai being able to easily kill Zhou Luo meant he had the ability to kill both of them. You've picked up a treasure. If you can pull him into the Union. Wan Xianyu's beautiful eyes lit up as she thought of a good idea. So what if we roped him in? Ji Hong and the others are all dead. Yun Xian said sadly. She had spent at least 3 years with these team members, but now all of them had died inexplicably. Before they died, they didn't even get to see what their enemy looked like, causing her heart to ache. Also, I don't know if he was willing to join Bold Independent Union. If you don't try to rope him in, I'll make a move. Wan Xianyu was eager to try, a look of anticipation and excitement flashing across her face. Our team members are all dead, we need to replenish them. Don't you dare have any ideas about him. Yun Xian immediately became vigilant. SK, you women are really interesting. You don't want to win him over, but you don't want to do it for me? What is this? In any case, it's not allowed. Yun Xian said with a straight face. Fine, I won't talk about this with you. You're injured right now, I can't afford to offend you, Wan Xianyu giggled. Although the two women had always been at odds with each other, after experiencing this crisis, the hatred between them seemed to have been resolved significantly, and their relationship had become much more harmonious. Just as they were talking though, the sound of breathing suddenly rang out, causing the two women's spirits to rise. Turning their gazes towards Yang Kai, they saw him open his eyes. Although his injuries had not yet healed, his spirit was much better. As if he was aware of their gazes, Yang Kai raised his head and looked over. When his eyes met with Yun Xian's, Yang Kai's expression became slightly unnatural while Yun Xian quickly averted her gaze, her tender body trembling slightly. Thinking back to that ferocious collision again and again, her body couldn't help heating up. Wan Xianyu took in the expressions of the two women and smiled lightly, beckoning to Yang Kai. Little brother, come here. Yang Kai coughed dryly, stood up, walked over to the two women, and sat down, facing them calmly. Wan Xianyu's pair of beautiful eyes swept over Yang Kai's naked upper body, marveling to herself, thinking that she really hadn't expected this young man's physique to be so good. At first glance, his muscles were filled with explosive strength. No wonder he dared to approach lustful charm monster and wait for an opportunity to kill him. How are your injuries? Wan Xianyu asked. I won't die, Yang Kai grinned. Your body isn't bad, Wan Xianyu said, throwing him a flirtatious glance. This attitude seemed to make Yun Xian a little unhappy and she gently pinched him. Yang Kai rubbed his nose awkwardly and said, Yesterday. Nothing happened yesterday. Yun Xian quickly interrupted him, trying to deceive herself. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before suddenly smiling. That's for the best. He had thought this woman would continue to pester him and cry, but she had actually acted so calmly and said she didn't want to mention yesterday's embarrassing incident again, which was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. Yesterday's scene was not something Yang Kai wanted to happen, but under the influence of the charm monster soul poison, both of them had been unable to control themselves. In addition, Yang Kai had deliberately lured the charm monster to approach him, so he could only make the best of it. Dealing with an enemy like the charm monster, if he didn't allow her to approach him, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to do anything to her. Hey! Wan Xianyu immediately became unhappy and glared at Yang Kai. What do you mean nothing happened? Do you want to eat and not admit it? Yun Xian can say that, after all, her skin is thin, how can you just let it go? Then what do you want? Yang Kai smiled. The parties involved had already said they didn't want to talk about it anymore, so this Wan Xianyu actually wanted to argue with him. Yang Kai was confused. Take responsibility. What else can I do? Wan Xianyu snorted. Yun Xian's virginity that she maintained for nearly 30 years was ruined by you. If you don't take responsibility, who will? Yang Kai frowned and stared at Wan Xianyu with interest. Didn't you have a bad relationship with her? How come you're standing on the same side now? Wan Xianyu sneered. My relationship with her is none of your business. Now that we're both women, it's only right for me to help her seek justice from you. You're also a virgin, aren't you? Yang Kai grinned wickedly. Wan Xianyu's face went stiff as she cursed, bastard. Raising her hand, she sent a punch towards Yang Kai, but suddenly realizing she wasn't his opponent, she angrily withdrew her hand, grit her teeth, and blushed. "Enough!" Yunxian shouted. "Exine you, this is my business. I'll solve it myself, you don't need to say anything." Ruan Xanyu helplessly glared at Yang Kai before turning her head away in a fit of pique. Staring at Yang Kai, Yunxian's beautiful eyes blinked, causing Yang Kai to feel somewhat embarrassed. After a long time, Yunxian finally spoke. "I want to ask you a few things. For the sake of my suffering such a big loss, answer me honestly." "Go ahead if I can answer. I won't hide anything." Yang Kai gently nodded, his expression honest. "Who are you? What kind of cultivation do you have?" Yunxian's expression became serious, obviously wanting to know more about this man who had taken her virginity. "I'll tell you, I come from a very remote corner. I don't know where that place is. But as for my cultivation, you can already tell. I'm an Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage cultivator. I won't hide anything." Yang Kai told her the truth, pausing for a moment before continuing. But my Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage cultivation is different from the average cultivator. Among those in the Immortal Ascension Boundary, I'm a relatively invincible existence." Shameless boasting. Ruan Xianyu curled her lips fiercely. Although she suspected he was boasting, based on his previous performance, it was clear he had some strength. "What's your relationship with Water Spirit Temple's Xue Ling? Why does she care so much about you?" Yunxian asked again. "My relationship with her. It's not what you think, we can only be considered ordinary friends. She cares about me because I helped her, that's about it." Yunxian gently nodded, expressing satisfaction, hesitating for a moment before continuing. "Then what is your purpose in coming here this time? Inside that mine, why didn't you tell us what kind of danger there was? Since you're so strong, when my bold independent union's disciple was in trouble, why didn't you take action immediately? Why wait? Wait until she exposed a flaw." This time, Yunxian asked more questions, her mood becoming slightly agitated. Yang Kai shook his head. "You're suspicious of me, aren't you? You're suspicious that I entered Bold Independent City and approached you for some special purpose. However, you can rest assured that everything you know is true. I haven't told you any lies. Coming here with you is just like I said before, to return a favor. You gave me a piece of Sky Cicada Jade and I saved your life. So now it seems that we're even. Inside that mine, I tried to warn you, but you didn't trust me, so I couldn't provide any evidence. If I said anything more, it would only annoy you, so I might as well not say anything at all. Our relationship isn't that close. The life or death of your Bold Independent Union's disciple has nothing to do with me. Also, why wait for that charm monster to reveal a flaw? If she didn't reveal a flaw, how could I kill her? If we really fought, I wouldn't necessarily be her opponent. You've already experienced how powerful her spiritual energy is. Taking advantage of your innocence, although I had no other choice, is truly my fault. If you want to beat me or scold me, it's all up to you." Saying so, Yang Kai put on an expression of a dead pig not fearing boiling water. Ruan Xianyu ground her teeth in anger, but after a moment of disdain, she secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, Yang Kai had chosen Yunxian at that time. If he had chosen her, she would likely have suffered the same fate as Yunxian. Thinking so, Ruan Xianyu couldn't help feeling some lingering fear. Although she had high hopes for this boy, they had only known each other for less than a day. If such a thing had really happened, Ruan Xianyu didn't know if she would have taken a knife and hacked him to death. In comparison, Yunxian's magnanimity was much greater. Yunxian was also quite angry. She had clearly suffered a loss, but now Yang Kai was acting like he had been wronged. Taking a deep breath and calming her excitement, Yunxian opened her eyes, her expression indifferent. "Yang Kai." Yunxian called out softly. "HM?" Yang Kai replied softly. "You really are a beast." Yunxian's voice was still gentle, and Yang Kai blushed. Chapter 634. Today's update. After experiencing such a huge change, no matter who it was, they were all somewhat exhausted. Although they knew that there were dozens of precious metal-devouring beasts buried in the collapsed mine and that they wouldn't die so easily, whether it was Yunxian or Ruan Xianyu, neither of them wanted to take any more metal-devouring beasts. On the other hand, Ruan Xianyu took out a small universe bag and handed it to Yang Kai. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai was stunned. Your loot. Ruan Xianyu smiled lightly. Ruan Xianyu smiled lightly. When you were resting, I found them on that char monster. Guess what's inside? Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before saying, it should be some refined ores. How do you know? Ruan Xianyu asked curiously. Yang Kai shook his head and smiled. The char monster revealed this information before. She said those metal-devouring beasts were hers, so if we think about it, these monster beasts must have been deliberately brought here by the charm demon to devour the sun tin ores and collect the refined ores. Moreover, when we explored the mine, we didn't find any trace of the refined ores excreted by the metal-devouring beasts. They should have been collected by the charm demon long ago and are now in this Xueqi bag. Hearing his analysis, Yun Xian's beautiful eyes suddenly flashed with brilliance. Ruan Xianyu also seemed to look at him in a new light. You little brat, I didn't expect you to be so meticulous. Pursing her lips, Ruan Xianyu smiled and said, there is a lot of refined sun tin ore in this bag. If you take it out, you can sell it for a lot of crystal stones. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before tossing the universe bag back. You've suffered such a big loss this time. When you go back, you should at least give Bold Independent Union an explanation. Take these things. Ruan Xianyu smiled happily and quickly caught them. She had originally intended to do so, but because the charm monster was killed by Yang Kai, it wasn't appropriate for her to take his belongings. Yun Xian opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but no words came out. Let's go, let's get out of here first, I'll send you to a nearby town. Yang Kai took the initiative to stand up, his words causing Yun Xian to become thoughtful as she stared at him suspiciously. This place was at the very edge of the territory controlled by Bold Independent Union. About 2 to 3 days' journey away from the forest, there was a large city. On the way here, Yang Kai's group had passed by this city. Half a day later, the trio left the forest and went to a nearby village. Yang Kai rented a carriage and let Yun Xian and Ruan Xianyu sit inside while he acted as the driver and drove towards the town up ahead. This gentleness and thoughtfulness caused Ruan Xianyu to look at him in a new light. And even Yun Xian couldn't help smiling. The two women chatted for a while before Yun Xian fell asleep. Ruan Xianyu was bored and ran outside to sit next to Yang Kai, resting her chin in her hand and tilting her head, her beautiful eyes staring towards Yang Kai who was concentrating on waving his whip. Why are you looking at me? Yang Kai felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by her. I'm wondering what kind of person you are. Ruan Xianyu pursed her lips and smiled. You suffered such heavy injuries. How did you recover so quickly in just half a day? My restorative ability is better than ordinary people's. I can see that, Ruan Xianyu gently nodded. It's good to be young. Are you that old? Yang Kai sneered, turning his head and glancing at her. Compared to you, I'm already half an old woman. Yun Xian and I are both almost 30 years old. Ruan Xianyu laughed self-deprecatingly. What's going on between you and Yun Xian? Before you weren't on good terms with each other. Now you're like family. Are all women so fickle? When Yang Kai asked this question, Ruan Xianyu suddenly fell silent, a sad look appearing on her pretty face. Yang Kai also knew that he had asked something he shouldn't have and quickly shrugged. If you don't want to talk about it, just pretend you didn't hear me. Ruan Xianyu shook her head and whispered. We should be family. Do you know what Yun Xian's identity is? I only know that her identity isn't simple. Yang Kai casually replied. Whether it was Grandmaster Ma of Artifact Hall or the Transcendent Realm Master Sun Ying, their attitude towards Yun Xian was relatively easygoing, even respectful. It was impossible for an ordinary Bold Independent Union disciple to act like this. She's not simple. Ruan Xianyu quietly glanced back and found that Yun Xian was still sleeping, immediately saying, Yun Xian is actually the daughter of our Union Master. Yang Kai stared at her in amazement. I'm telling the truth. Her father is the Union Master of Bold Independent Union. Then why is she? With such an identity, Yun Xian shouldn't be doing everything herself and should instead be living like a princess. But looking at her usual demeanor, she didn't have the demeanor of a young lady. There's a reason. Ruan Xianyu took a deep breath. I'm only telling you because it's you, don't spread it around. Do I look like that kind of person? Yang Kai rolled his eyes at her. Ruan Xianyu looked at him seriously and nodded. Yun Xian originally had a little brother who had extraordinary aptitude and displayed extraordinary talent at a very young age. However, because of the special structure of our Bold Independent Union, the Union Master intended for him to begin training from the bottom and perform missions with the rest of the Union. His performance was also quite good.
gradually rising from the most ordinary disciple to the position of team leader with his own abilities and gathering a number of team members under his command.
Seemingly recalling the sweetness of the past, Ruan Xianyu's face filled with a smile as she recounted a number of missions. These stories sounded extremely boring to Yang Kai, but he didn't interrupt. But if one often walks by the river, how can one's shoes not get wet? Ruan Xianyu's voice suddenly became low. During one of these missions, the young lord unfortunately died and the rest of the team was almost wiped out, leaving only one person alive. The situation wasn't much different from this time. Yun Xian cared very much about her little brother. Because of his death, Yun Xian blamed the Union Master.
If it weren't for the Union Master insisting that the young lord start training from the bottom, he wouldn't have suffered such a disaster. Since then, Yun Xian announced that she was no longer the first young lady and, like her little brother, entered Bold Independent Union, starting from the bottom. Ruan Xianyu's eyes became red and her voice gradually choked up. Yang Kai remained indifferent and didn't say anything. She did this obviously to protest against the Union Master and to continue what the young lord started. Ruan Xianyu sighed faintly. Do you know why Yun Xian doesn't hate you for taking her body? She didn't even hold you accountable afterwards. Why? Because when her little brother died, he was 20 years old and an immortal ascension boundary 7th stage cultivator.
Ruan Xianyu smiled sadly and added, just like you, full of vitality, she couldn't hate you. Yang Kai took a deep breath and thought for a moment before suddenly asking, you were the only one in her little brother's team who survived, right? Ruan Xianyu was stunned for a moment before nodding gently. Your head is really sharp. I was a member of the young lord's team at the time, and because the young lord saved my life, I was able to survive. It was because of this that I had a conflict with Yun Xian. But I know that she doesn't blame me, she just doesn't dare to face me. When she sees me, she thinks of that person. Do you like that person? Yang Kai grinned. Ruan Xianyu's face blushed as she glared at him. Why are you asking this? It's all in the past. Then why are you telling me this? Yang Kai shook his head. You're so smart, don't you know why I'm telling you this? Ruan Xianyu glared hatefully at Yang Kai, secretly cursing this little bastard for pretending to be stupid. He obviously knew better than anyone else, yet he didn't show it on his face. Yang Kai's expression became serious and after thinking for a long time, he shook his head and said, I won't join Bold Independent Union, you don't need to try to persuade me. Although I sympathize with Yun Xian's experience and admire her perseverance and hard work, I have my own things to do. You bastard! Ruan Xianyu shouted, after taking such a big advantage, do you really want to just walk away like this? What kind of advantage did I take? You're still denying it? You took Yun Xian's, what? You know in your heart. Ruan Xianyu's tone wasn't light, thinking to herself, how could this little brat be so shameless? His ability to lie through his teeth was quite good. In any case you have to take responsibility. Ruan Xianyu immediately acted shamelessly. If you don't join Bold Independent Union, I'll report this matter and have everyone in the union hunt you down. Yang Kai glanced over at her and grinned wickedly. Ruan Xianyu's hair stood on end and she couldn't help gripping her clothes tightly, trembling slightly as she asked, what do you mean? Yang Kai looked up at the sky and said in a low voice, the moon is dark and the wind is strong, it's a good night. Ruan Xianyu couldn't help her beautiful face going pale as she suddenly remembered that with his ability, if he really wanted to deal with her, she wouldn't have the slightest ability to resist. In this wilderness, if he really did rape her then kill her, no one would notice. Just as she was feeling anxious, Yun Xian's weak voice suddenly called out from inside the carriage. You too. Stop messing around. Ruan Xianyu was startled and spat out her tongue at Yang Kai before quickly getting back into the carriage. A moment later, she helped Yun Xian out and together they sat down in the front and breathed in the clear night air. Are you really going to leave? Yun Xian looked at Yang Kai sadly and asked. Yang Kai nodded. Good, Bold Independent Union is too small to accommodate someone like you. It's good for you to go out and see the world. Yun Xian tightened her clothes, feeling a little cold. No matter what, I still have to thank you this time. Are you stupid? Ruan Xianyu looked at her incredulously. If it weren't for him, no one would have been able to avenge Uncle Sun and Ji Hong and we would have all died there. So of course we have to thank him. Ruan Xianyu frowned, thinking that if it weren't for Yang Kai, Bold Independent Union would have been completely wiped out this time. No need, I just wanted to protect myself. Yang Kai shook his head. Yun Xian smiled bitterly and didn't say anything more. After a while she whispered, Xianyu, help me back inside, it's a little cold outside. Ruan Xianyu nodded and helped Yun Xian back into the carriage. Soon, the sound of even breathing came from inside. Yang Kai looked back and saw the two women lying in each other's arms, their expressions peaceful. Chapter 635. 3 days later, the group of 3 arrived at Raging Flame City. Before they even reached the city, Yang Kai felt a scorching heat wash over him. Even the ground under his feet seemed to be scorching hot, causing his horse to sweat profusely. This kind of heat made Kai Yang very comfortable, and he couldn't help but feel a lot better. The special environment of Raging Flame City had also attracted a large number of cultivators who cultivated fire attribute secret arts and martial skills to be stationed here. No one knew why Raging Flame City had such an unusual environment, but any cultivator who cultivated fire attribute secret arts or martial skills could clearly feel that the speed of cultivation here was much faster than anywhere else. It seemed that even the air was filled with fire elemental spiritual energy, which was several grades higher than that of other places. Some people said that there was a huge amount of magma surging beneath Raging Flame City, creating this unique landform, but rumors were just rumors and no one could confirm them. When Yang Kai arrived here, he released his divine sense and was indeed able to detect the flow of raging flame energy underground. His original intention was to escort Yun Xian and Ruan Xianyu to Raging Flame City and then leave. After all, there was a branch of Bold Independent Union here. As long as they arrived at Raging Flame City, it was equivalent to them returning to Bold Independent Union. However, the two women insisted that he stay and rest for a few days before setting off. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment and agreed. His own injuries still needed to be healed. After entering Raging Flame City and reporting their identities, Raging Flame City's city lord, Ji Yan, quickly came out to greet them. Ji Yan was a first-order transcendent, the same level of cultivator as Sun Ying because he cultivated a fire attribute secret art. His strength was quite good, so he was appointed as the city lord of Raging Flame City. He was also one of Bold Independent Union's top forces. Ji Yan was a tall and sturdy man. Perhaps because he cultivated a fire attribute secret art, even his exposed skin had a dark red hue, giving him a bold and unrestrained appearance. He personally led a group of people to escort Yun Xian into the city lord's mansion and arranged for servants to take care of her. After learning about the experiences of the 3 teams from Bold Independent Union while they were out on a mission, Ji Yan was also surprised and asked about it carefully. Ruan Xianyu and Yun Xian also seemed to have reached a consensus and decided not to expose Yang Kai. They only said that a passing expert had helped them and killed the succubus, saving their lives. This explanation made Yang Kai very satisfied, and he looked at the 2 women gratefully. Yang Kai was quite worried that Yun Xian and Ruan Xianyu would tell the truth. If that really happened, whether or not Ji Yan would believe him, Yang Kai would definitely not be able to leave Bold Independent Union. Fortunately, Yun Xian and Ruan Xianyu had no intention of betraying Yang Kai. Their explanation was also quite reasonable, so Ji Yan inquired about the appearance of this mysterious master in detail. Yun Xian had already prepared a detailed description of this mysterious master, causing Ji Yan to sigh and express his desire to list this unknown master as the benefactor of Bold Independent Union. When they meet in the future, they must repay him. I have to report this matter to the General Alliance. Miss Yun has been frightened, so please rest in the City of Raging Fire for a few days and wait for her injuries to recover. I will personally escort you back to the General Alliance, Ji Yan said before hurriedly leaving. Bold Independent Union had lost nearly 20 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters and 1 Transcendent. Naturally, he had to report such a big event as soon as possible. Are you satisfied now? Ruan Xianyu snorted, directing a somewhat uncomfortable look towards Yang Kai. I'm satisfied, Yang Kai rubbed his nose. When my injuries are healed, I'll leave here. Scram as far away as possible. Ruan Xianyu completely disliked Yang Kai. Yun Xian helplessly shook her head and lay down on her bed without saying a word. After saying his goodbyes, Yang Kai returned to his room and sat down cross-legged, circulating his secret art to heal himself while also examining the benefits he had obtained from the succubus. The succubus's spiritual energy contained spiritual energy poison, but this poison had been purified by Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge sea and the solitary golden eye's golden light, leaving behind only pure energy and the succubus's insights. After absorbing these insights, Yang Kai also gained some understanding of the changes to his soul. Only now did he realize that his soul was not without an attribute. After a cultivator reached the immortal ascension boundary, they would open up a knowledge sea in their mind and condense their divine sense. Most people's divine senses were roughly the same, belonging to a chaotic divine sense with no attribute, but some people, because of various opportunities, were able to mutate their divine sense. For example, Yang Kai had absorbed the energy of the Jade True Spirit and his divine sense had become as hot as fire. There were also some people whose divine senses were as cold as ice, as fast as lightning, or as swift as the wind. Different divine senses could play different roles. Moreover, this kind of mutated divine sense was several levels more destructive and lethality than an ordinary cultivator's divine sense. Yang Kai even wondered if his conflagrated knowledge sea would have some kind of miraculous effect if he used it in alchemy. From the true alchemic way, Yang Kai had glimpsed the insights and experiences of many alchemy grandmasters, but none of these alchemists had a conflagrated knowledge sea, so there were no precedents for him to refer to. However, Yang Kai faintly felt that using his conflagrated knowledge sea for alchemy might be more effective and convenient than using his yuan qi. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai gave up on this idea. After all, he had only just begun his journey in alchemy and there was still much to learn. In the future, when he had some accomplishments in alchemy, it would be more realistic to consider such things. Time passed quickly and the wound on Yang Kai's lower abdomen healed at an extremely fast rate. The medicinal efficacies of the myriad drug milk were extraordinary. 2 or 3 days later at night, Yun Xian stood outside Yang Kai's door, her jade white hand raised, but hesitating, unable to make up her mind to knock on the door and enter. Ruan Xianyu appeared beside her like a ghost, laughing strangely. "You scared me to death, you naughty girl." Yun Xian blushed and patted her towering chest, glaring at her. "What do you want to do?" Ruan Xianyu asked ambiguously. "Do you want to attack him at night?" "Don't talk nonsense." Yun Xian's face became even redder, involuntarily recalling the scene a few days ago, her heart trembling. Ruan Xianyu snorted disdainfully. "After so many years of keeping yourself pure, now that you've broken that taboo, you can't help yourself, right?" "How could that be?" Yun Xian whispered. "He'll probably leave tomorrow. I just wanted to. Don't even think about it. A moment of spring is worth 1,000 gold. In any case, you've already taken advantage of him once. Doing it again won't be a big deal. Maybe he'll become infatuated with you and stay in the union forever." Ruan Xianyu pointed out Yun Xian's thoughts. Yun Xian really did think so. Although she said that Yang Kai could leave or stay, for this man who had violently taken her virginity, Yun Xian naturally hoped he would stay with her. After so many years, Yun Xian was tired and wanted to find someone to rely on, but no one had ever been able to enter her eyes. Tonight, she had only come here to try one last time, but now that she had run into Ruan Xianyu, she was suddenly at a loss. Ruan Xianyu carefully examined the room and found that Yang Kai's aura was stable. Obviously he was meditating, so she quickly signaled to Yun Xian, indicating that now was the best time to attack. Yun Xian was like a frightened rabbit, constantly shaking her head, her face filled with panic. She also couldn't get over the hurdle in her heart. Obviously, she had been defiled unwillingly, but after the incident, she couldn't feel the slightest bit of resentment and instead felt somewhat attached to him. This made Yun Xian feel a little cheap. "If you don't try tonight, I'm afraid you'll regret it for the rest of your life," Ruan Xianyu sighed. "Even if you don't think about your own future, you should think about the union. This man has great potential and may become a pillar of our union in the future." Saying so, Ruan Xianyu also became excited and grit her teeth. "Are you going in or not? If you're not going in, I'm going in." "What are you going in for?" Yun Xian stared at her. "Humph." Ruan Xianyu played with a strand of hair behind her ear and said softly, "He's not bad looking. If you don't want such a good helper, I want one. For my future, what's the big deal? In any case, I'm going to find a man to marry in the future. He's a good choice. Although he's a little young, he's very mature." Yun Xian covered her mouth, dumbfounded, whispering softly, "You're such a slut?" Ruan Xianyu blushed slightly. "So what? Then are you going in or not?" Yun Xian bit her thin lip, hesitating for a moment. Being bewitched by Ruan Xianyu's soft and hard methods, she also began to waver. After thinking about it for a long time, she finally nodded gently, pushed open the door and walked in. "Humph, if I didn't force you, you wouldn't have been able to make up your mind," Ruan Xianyu said triumphantly.
quickly restraining her aura and perking up her ears to listen to the movements coming from inside the room. Inside the room, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and awoke from his meditation. Reaching out, he grabbed the person who had walked up to him and threw her onto the bed, his finger poking her chest as he stared at her coldly. He thought someone had come to attack him, but after seeing the face of the person beneath him, Yang Kai couldn't help being stunned. "Why is it you?" Yun Xian pretended to be calm, but her neck was flushed red. Not daring to look into Yang Kai's eyes, she simply turned her head away and bit her red lips, not saying a word, her eyes filled with lust and seduction. Yang Kai was stunned and thought for a moment before asking in shock, "Are you serious?" Yun Xian, not resisting at all, allowing him to do whatever he wanted, made Yang Kai quickly realize the seriousness of the situation. "So what if I am?" Yun Xian suddenly became bold, flipping over and pressing down on Yang Kai, placing her hands on his chest and sitting on top of him, her beautiful face flushed red, her breathing rapid as she grit her teeth and said, "Last time I was affected by the char monster's divine sense and didn't feel anything, but this time..." Halfway through her sentence, she couldn't continue and covered her face with her hands. Yang Kai stared at her passionately and couldn't help gulping, his breathing gradually becoming heavier. "But your injuries, I'm almost healed, I don't know what happened, but this time my recovery was particularly fast," Yun Xian explained. As she spoke, she lifted her clothes and shyly said, "If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself." A breathtaking snowy white dress appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. "Whatever, you delivered yourself to me," Yang Kai roared angrily, flipping over and pressing Yun Xian down again. Chapter 636. For 2 consecutive afternoons, the internet was cut off. Fortunately, there was no power outage, so there was still one more. Inside the house the light was endless, but outside, Ruan Xianyu's face was flushed red as she listened to the strange whispers and moans, her body going numb as she fidgeted. After a while, she realized that it was wrong to eavesdrop like this and sighed angrily. Young people really can't resist temptation. Saying so, she hurried back to her room, plugged her ears, and held her breath. The night passed quickly, and Ruan Xianyu, who lived next door to Yang Kai, was also ravaged. This night, the ground shook, making it impossible for her to rest easy. When it was almost dawn, the movement next door gradually subsided. Ruan Xianyu couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief and was just about to get some rest when the ground suddenly shook again. "Is there no end to this?" Ruan Xianyu wanted to cry but had no tears. She really hadn't expected that the dog couple next door would be so energetic, but just as she spoke these words, she suddenly realized that something was wrong. That was because the tremors this time were very different from the ones before. Accompanying the tremors was a hair-raising feeling that was rapidly approaching from afar. Ruan Xianyu's expression immediately changed and she rushed out. The door next door also opened with a creak and Yang Kai and Yun Xian appeared at the same time. The former's expression was dignified while the latter's face was filled with satisfaction, like a flower that had been moistened by rain and dew, appearing even more beautiful than before. Ruan Xianyu glanced over at her and couldn't help feeling a little surprised, but she didn't say anything, instead turning her head again and staring towards the distant horizon. Over there, the entire sky was blood-red. It was as if the blue dome of heaven had been splashed with blood. It was terrifying, and that blood-red color was spreading at an extremely fast speed towards this side. All of Raging Flame City was buzzing as countless cultivators who felt something was wrong all stood up to investigate, each of their expressions changing greatly. "What's going on?" Ruan Xianyu frowned. "Something is coming this way." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Under the investigation of his powerful divine sense, he noticed a very dangerous and violent aura. This aura was so strong that he couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. What could have such an imposing aura? Yun Xian was startled. "I don't know." Yang Kai shook his head. Inside the city lord's mansion, the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard. Obviously, Ji Yan had already led the experts of the city lord's mansion and was rushing over to investigate. "I'll go take a look. You guys stay here." Yang Kai thought about it for a moment and was about to rush out when Yun Xian pulled him back. "Let's go together, we can look after each other." Yang Kai frowned but didn't say anything. He let them follow behind him. The three of them followed closely behind Ji Yan's group and flew out. Soon, they arrived outside the city. At this moment, many cultivators had gathered outside the city of Raging Fire.
These cultivators were either in groups of 3 or 5 or in groups of a dozen. They all stopped outside the city and occupied the commanding heights, looking around and trying to figure out what was going on over there. Among these cultivators, some were disciples of bold independent union, while many were cultivators from other great forces. For various reasons, they had all stayed in Raging Fire City and just happened to catch up with today's excitement. Everyone was whispering to each other, pointing towards the distant sky, trying to guess what was going on, but no one was able to figure it out.
Among those present, Ji Yan, who had a transcendent realm cultivation, was undoubtedly the strongest, but at this moment, his brow was furrowed as he sent his divine sense back and forth, probing for information in the distance.
A moment later, his expression suddenly changed.
City Lord Ji, what's going on over there?
Someone asked Ji Yan.
Ji Yan shook his head.
I don't know, but there is definitely some danger here. If you value your life, you should leave this place quickly. Hearing him say this, some people immediately used their movement skills to flee, but most chose to stay behind. Many times, danger represented opportunity. This time situation was inexplicable, but perhaps they could obtain some kind of benefits. Those with ulterior motives naturally wouldn't be scared off by Ji Yan's words. What's more, with so many people waiting here, if there really was danger, they might be able to escape. Seeing that his persuasion didn't have any effect, Ji Yan no longer said anything and simply waited quietly. While observing the situation, Ji Yan suddenly spotted Yun Xian's group of 3 and quickly waved to them. Yun Xian smiled lightly and said a few words to Yang Kai and Ruan Xianyu before flying over to join up with the masters from Ji Yan's mansion. Sister Yun, your injuries haven't healed yet. It's best you don't come out, Ji Yan said worriedly. I'm almost healed. Many thanks for Uncle Ji's concern, Yun Xian smiled. Looking at your complexion, it's really much better than it was a few days ago. You've even gained a bit of radiance. Ji Yan smiled and nodded.
Haha.
Yun Xian couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed and quickly explained. It's all because Xianyu took good care of me. Ruan Xianyu curled her lips as she quietly glared at Yang Kai. Is this one of your team members? Ji Yan glanced over at Yang Kai and nodded. Young man, do your best. If you follow Sister Yun, you'll definitely achieve great things in the future. Don't fail to live up to Sister Yun's expectations of you. Yang Kai didn't comment. Yun Xian was afraid that Yang Kai would say something he shouldn't, so she quickly changed the subject and asked, Uncle Ji, what's going on? Ji Yan turned his head and looked around before lowering his voice and saying, I don't know the specific situation, but from the looks of it, there is a certain level of danger. However, I also feel that there are many masters flying this way, tailing behind that evil aura. It was precisely because he sensed the auras of these people that Ji Yan was so calm. If it was just that evil aura, Ji Yan would have already begun evacuating the people of Raging Flame City, because this aura was so strong that even he feared it. Tailing behind? Yun Xian was surprised. Ji Yan gently nodded, but what makes me feel strange is that the two sides haven't started fighting. The people behind seem to be waiting for something, and the owner of that evil aura doesn't seem to have any intention of taking action. Saying so, Ji Yan shook his head helplessly. Yun Xian and Ruan Xianyu glanced at each other, also feeling a bit strange. Yang Kai's expression was calm, his expression still as calm as ever, which caused Ji Yan to look at him in a slightly different light, secretly thinking that Yun Xian's teammates' mental fortitude wasn't bad. He was a good seedling. As time passed, the blood-stained color began to slowly erode the sky above Raging Flame City, and the aura that caused everyone's heart to palpitate was getting closer and closer. Soon, a small black dot appeared in everyone's field of vision. What's that? Someone exclaimed. It seems to be a person? Everyone stared at the black, but since the sky was still dark and the light wasn't good, and the distance was too far, no one was able to see what kind of person it was. All they could see was that behind this black dot, there were several dozen masters, many of whom exuded transcendent realm auras. Ji Yan's expression became more and more dignified. After waiting for a while, the black dot in the sky finally became clear. After seeing its appearance, Ji Yan's eyes couldn't help narrowing as he exclaimed, The coffin-carrying man? When these 3 words came out of Ji Yan's mouth, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Looking around, Yang Kai saw that the surrounding cultivators were all showing extremely excited expressions, all of them eager to try, greedily staring at the so-called coffin-carrying man in the sky. Yun Xian was also surprised and hurriedly asked, Uncle Ji, is that the legendary coffin-carrying man?
Guan Xian Yu also couldn't help curling her lips, seemingly never having thought that one day she would actually be able to see such a legendary character.
It should be.
Ji Yan's expression was very ugly, forming a stark contrast with the surrounding cultivator. This aura, this strength, only he can possess it. I never expected the coffin-carrying man to appear again. Yang Kai listened to the conversation of these people while also looking up at the coffin-carrying man in the sky, suddenly understanding why he had such a strange name.
That was because he was carrying a coffin on his back. It was a huge blood-red coffin. It was so strange that it made people's hair stand on end.
Waves of corpse-like aura were emitted from the coffin-carrying man.
As for the coffin-carrying man himself, he had a bear-like waist and a tiger-like back. His physique was several times larger than anyone Yang Kai had ever seen. He didn't seem to belong to a human, as he was more than 20 meters tall and his muscles were bulging. However, his body was covered with many pustules and sarcomas, giving him a terrifying appearance.
His face was ferocious and his mouth was wide open, revealing jagged fangs that were arranged irregularly as he panted heavily.
His movements were very sluggish, each step seeming to take a long time to prepare, but each of his steps seemed to contain a very profound aura, so even though his movements were sluggish, his speed was extremely fast. Yang Kai secretly observed the coffin-carrying man's steps, but after a few glances, he suddenly felt dizzy.
Ji Yan coldly shouted, "Don't try to comprehend his martial Tao. It's not something you can understand."
Yang Kai's heart clenched as he nodded lightly. Turning around, he quietly asked Yun Xian, "Is the coffin-carrying man very famous?" Yun Xian stared at him blankly for a moment before suddenly remembering that this person didn't seem to know much about the outside world. So she quickly explained carefully, "He is a legend. Basically, his name has spread throughout Tongxian realm. No one knows what his origins are or why he carries a blood-red coffin, but because of his appearance, the world calls him the coffin-carrying man. This is also the first time I've seen him, but I heard that every 10 years, the coffin-carrying man will appear in a different place, leaving his footprints all over the world. But if it's him, there's no need to worry too much."
"Why?"
Yang Kai asked suspiciously.
"Because although the coffin-carrying man's strength is tyrannical and his appearance is terrifying, he never takes action against others."
"Never takes action?"
Yang Kai was surprised. It's very strange. I don't know what kind of rules bind him, but no one has ever seen him take action.
Not only that, when the coffin-carrying man appears, it brings some unexpected benefits." "What kind of benefits?" Yang Kai's interest was piqued.
"The coffin-carrying man will randomly choose a place to rest, and when he stops if he is forced into a corner, he will throw out a lot of artifacts, martial skills, secret arts, pills, and so on.
These are all good things that Cultivator will compete for." Chapter 637. Outside Raging Flame City, the coffin-carrying man was slowly approaching, followed by several dozen masters. All of the cultivators in Raging Flame City were also waiting. Yang Kai listened to Yun Xian's description of the coffin-carrying man and asked curiously, "Why is he doing this?" "It's probably compensation."
Ji Yan interjected with a gloomy expression.
"Compensation? What kind of compensation?"
Yang Kai narrowed his eyes.
"Compensation for the damage he caused to the places he stopped by." Ji Yan took a deep breath, a look of worry and dread appearing on his face. "Every time the coffin-carrying man stops by, that place will become a barren wasteland. Within a radius of 100 kilometers, there won't be any signs of life for at least 10 years. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling aghast. Ji Yan rubbed his forehead. "I hope he's just passing by and doesn't want to stay in my Raging Flame City. If the coffin-carrying man stayed in Raging Flame City, everything within a 100-kilometer radius would be destroyed." Yang Kai finally understood why the nearby cultivator looked so excited while Ji Yan looked so worried. Because he was the city lord of Raging Flame City. Naturally, he didn't want the city he was guarding to be destroyed. As the three of them were talking, a voice suddenly called out. "He stopped, he stopped." Ji Yan's body trembled as his face went pale. What he was worried about had happened. He didn't know where this coffin-carrying man had come from, nor where he was going, but he had chosen to stop near Raging Flame City. Beside Ji Yan, the expressions of the bold independent Union disciples also changed greatly. "Uncle Ji," Yun Xian called out softly. Ji Yan's eyes were fixed on the coffin-carrying man's back, but he did not respond, a look of hesitation and struggle on his face. After a while he shouted, "You all return to the city and evacuate." Inform everyone to take their valuables and leave quickly. City Lord, if we're too late, it'll be too late. Go, I'll delay him for a while. Saying so, Ji Yan flew out and joined the several dozen people following behind the coffin-carrying man. Yun Xian also wore a bitter and helpless expression. Since the coffin-carrying man had stopped, it meant that in the near future, Raging Flame City would become a dead territory, a huge loss for bold independent Union. Yang Kai had been observing the strange man with the blood-red coffin on his back. Using his divine sense, he discovered that this person was covered in death qi and corpse qi. Moreover, judging from the countless sarcomas and pustules on his body, he should not have any life force left. In other words, he should have been dead a long time ago.
However, the enormous power hidden within his body was enough to make anyone tremble with fear. As Ji Yan flew towards the dozens of people, the coffin-carrying man's pair of terrifying bronze bell-like eyes looked down and seemed to be satisfied with the location. Then, just like that, he began to descend. Boom! The earth trembled violently and a series of spiderweb-like cracks quickly appeared on the ground. The coffin-carrying man fell to the ground and stood there quietly, motionless, his eyes closed, as if he was meditating. Many of the cultivators were eager to act, a look of greed appearing on their faces as they secretly condensed their true qi. However, due to the identity and status of the several dozen people following the coffin-carrying man, even if they were tempted, they didn't dare act rashly. Ji Yan had already met up with the dozens of people and seemed to know each other, greeting each other as they began discussing.
Who are those people? Yang Kai asked. They're all masters from nearby forces. Bright Thunder Spirit Religion Xueqi, a second-order transcendent, Profound Heaven Alliances Xueqi, a third-order transcendent, War Spirit Temples Yao Di, a third-order transcendent. Yun Xian motioned to these people with her eyes and explained the backgrounds of several of them. I don't know much about the others, but I'm sure they aren't unknown masters.
Yun Xian took a deep breath. They should have heard about the appearance of the coffin-carrying man and followed him here.
Are they also interested in the compensation offered by the coffin-carrying man? Yang Kai was stunned.
Several of these people were third-order transcendent masters, possessing extraordinary strength and status, so Yang Kai didn't think they would care about such trivial benefits.
They really aren't interested in the compensation offered by the coffin-carrying man. But the coffin-carrying man himself is a huge secret. Everyone wants to uncover his origins and mysteries, so what they're interested in is the coffin-carrying man himself. Yang Kai nodded lightly, somewhat understanding. Ji Yan was still discussing with these people, his attitude respectful.
Although he was the city lord of Raging Flame City under bold independent Union, he was only a first-order transcendent, so in front of these masters, he was still a little cautious.
After a long discussion, Xueqi of Profound Heaven Alliance nodded. Since that's the case, we'll wait an hour. City Lord Ji, please make good use of this time. War Spirit Temples Yao Di also laughed strangely. The heavens are kind, naturally we won't go too far. City Lord Ji, you may go. Many thanks. Ji Yan was extremely grateful, quickly flying back and rushing into the city to make arrangements. There were many cultivators in Raging Flame City, most of whom weren't very strong, so once something happened here, they wouldn't be able to escape in time. After explaining the pros and cons of the situation, those who were willing to leave immediately left. Those who weren't, Ji Yan couldn't do anything about it. Although he was the city lord, he couldn't order those who didn't belong to bold independent Union to do anything. An hour passed by quickly. With the coffin-carrying man at the center, the sky and the ground were surrounded by 3 layers of people. Everyone who stayed behind stared at the coffin-carrying man with burning eyes, as if he was a hot piece of meat in high demand. Ji Yan returned with a worried look on his face, but after glancing around at the situation, he could only sigh helplessly and shake his head. He had done everything he could, so those who remained here definitely wouldn't leave, so there was nothing Ji Yan could do. Sister Yun, don't stray too far from me. Although the coffin-carrying man won't attack anyone, as long as he appears, there will be great danger, Ji Yan said solemnly. Yun Xian nodded solemnly. Among the several dozen masters, Xueqi suddenly stepped forward and stared at the coffin-carrying man, loudly declaring, "You've probably all heard of the legend of the coffin-carrying man, right? Haha, today's opportunity is right in front of you, you can't miss it. If you want benefits, you can act now, this old master and the others will support you." This Xueqi of Profound Heaven Alliance had instigated the nearby martial practitioners to attack as soon as he came up. He obviously didn't have good intentions. Most people were well aware of this, but when they recalled the legends they had heard,
there were still people who couldn't hold themselves back and casually attacked with their own martial skills and secret treasures. More than a dozen streaks of light containing powerful attacks slammed into the coffin-carrying man who was meditating with his eyes closed. All of these attacks contained at least the full strength of an immortal ascension boundary master, but they were like pebbles sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace after hitting the coffin-carrying man. However, the coffin-carrying man didn't react in the slightest, withstanding all of these attacks with his body alone. His expression completely indifferent as he continued to meditate with his eyes closed. The dozen or so people who had attacked retreated a few steps, remaining vigilant for a long time, but seeing no reaction from the coffin-carrying man, they were overjoyed, knowing that the rumors were true. No matter how others attacked, the coffin-carrying man wouldn't attack. Soon, more and more attacks were launched, bombarding the abnormally large coffin-carrying man from all directions. Hong hong hong. A fierce roar resounded from the ground as a series of deep ravines tore open. The ground around the coffin-carrying man instantly shattered, the chaotic energy raging around him, creating an unimaginable destructive force. The coffin-carrying man still didn't move. All of the spectating cultivators took action, attacking with all their strength. Finally, the coffin-carrying man slowly opened his eyes, waves of air visible to the naked eye gushing out from his nostrils as he gasped for breath. As he did so, the surrounding air seemed to stagnate. Everyone who had attacked couldn't help slowing down their attacks, fearing that the coffin-carrying man would counterattack. What made them feel relieved though was that even though he was being attacked like this, the coffin-carrying man still didn't fight back, simply standing there, staring blankly at everything in front of him, as if he still didn't understand what was happening. Xueqi was stunned, only now realizing the true horror of the coffin-carrying man. Is he a Saint Realm Master? Xueqi turned to look at Yunxian. Yunxian nodded. Xueqi's eyes narrowed. A Saint Realm Master had actually fallen to such a state. Xueqi couldn't help wondering what kind of changes had happened to him in his life. Life was truly unpredictable. Why haven't those people attacked yet? Yuan Xian looked towards the group of people from Bright Thunder Spirit Religion and Profound Heaven Alliance and asked softly. They're waiting. Ji Yen sighed. The defense of a Saint Realm Master is something even they need a lot of strength to break through. Now that they have so many free helpers, they're naturally happy to be idle. However, they should be taking action soon. At that moment, the several dozen people who had followed the coffin-carrying man finally made a move. War Spirit Temple's Yao Di observed for a while before saying, "It's about time we put in some effort, otherwise when more and more people hear about this, things will become more difficult to handle." Good. Xueqi nodded lightly. The sooner we finish this, the sooner we can return. After following him for a month, these old bones are a little tired. Then let's do it. Xueqi also nodded in agreement. Since these three had reached a consensus, the others naturally didn't say anything else and summoned their artifacts one after another. A powerful aura suddenly burst forth as numerous artifacts and martial skills fell like stars towards the coffin-carrying man. Compared to the previous attacks of those idlers, these attacks were countless times more ferocious. Hong long long. The earth cracked and the mountains within a 100-kilometer radius began to shake violently. This kind of offensive finally caused the coffin-carrying man to react. Many wounds appeared on his body and the tumors and pustules on his body burst open in an instant, releasing a rich green gas from his body. As soon as this gas appeared, everyone felt the smell of death wash over them. Xiai wherever the dark green gas passed, the earth would become devoid of life. In an instant, it was dyed green. It was extremely shocking. Moreover, the speed at which this gas spread was extremely fast, like an explosion, expanding fiercely. Some of the cultivator who were relatively close didn't have time to dodge and were directly swallowed up by this gas, not even able to utter a sound before their bodies were reduced to a puddle of blood, not even bones remaining. Chapter 638. After the Transcendent Realm Masters attacked, in less than 3 breaths of time, more than a dozen cultivator failed to dodge and died on the spot. Moreover, as the intensity of these people's attacks increased, the green gas emitted from the coffin-carrying man's body also became more and more abundant. Screams rang out one after another. The cultivator who had just been filled with excitement and anticipation quickly used their movement skills to escape, crying and screaming as they fled. Ji Yen waved his hand and a pure yuan qi wrapped Xueqi and the others before quickly flying 1,000 meters into the air, coldly looking down and snorting,
Ignorant fools! Do you really think the coffin-carrying man won't be in danger if he doesn't attack? He obviously knew what would happen once the coffin-carrying man was attacked to a certain extent, but not everyone was aware of this. Xueqi, Xueqi, Yao Di, and the others didn't stop just because of the deaths of those cultivators. The life and death of those people had nothing to do with them. They continued to attack, and the extent to which the dark green gas spread out was getting bigger and bigger. Soon, with the coffin-carrying man at the center, a radius of several kilometers was filled with this green color. Yang Kai quickly realized the cruelty of this world. For these high and mighty masters, in order to achieve their goals, they did not care about the lives of others. More and more cultivator were swallowed up by the green gas and buried inside. Many others saw the situation turn bad and quickly retreated, flying high up into the sky like Ji Yan. The actions of the several dozen masters became even more violent, bombarding the coffin-carrying man indiscriminately. Will it be over soon? Xueqi muttered to himself as he continued to attack while staring at the coffin-carrying man below, a look of expectation on his face. It should be soon, Yao Di also nodded gently, secretly paying attention. Sure enough, the coffin-carrying man below seemed to have suffered too much damage and finally began to move. His two abnormally strong hands slowly raised up high and a thunderous voice came out from his mouth, slowly and deafeningly. Take it! Take it! It sounded like a helpless roar, but also like a muffled sob, causing everyone's heart to tremble. All of a sudden, mysterious runes and patterns of formations appeared in the sky. These runes were profound and mysterious, and no one could understand what they meant. However, as soon as these runes appeared, the eyes of these transcendent realm masters flashed as they stared fixedly at them, seemingly wanting to imprint the structure of these runes into their minds so they could study them later. Then the runes flickered, and a burst of energy burst out from the void. Many strange secret treasures, pills, cultivation methods, and martial skills appeared out of thin air. These secret treasures, pills, secret arts, and martial skills emerged from the runes and shot out in all directions. Seeing this scene, those cultivator who were busy running for their lives were greatly invigorated. They hurriedly performed their movement techniques and chased after one of the beams of light. This was the coffin-carrying man's compensation for the destruction of his base. Although no one knew where he had summoned these treasures, many of them were of decent quality. Several of these beams of light flew towards the direction of Yang Kai and the others, causing the disciples of Bold Independent Union to stare at Ji Yan eagerly. Ji Yan didn't say a word and just gently nodded. The disciples of Bold Independent Union wore overjoyed expressions and also flew out, wanting to intercept these beams of light and see if they could obtain some kind of benefit. Yang Kai simply watched indifferently, not showing any intention of snatching these treasures, but Wan Xian Yu and Yun Xian were both somewhat eager to try. In front of these rare treasures, few people could remain indifferent, so it was only natural for them to be tempted. Soon, the treasures summoned by the coffin-carrying man were all snatched up, but under the fierce attacks of the transcendent realm masters, he waved his hand again and called out the same two words, continuing to summon more treasures. Just like before, many beams of light shot towards them. This time, Yun Xian didn't hold back and jumped out of Ji Yan's protective range, rushing towards one of the beams of light. Yang Kai helplessly shook his head, releasing his divine sense and condensing his strength to intercept this beam of light for them. Soon, the two women caught the unknown treasure in their hands and flew back with joy on their faces. What did you get? Yang Kai asked with a smile. It seems to be a secret art, but I don't know if it's useful. Yun Xian waved the thing in her hand. Many of the things the coffin-carrying man brings out are damaged and useless. Is there such a thing? Yang Kai was stunned. It seems that the things he brings out are quite old. Yun Xian smiled lightly. As the two were talking, Yang Kai suddenly felt that something wasn't quite right. Frowning, Yang Kai stared down and couldn't help feeling his heart clench. He found that the coffin-carrying man was actually staring straight at him from inside the green fog, his pair of confused eyes flashing with excitement. Everyone noticed the abnormality of the coffin-carrying man Xueqi, Xueqi, Yao Di, and the others also stopped what they were doing and followed the coffin-carrying man's gaze, looking towards Yang Kai suspiciously. Brother Zhou, what does this mean? Xueqi frowned and asked, why is he staring at that little brat from Bold Independent Union? This old master doesn't know. Is there something special about him? Zhou Xing released his divine sense and swept Yang Kai over, shaking his head in confusion. He couldn't find anything special about Yang Kai. Up in the sky, the people around Yang Kai also realized that something was wrong. Yun Xian quietly asked, Yang Kai, is he looking at you? Probably. Yang Kai nodded, but for some reason he couldn't help feeling his blood run cold. Being stared at by a Saint Realm master whose mind was unclear and whose origins were unknown, no one would feel at ease. Yang Kai was also very confused. He didn't know why he was being stared at by the coffin-carrying man. From beginning to end, he had only used a little bit of his spiritual energy just now. Found him. The coffin-carrying man still spoke in a slow and steady tone. As he spoke, his big mouth cracked open, revealing a row of jagged teeth, as if he was laughing, silently and frighteningly. In the next moment, the coffin-carrying man's aura suddenly changed as he slowly crouched down and bent his legs. What is he doing? Someone exclaimed. In the legends, the coffin-carrying man had never done such a thing, so today's sudden change made everyone confused. Get away from me! Yang Kai paled. The moment the coffin-carrying man moved, he felt a sense of crisis, as if he had been locked onto, so he quickly shouted and used his movement skill to escape. The coffin-carrying man also leapt up from the ground like an arrow from a bow, his speed so fast that Xueqi and the others couldn't see him clearly. In the blink of an eye, the coffin-carrying man caught up to the fleeing Yang Kai and grinned fiercely, lifting the blood-red coffin on his back and aiming it at him. Suddenly, an extremely strong suction force emerged from the blood coffin, pulling Yang Kai's body into it. Yang Kai's face went ashen. Even if he used all his strength, he couldn't resist the power of the blood-red coffin. Before he could even think about it, Yang Kai felt his vision darken as he was sucked into the blood-red coffin. Hong star. The coffin-carrying man closed the blood-red coffin and carried it on his back again, not even glancing at the others as he transformed into a green light and disappeared into the horizon. From the time the coffin-carrying man took Yang Kai away, only 3 breaths had passed. Before Xueqi and the others could even react, the coffin-carrying man had disappeared. Everyone was rooted to the spot. After a long time, Yun Xian screamed and used her movement skill to chase after him. Ruan Xianyu grabbed her and shouted, What are you doing? Yang Kai, I know he's been caught, but can you catch up? Ruan Xianyu shouted. Yun Xian quickly turned her head and stared at Ji Yan sadly. Uncle Ji. Ji Yan slowly shook his head. On the other side, the several dozen masters were also bewildered by this scene. After a long time, Xueqi asked, Everyone, have you heard the rumor that the coffin-carrying man has captured anyone? Most people shook their heads, indicating that they had never heard of such a thing, but Yao Di thoughtfully said, I heard that when the coffin-carrying man appeared 10 years ago, he also captured someone. Was there such a thing? Xueqi raised his brow. Who did he capture? I don't know who it was. I've only heard rumors. That's strange. Xueqi was confused, staring in the direction the coffin-carrying man disappeared and asking, What's so special about that little brat from Bold Independent Union? We'll have to ask the people from Bold Independent Union. Xueqi glanced over at Ji Yan. After thinking about it for a while, everyone rushed over to Ji Yan's side and began asking about Yang Kai. Ji Yan also knew nothing about Yang Kai. Although he was in a bad mood because of the destruction of Raging Flame City, he didn't dare offend any of these people, so he could only turn his eyes to Yun Xian. Yun Xian had a dazed look on her face and couldn't ask anything. Ruan Xianyu also didn't know much about Yang Kai, so naturally she couldn't provide an answer. This group of people was extremely confused. Seniors, the coffin-carrying man took him away. What will happen to him? Yun Xian suddenly asked. Xueqi slowly shook his head. I don't know after all. This is the first time I've seen him. Xueqi hesitated for a moment before saying, however, although the coffin-carrying man won't attack anyone, staying near him is still very dangerous. The death chi and poison aura in his body is something even an ordinary transcendent can't resist, let alone an immortal ascension boundary cultivator. I'm afraid that little brat's fate is grim. Yun Xian's face paled. What's your relationship with him? Yao Di stared at Yun Xian with scorching eyes. I'm just friends with him. Yun Xian's expression was miserable. Thinking that Yang Kai was likely to die like this, she couldn't help bursting into tears. Everyone, if it's convenient, why don't you come to my bold independent city? We can discuss what happened this time in detail. Ji Yan thought about it for a moment before extending an invitation. Now that Raging Flame City had been destroyed, he had to return to Bold Independent City to report it, and these people were all masters from various great forces, so if he could use this opportunity to form a good relationship with them, it would be beneficial in the future. Coincidentally, everyone also wanted to understand the secrets of Yang Kai, so after a brief discussion, they all agreed and followed Ji Yan to bold independent city. Chapter 639. Amidst the endless darkness, Yang Kai slowly woke up. Recalling the scene he had just encountered, Yang Kai's expression changed and he quickly released his divine sense to investigate his surroundings, trying to figure out where he was now. However, his divine sense was only able to extend a few dozen meters before it was blocked by an invisible force. The place where he was now seemed to have a layer of enchantment that was imprisoning him. Reluctantly withdrawing his divine sense, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. An orange-yellow light entered his vision, and he found that he was now imprisoned in a stone room. All around him were cold stone walls. At the top, there was a piece of stone the size of a goose egg that exuded a soft light, allowing his vision to remain unrestricted. Sitting down cross-legged and circulating his secret art, Yang Kai was surprised to find that he was unharmed. Not only was he unharmed, but his yuan qi also showed no signs of being imprisoned, causing him to relax. He knew that he had been captured by the coffin-carrying man, but this legendary Saint Grademaster had not done anything to harm him, which made Yang Kai somewhat confused. Of so many people, why did the coffin-carrying man only target him? From beginning to end, Yang Kai had only used his divine sense once in front of everyone. Frowning and thinking about it, Yang Kai had some speculations in his heart, but he did not know if his speculations were correct. Sitting on the ground, Yang Kai adjusted his breathing while waiting quietly. He knew that since the coffin-carrying man did not imprison him or make things difficult for him, only capturing him, he must have some ulterior motive, and he would definitely appear again. Before he knew what the situation was, Yang Kai did not act rashly and chose to wait. Time passed slowly, and after a long time, a rustling sound came from afar. Yang Kai's eyes flew open as they glowed brightly. Coffin Slave Senior seems to have sent another person in. It is said that this guy is very young. I wonder if he has any ability. Who cares? I don't have any expectations. If he doesn't have any ability, once the 10-year time limit is up, he will die here. It has nothing to do with us. Yes, but Master Li seems to want to fulfill her ancestors' long-cherished wish. In comparison, Master Pai is more open-minded. Actually, there's nothing bad about staying here. Shoo, don't say too much. The walls have ears. If someone hears you, you'll be in trouble. The voices of the two men clearly entered Yang Kai's ears, causing his expression to become somewhat strange. He had thought that it would be the coffin-carrying man, but now it seemed that this was not the case. Not long after, a soft creaking sound came from the sealed stone room, and a stone door opened. Two men, one tall and one short, stood at the door, staring at Yang Kai with cold eyes. Sensing their auras, Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He realized that the aura of these two people was very different from the auras he had encountered before. It was a little cold, sinister, and ruthless. Specifically, it was somewhat similar to the aura of the old demon, which was the same as his own aura after becoming the demon race. However, whether it was compared to the old demon or himself, their auras were very faint. Demonic chi? Yang Kai was surprised. Looking at their appearances, they seemed to be somewhat different from ordinary people. They had aquiline noses, long and narrow eyes. At a glance, one could tell that they were treacherous and sinister people. And on their faces, there were a few colorful patterns. Seeing these patterns, Yang Kai's expression became even stranger. Because if he became the demon race, his entire body, except for his face, would be covered by these patterns. Yang Kai clearly knew that these patterns contained a great amount of energy. Although he was thinking, his expression did not change. Yang Kai only quietly looked at the two men. Awake. The taller man chuckled. Since you're awake, stand up and come with us. Master wants to see you. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled, but he didn't say anything. These two men, one tall and one short, were probably only a mortal ascension boundary 4th or 5th stage cultivators. With Yang Kai's current state, if he wanted to kill them, it wouldn't take him much effort. But before he understood the current situation, Yang Kai didn't intend to act. The division of labor between the two men was also very clear, one in front and one behind, sandwiching Yang Kai in the middle, from time to time glancing at him vigilantly. As they walked out, Yang Kai secretly observed his surroundings. Outside the stone room, he entered a long corridor that led up many stairs. It seemed that he had been imprisoned underground before. After walking for a long time, Yang Kai finally reached the top of the stairs and set foot on solid ground. When the light hit him, Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked up. His expression couldn't help but become startled because he found that the scene in front of him was somewhat familiar. Day and night were indistinguishable, the sun and moon were dim, the world was chaotic. Yang Kai couldn't help stopping. In his life, he had been to such a place twice before. The first time was in the Heaven's Cave inheritance near High Heaven Pavilion, and the second time was when he followed Ling Tai Su into the isolated world in Netherworld Mountain. Both times, the space he entered was very similar to the one in front of him. At this moment, Yang Kai thought that he had returned to the Heaven's Cave inheritance or the isolated world in Netherworld Mountain, causing him to become slightly absent-minded. "Why did you stop? Hurry up!" The man behind him shouted, a little impatient. Yang Kai frowned and quickly recovered. Turning his head and looking around, he suddenly found that there were many men and women nearby, all of them curiously looking at him, pointing at him and whispering to each other. These men and women, no matter who they were, all of their exposed skin more or less had patterns of different colors covering them. Who are these people? Yang Kai wondered. Not getting angry, following the man's shout, Yang Kai once again stepped forward, but this time he was even more curious about the crowd around him. Soon, the two men, one tall and one short, entered a spacious hall. Outside the hall, Yang Kai keenly discovered that the architectural style here was somewhat different from what he had seen before. It seemed to be even more arrogant than what he had seen before. Inside the hall, there were also huge pillars with many ferocious carvings on them. In the center of the hall, there was a beautiful woman in a palace robe sitting there with a dignified bearing. Her aura was calm and her delicate body seemed to contain a kind of power that made Yang Kai's heart tremble. Below her, there were more people standing in 2 rows, quietly waiting for something. When they saw Yang Kai walk in, everyone's eyes couldn't help but light up, and the beautiful woman's eyes flashed with expectation. Yang Kai secretly shook his head, puzzled. He did not see the coffin-carrying man here, which was very different from what he had expected. He had thought that the master mentioned by the 2 men who had escorted him here was the coffin-carrying man, but he had never imagined that it would be such a mature and dignified woman. Moreover, Yang Kai did not find any traces of lines on the bodies of the people in the hall. Standing next to the beautiful woman was a delicate and pretty young girl, wearing a light yellow dress, looking very beautiful. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, a pair of deep sapphire-like eyes stared at him and said to the beautiful woman beside her, "Master, this is the person that Coffin Slave Senior sent in this time." The beautiful woman gently nodded and opened her mouth. "I've troubled him again. Was Coffin Slave Senior injured this time?" Her voice was extremely gentle and pleasing to the ear. Just like her dignified appearance, she seemed to have a tranquil personality. The young girl shook her head. "It's just some superficial wounds. Those humans are too hateful." It was not convenient for Coffin Slave Senior to act, so they kept attacking. If not for that, with the strength of those people, Coffin Slave Senior could have easily killed them all. "Ha, it was us who dragged Coffin Slave Senior down." The beautiful woman sighed slightly. The people around her also kept shaking their heads, their expressions pained. The beautiful woman restrained her expression and stared at Yang Kai, asking, "Human, what is your name?" Yang Kai frowned, although he did not understand what had happened to him. Through his observations and the few words he had just heard, Yang Kai quickly realized who these people were. Narrowing his eyes, he hesitantly asked, "Demon race?" Only those from the demon race and the monster race would call themselves human. Moreover, these people all had demonic qi in their bodies, an energy that was not the same as Yuan qi. The beautiful woman's pretty face flashed a trace of surprise, as if she had not expected that the person who had been sent here this time would be able to see through their identity at a glance and not show the slightest panic. Coffin Slave Senior had sent some people here before, but most of them had knelt down and begged for mercy, some even crying, some even rebelling, but none of them had been as calm as this young man in front of her. "You really are from the demon race." Yang Kai observed their expressions and became more and more certain of his guess. "Is this the demon land? Why did you capture me? What are your intentions?" "Impudent!" The beautiful young girl could not help but shout, glaring at Yang Kai. "Answer my master's question properly. Don't ask any unnecessary questions. If you dare speak any more nonsense, I'll pull out your tongue." Yang Kai just chuckled. "What are you laughing at?" The young girl became even angrier, gnashing her teeth as she glared at Yang Kai. "Do you think I'm trying to scare you?" And Yang Kai nodded gently. Enough. The beautiful woman stopped the young girl's nonsense and looked towards Yang Kai with interest. You're not afraid at all. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. Why do you think Guan is trying to scare you? It's obvious. Yang Kai curled his lips. Because when you captured me, not only did you not harm me, you also did not imprison my Yuan Qi and divine sense. When I arrived here, many of you showed expectant looks. I don't know what you were expecting, but I'm sure you had something to ask of me, and since you had something to ask of me, you wouldn't hurt me. Inside the hall, many people suddenly laughed meaningfully. The beautiful young girl Guan also couldn't help opening her mouth wide as she stared at Yang Kai stupidly. The beautiful woman stood up and smiled. It said that humans are shrewd and cunning. It seems they really do live up to their reputation. It was hard to tell whether these words were meant as ridicule or sarcasm, but Yang Kai felt quite uncomfortable hearing them. Chapter 640. The beautiful woman's words sounded like praise, but in fact they were filled with sarcasm. Yang Kai simply smiled and said, "The cunning and cunning of humans is the same as the cruelty and cruelty of your demon race, famous throughout the world. You really are bold." The beautiful woman smiled helplessly. "Forget it. I won't argue with you about this. It's always easier to deal with smart people than with idiots. And, since you're so smart, why don't you guess what kind of help we have for you?" "That I don't know. I was also thinking about it." Yang Kai shook his head. "I don't know what you see in me that even allowed a saint master to capture me and bring me here. If it's convenient, can you reveal a thing or two?" Seeing him speak so confidently and with such a relaxed expression, the beautiful woman became more and more interested. Staring deeply at Yang Kai for a while, the beautiful woman sat back in her seat and nodded gently. Below her, another woman with a cold temperament like an ice mountain suddenly said, "Your soul strength is different from ordinary people. This is why we like you." Sure enough, Yang Kai smiled bitterly. He had already guessed this before. Because he had quietly used his spiritual energy to attract the attention of the coffin-carrying man. Before this, he had been safe and sound. "Do you have a conflagrated knowledge, see?" Another old man with white hair asked. "If you didn't have a conflagrated knowledge, see, it would have been impossible for Coffin Slave Senior to send you here." With things having gotten to this point, denying it was useless, so Yang Kai calmly nodded. "Yes, I do have a conflagrated knowledge, see." Seeing him admit it, everyone was shocked. The beautiful woman looked at Yang Kai expectantly and hesitantly asked, "Can you display your full spiritual energy and let us see what you're capable of?" Yang Kai frowned and thought for a while before nodding. "Yes, but I have many doubts. I can answer them all for you." The beautiful woman nodded seriously. "Deal." Yang Kai grinned and immediately released his spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, the entire hall became steaming hot, and a temperature as hot as magma swept out. The beautiful woman's expression changed, seemingly not having expected Yang Kai's spiritual energy to be so powerful. Quickly wrapping the delicate young woman in front of her to prevent her from being affected, the cold woman and the old man also used their own methods to protect their clansmen below the transcendent realm. The eruption of power only lasted for a moment before Yang Kai withdrew his spiritual consciousness. The beautiful woman, the cold woman, and the old man stared at him in a daze. The three pairs of eyes flashed with excitement, as if they had found a treasure. "I didn't expect your divine sense to be so powerful. You must have encountered some extraordinary opportunities, right?" The beautiful woman speculated. An immortal ascension boundary 7th stage youth, under normal circumstances, it was impossible for him to possess a spiritual energy that surpassed an immortal ascension boundary master. Only a series of opportunities and good fortune could allow him to achieve what he had today. "That's my problem." Yang Kai smiled. "Can you answer my question now?" The beautiful woman smiled slyly. "I can only tell you that we have no malice towards you. Not only do we have no malice towards you, we'll even train you." Yang Kai froze for a moment before angrily shouting, "You lied to me?" The beautiful woman pursed her lips and smiled. "Mutual deception, this is a trick I learned from you humans. I'll remember you." Yang Kai no longer said anything and simply stared at the beautiful woman coldly. Just as they were talking though, a rather violent aura suddenly appeared from outside the hall and rapidly approached. Everyone in the hall frowned, and a helpless expression appeared on the beautiful woman's face, as if she was afraid of the person who had just arrived. Soon,
A burly man wearing only a pair of leather trousers walked into the hall. His expression was ferocious and a thick malevolent aura flowed from his brow. After entering the hall, he glanced over at Xueqi and coldly snorted, pointing his finger at him and asking, "Is this the human coffin slave senior sent here this time? He looks even weaker than the last one. What can such a person accomplish?" "Chu Jian, don't act presumptuously," the old man shouted angrily. The man named Chu Jian gloomily glanced at the old man before kneeling on the ground and cupping his fists towards the beautiful woman sitting at the head of the hall. "Greetings, Master Li." The beautiful woman nodded lightly, her expression changing slightly as she said, "Get up and take a seat." "No need to trouble yourself." Chu Jian waved his hand. "I just heard that Coffin Slave Senior sent another human here, so I came here specifically to see what he's capable of. Now that I've seen him, I'm really disappointed. Master Li, such a young boy, it would be better to just kill him and end all troubles, lest my people wait for 10 years in vain." Sometimes, the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. After suffering so many losses, Master Li, don't tell me you haven't learned your lesson? Chu Jian, you're getting more and more out of hand. Have you forgotten the rules set down by our ancestors? The old man angrily shouted, secretly condensing his strength. Chu Jian sneered, his aura becoming more and more dangerous. "I'm just telling the truth. The fate of my clan should not be placed in the hands of a human boy of unknown origin. Even without borrowing his strength, I, Chu Jian, will lead my people to break out of this cage." "Master Li, what do you say?" The beautiful woman's heart palpitated slightly, but she still managed to force a smile and said, "Master Chu Jian, for you to think so, it is a blessing for our people." "Then we will wait and see. We have high expectations for Master Chu Jian. I hope you will be able to fulfill the long-cherished wish of our ancestors as soon as possible." Chu Jian grinned meaningfully, glancing over at Xueqi and coldly saying, "Human brat, be careful in the future. This place is not like the outside world. There may be some kind of danger that can take your life. Farewell." Saying so, he hurriedly left. Everyone in the hall had ugly expressions on their faces. Xueqi's eyes darted around, quickly noticing some unusual information. It seemed that because of the visit of this man named Chu Jian, the people in the hall had lost interest in continuing their conversation. The beautiful woman waved her hand and said, "Guan take him to rest." "Yes." The beautiful young woman nodded and stepped down from the beautiful woman's side, beckoning to Xueqi. "Come with me." Xueqi didn't say a word and followed her. After Xueqi left, the old man in the hall sighed. "Master Li, Chu Jian is becoming more and more unreasonable. Shouldn't we take action? If he continues to live, this land will never be stable." The beautiful woman hesitated and didn't answer. The cold woman also said, "Master, the more benevolent you are to a person like Chu Jian, the more he will think you are weak. It's time to teach him a lesson." "I'll think about it carefully." The beautiful woman smiled bitterly. "My clan doesn't have many people left. If we really want to deal with Chu Jian, I'm afraid you should go back for now. Once I've thought things through, I'll send someone to inform you." The cold woman and the old man gently nodded, knowing that this beautiful woman couldn't bear to see her clan suffer any losses due to internal strife, causing them to hate Chu Jian even more. Over the years, as Chu Jian's strength and cultivation grew, he seemed to have developed some stupid ambitions that he shouldn't have. Xueqi followed the beautiful young woman named Guan as they walked through the stone city. From time to time, they would encounter one or two demons, but Guan kept muttering in front of them, seemingly cursing them. Xueqi suddenly said, "That man named Chu Jian doesn't seem to put your master in his eyes, does he?" "That beast." Guan immediately became angry. "He thinks he's so great, but in fact, he's just a wolf with wild ambitions, trying to dominate this land. If it weren't for master's benevolence, Chu Jian would have died who knows how many times already." Sometimes a woman's benevolence can be a bad thing. Xueqi nodded in agreement. "You're not allowed to speak ill of master. Master is the most gentle woman." Guan turned around and glared at Xueqi. "I won't." Xueqi raised his hand. "But can you tell me where this place is? Why did you bring me here and what do you want me to do?" Guan pursed her lips and giggled. "Before master tells you, I won't speak carelessly. Although you humans are cunning and insidious, I'm not a 3-year-old child. If you want to trick me, do you think I can't see through your ploy?" Xueqi curled his lips disdainfully. "But you can rest assured, we really won't harm you. On the contrary, as master said, we will train you.
If you can achieve my master's wish, you will receive many benefits. Train me? Train me for what? Yang Kai asked. What do you want to do with my conflagrated knowledge? See. Guan didn't say anything more. No matter how Yang Kai asked, she remained silent and secretive. A short time later Guan led Yang Kai to a stone room and said, Go in, this will be your residence from now on. You don't need to worry about anything. We will prepare everything for you. And, although no one is monitoring you, don't try to escape. You won't be able to escape, the space here has been sealed. You should have noticed this already. Yang Kai glared at her angrily. Guan pursed her lips and smiled. It's useless to look at me like that, I'm just following orders. Good. I'll come see you tomorrow. Saying so, she pushed Yang Kai into the stone room, closed the door, and left. After she left, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and tried opening the stone door, finding that it could be opened at will and that no one was monitoring him from outside. However, in such a sealed space, in such an unfamiliar place, Yang Kai didn't have any thoughts of escaping. He was certain that no matter where he fled, that beautiful woman would be able to easily catch him and bring him back. Since he was already here, Yang Kai quickly adjusted his mentality, closed the stone door, and began to look around his residence. What entered his eyes was actually a very spacious room, occupying a larger area than the hall he had just entered. Moreover, this room was filled with a faint medicinal fragrance. In one corner of the room, there were many large and small medicinal cauldrons. The large ones were the size of water tanks while the small ones were only the size of a palm. On the ground, there were remnants of failed pill refinements everywhere. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. This room seemed to be the residence of an alchemist. Shuttling through these medicinal cauldrons for a while, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that these medicinal cauldrons had all been used before. Obviously, someone had used these medicinal cauldrons to refine pills. In another corner, Yang Kai found a long table with a lot of ancient books piled up on it. Chapter 641. Time passed by, and soon a month had passed. One day, a month later, in the huge stone room where Yang Kai lived, the delicate and pretty young girl Guan stood a few thousand feet away, bored to death as she watched Yang Kai, who was burying his head in front of a long table and thirsting for knowledge. On the long table, there were originally several hundred ancient books piled up, but after a month, Yang Kai had basically finished reading them all. To his left were the ancient books he had already checked, while to his right were the ones he hadn't had time to read, leaving only a few. The precious knowledge contained in these ancient books had been deeply engraved in Yang Kai's mind. The young girl Guan let out a soft sigh, secretly feeling quite surprised. Since this human boy had arrived here a month ago, he had been quite calm. During this time, he hadn't even left the stone room and had instead spent all his time in the stone room reading these ancient books, as if he was intoxicated. Suddenly, the space around her distorted and a faint energy fluctuation spread out. Guan-er's face lit up and she immediately became respectful. Soon, from the distorted space, a mature and dignified figure of a beautiful woman gradually condensed. It was naturally Master Li. Greetings, Master. Guan-er quickly bowed. Master Li gently nodded, glancing over at Yang Kai in the distance and smiling, asking, how was his performance? Very interesting. Guan-er covered her mouth. He was very different from the humans who had come here before. Tell me about it. Master Li became interested. He seems to have been studying the ancient books left behind by those alchemists and hasn't gone out at all. He's not anxious at all, as if he were in his own home. Hee, Master. Don't you think this boy is a bit stupid? Master Li stared deeply at Yang Kai for a moment before slowly shaking her head. Her brow furrowed slightly, but suddenly her eyes lit up. He's not stupid, but looking at his performance, he seems to be interested in embarking on the path of alchemy, saving me the trouble of lecturing him. Come with me, since his performance is good, it's time to tell him something. Yes. Guan-er quickly responded. The two women, one big and one small, strolled towards Yang Kai and soon came to his side. Yang Kai was indifferent. He sat on the only chair and was still immersed in the ancient book in front of him. Guan-er lightly coughed and called out, outsiders. Wait a moment. Yang Kai didn't even lift his eyelids as he responded indifferently. Guan-er was stunned for a moment before suddenly feeling a little displeased. Li, Master has come to see you. Why don't you hurry up and greet him?
Yang Kai took a light breath and glanced at her. Then he lowered his eyes and continued to focus on the book in front of him, ignoring her. Guan couldn't help feeling annoyed and was just about to reprimand her when Master Li raised her small hand and motioned for her not to say anything, simply standing there with a smile on her face and waiting quietly. Guan ground her teeth for a moment, silently cursing this outsider in her heart for putting on such an act. She didn't know what he was trying to do, but she secretly swore to herself that she would teach him a lesson. Time passed quickly and Master Li and Guan waited beside Yang Kai for half a day before Yang Kai finally closed the last ancient book in front of him and took a deep breath. "Are you done?" Only now did Lady Li ask in a soft voice.
Yang Kai nodded lightly. "How did it feel?"
"Some gains,"
Yang Kai replied.
Master Li's beautiful eyes lit up. "You really do have some foundation as an alchemist." Without a foundation as an alchemist, it was impossible to understand these ancient books. Yang Kai grinned. "You've also captured a lot of people with conflagrated knowledge seas, imprisoned them here, and trained them to become alchemists.
Now I understand what you want me to do."
Over the past month, Yang Kai had read all of these ancient books. These ancient books were all left behind by their predecessors. Many of them contained the experiences and insights of alchemists they had collected, but there were also some records left behind by people who had suffered the same fate as Yang Kai. All of them had been captured by the coffin-carrying man and, with the support and training of the owner of this place, had strived to become alchemy grandmasters. Unfortunately, none of them could meet the requirements of the coffin-carrying man and eventually disappeared. A month's time was enough for Yang Kai to understand their intentions and his situation, allowing him to calm down a lot. As long as these people had something to ask of him, he wouldn't be in any danger and would instead benefit from it.
"Yes.
We've captured a lot of cultivator with conflagrated knowledge seas and are committed to training them into outstanding alchemists," Master Li admitted frankly.
"Why? What kind of problem do you have that only alchemists can solve?"
Yang Kai raised his brow. "Refining pills?" Master Li stared at him in surprise for a long time before nodding lightly. "Yes, refining pills. However, that kind of pill is not something any alchemist can refine. Only alchemists with conflagrated knowledge seas are capable of doing so, which is why you were captured and brought here."
"Let's hear it. It just so happens that I also want to become an alchemist. If your conditions are suitable, I don't mind helping you."
Yang Kai looked at her calmly.
"Shameless boasting."
Guan spat disdainfully. Although cultivator with conflagrated knowledge seas are extremely rare, over the past countless years, Coffin Slave Senior has captured more than a dozen people and each of them is an outstanding person. Why do you think you can accomplish what they failed to do?
"That's my problem. You don't need to worry about it. What's more, you really want me to succeed, don't you?"
Yang Kai smiled lightly. "And we really want you to succeed and lift the shackles that have kept us here for so many years so we can go out and see the outside world." Master Li gently nodded, a look of expectation flashing across her beautiful eyes. "Allow me to introduce myself. Our ancestors were demon apprentices who served the great demon god. Many years ago, our ancestors were sealed by the great demon god in this mysterious small world for some reason, and were unable to leave it for the rest of their lives."
"Great demon god, mysterious small world?"
Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. "The great demon god is the supreme existence of the demon race, the master of our ancestors." Master Li explained respectfully. "As for the mysterious small world, it is the space we are currently in. Legend has it that in ancient times, when some powerful masters fought, they would often tear space apart, creating a sealed space like this one. This is the mysterious small world."
"You should have heard some information about this, right?"
"I've heard of it, but I didn't know it was called a mysterious small world," Yang Kai nodded. "In other words, the Heaven's Cave Inheritance and the isolated world in Nether Mountain were both mysterious small worlds." Suddenly realizing something was wrong, Yang Kai smiled strangely. "Since the great demon god is the master of your ancestors, why seal them here?" Master Li smiled bitterly and shook her head. "Although there are some vague records in the ancient books, they are not comprehensive. Countless years have passed, so the reason for this is no longer possible. Our greatest wish now is to escape from this mysterious small world. However, because of our physique problems, we cannot survive in the outside world, so we need a kind of pill to solve the defects in our bodies."
"This kind of pill is what you need to refine."
"I understand," Yang Kai nodded, then asked, "What about the coffin-carrying man? He should be one of your people. Why is he able to move around outside and carry a blood coffin on his back?" Master Li's expression became a little sad as she explained softly.
You should be talking about Coffin Slave Senior. In fact, he is already dead, but using a special method to maintain a certain level of consciousness, he travels outside all year round in order to find a cultivator with a conflagrated knowledge sea. Moreover, we don't know which era he was from, but in the memories of the oldest of us here, he has always existed. The blood coffin behind him is the mysterious small world that seals us. It can be said that Coffin Slave Senior carries the fate and lives of thousands of us here. Then if someone were to steal the blood coffin on his back and destroy it? Yang Kai suddenly had a terrible idea. This place will collapse and we will all be killed by the force of the void. Master Li explained in a deep voice. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before shivering. Your fate is not in your own hands at all. You are the same now. Master Li smiled slightly. So in order to leave this place as soon as possible, you must work hard. I hope you are indeed different from the others and can satisfy our wishes. Pausing for a moment, she asked, Right, what grade of alchemist are you now, and what grade of pills can you refine? Yang Kai lightly coughed. I can barely refine earth-grade pills. The young girl Guan couldn't help covering her mouth while Master Li also stared at Yang Kai incredulously. Listening to him speak with such confidence and calmness, the two women had thought he was a skilled alchemist, but now it seemed that this was not the case at all. This outsider was clearly just beginning to learn the alchemic way, so they couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Yang Kai chuckled lightly. One of my teachers taught me that alchemy cannot be practiced until one enters the immortal ascension boundary. I have only recently begun to study it. Then how long will it take you to become a saint-grade alchemist? Guan asked in amazement. If you don't become a saint-grade alchemist, you won't be able to refine that kind of pill. It won't be long. Yang Kai grinned confidently. I hope what you say is true. You'd better achieve this goal within 10 years. If you can't do so within 10 years, you will die. Master Li said solemnly, It's not that we want to kill you, but you can also feel it. This place is filled with a very rich demonic qi that is incompatible with your human yuan qi. Once you stay here for a long time, you will be affected by this demonic qi. At that time, your mind will become muddled and you will become completely useless. All of the people Coffin Slave Senior captured before suffered the same fate, so we had no choice but to kill them all. You can rest assured, even if I stay here for 100 years, the demonic qi here won't affect me, Yang Kai sneered. Not only would it not affect him, his unyielding golden skeleton would actually like the energy here. You talk big. Guan looked at Yang Kai contemptuously. You humans have always liked to talk big, our demon race is much more realistic. Chapter 642. Inside a huge stone room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged in front of a medicinal cauldron about the size of a water tank. Using his yuan qi, Yang Kai concentrated on carving a simple spirit array inside the medicinal cauldron. After a while, the spirit array took shape and Yang Kai began placing herbs into the medicinal cauldron in an orderly manner, wrapping them in his yuan qi to melt them and refine their medicinal efficacies. Soon, all the herbs were melted into a medicinal liquid and gathered together. Under the dual effects of the spirit array and Yang Kai's yuan qi, subtle changes began to take place. A faint medicinal fragrance wafted out from the medicinal cauldron, causing Yang Kai to become more and more focused. After a long time, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and shook his hand, releasing his yuan qi. A round blue-yellow pill flew out from the medicinal cauldron and was caught by Yang Kai. The pill was still a little warm, so after taking a whiff of its fragrance, Yang Kai gently nodded his head in approval. Earth-grade high rank. With his current experience and methods, he could easily refine Earth-grade high-rank pills. Placing the refined pills into a nearby jade bottle, Yang Kai closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing slightly, and began to refine pills again. The stone room he lived in was filled with a large number of herbs, all of which were provided by the people from the demon race. As long as Yang Kai concentrated on alchemy, he didn't need to worry about the source of materials. As such, he didn't show the slightest impatience. Even though he had been captured by the coffin-carrying man and the beautiful woman had made it sound very serious, Yang Kai still felt somewhat at ease. Before this, he had been thinking about studying the alchemic way, but due to a lack of funds, he hadn't been able to buy enough herbs, so he had only been able to practice in Bold Independent City for 10 days. Now that he had such good conditions, which were equivalent to the benefits the demon race had offered him, he naturally wasn't in a hurry to leave. What's more, even if he wanted to, he couldn't.
Yang Kai knew that the beautiful woman he had met before, the cold woman, the old man, Chu Jian, and the others were all Saint Realm masters. In front of such a powerhouse, Yang Kai would not ask for trouble. Calmly performing alchemy and improving his alchemy technique, Yang Kai not only found pleasure in alchemy but also used it to temper himself. His strength and state of mind also improved along with his alchemy technique, steadily growing, the effects of which were gratifying. The young girl, Guan was the one responsible for monitoring Yang Kai's movements. She had been staying a few thousand meters away from Yang Kai, so she had been able to observe his every move. Seeing Yang Kai refine another pill, Guan couldn't help feeling excited, gently clenching her fists, as if she had also contributed to this pill. The air around her distorted again, causing Guan expression to shake as she hurriedly adjusted her appearance. A moment later, the beautiful woman, Li Master, appeared, and this time she wasn't the only one. The cold woman and old man had also appeared. "Greetings, Master." Guan quickly bowed. The three of them gently nodded and stared at Yang Kai for a while before the beautiful woman, Li Master, asked, "How is his progress these days?" "Very good." Guan pretty face became serious. "I really can't believe it. He seems to be very talented in alchemy." Guan can confirm that he really hasn't had much experience in alchemy before, but in less than a month, he was able to easily refine Earth-grade top-rank pills. In a few days, I think he should be able to refine Heaven-grade pills. Is he really that amazing? Master Li's beautiful eyes lit up as a look of expectation appeared on her face. The last time she came here, she had a long chat with Yang Kai, and although she was quite satisfied with his attitude, when Master Li heard that he had only just started learning alchemy, she couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Of the dozen or so people with conflagrated knowledge Cs who had been captured before, there were also some who didn't know how to perform alchemy. As for those people, without exception, even if they were given 10 years, their achievements and attainments in alchemy would still be appalling to look at. So at that time, Master Li didn't have much expectation for Yang Kai, thinking he would be the same as those people before him. But now, after hearing Guan's evaluation, Master Li couldn't help feeling a little happy. This young man seemed to be very different from all the others before him. Master Li, if he continues to progress at this rate, within 10 years, he may be able to refine a saint-grade pill. The old man stroked his goatee and gently nodded. His wrinkled face was brimming with anticipation. His performance is very good, it is really reassuring, but now there is a problem in front of us, the cold woman said. Hearing her say this, whether it was Master Li or the old man, all of them couldn't help feeling gloomy. What problem? Guan asked curiously. Looking at the faces of the three master, it seemed the problem was very serious. Master Li smiled bitterly and replied softly, "It's a matter of materials. Although the mysterious small world we live in is not small, the materials it produces are limited, and after so many years of collecting and using, the output is not as good as before. I don't know if the materials we have are enough to cultivate him into a saint-grade alchemist. If not..." Guan suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem. If this outsider wanted to grow, he would need to use a large number of herbs to practice his alchemy skills, as well as a wealth of experience in alchemy techniques. This was inevitable. The people of the demon race believed in their physical strength, and because of the demonic chi in their bodies, they basically didn't know how to perform alchemy. When they collected herbs, they just directly swallowed them, so the effect was minimal. In this regard, many people of the demon race were quite envious of humans who had the profession of alchemist, so they would spend a lot of money to buy pills from humans. Over the countless years, the people of the demon race who lived here had also eaten a lot of herbs. Although Master Li had deliberately cultivated some medicine fields, the amount of herbs produced still couldn't meet the needs. Then what do we do? Guan was a little flustered. Now that they had finally seen a little hope, if all their plans were to fail because of a lack of materials, it would be too much of a pity. Can we ask Coffin Slave Senior to bring in some herbs from the outside world? Guan proposed. Senior Li sadly shook her head. Coffin Slave Senior is already dead. He only has one obsession left to support his body's activities, that is to travel all over the north and south of the profound understanding realm to find someone with a conflagrated knowledge. See, we have no way of communicating with him. The old man pondered for a moment before saying, for the past 100 years, Chu Jian has not offered any herbs to Demon God Citadel, so he should have a good store of them. You have ideas about him? The cold woman narrowed her eyes. He won't listen to you. Master Li is the master of Demon God Citadel. All the disciples of the Demon God Citadel must listen to her orders. If Chu Jian dares to disobey,
That would be tantamount to rebellion. The cold woman sneered. It's not like he's only been thinking about rebellion for a day or two. Master Li took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling slightly. Let's not worry about Xueqi for now. The herbs we have are enough to support us for a while. When we run out, we'll discuss this again. The cold woman and the old man glanced at each other and slowly shook their heads, thinking that Master Li was still as benevolent as ever. This kind of benevolence was not something a member of the demon race should possess. Guan, you stay here and take care of him. If he has any requests, as long as they aren't too excessive, unconditionally satisfy them, Master Li ordered. And I know, Guan responded quickly. The beautiful woman glanced over at Xueqi again and was about to leave with the cold woman and the old man when Xueqi seemed to have sensed something and turned his gaze towards them, immediately grinning and calling out. You came at just the right time, I have something to say. Master Li smiled lightly and followed the cold woman and the old man over to Xueqi, softly asking, What is it? Xueqi didn't answer. Instead his eyes darting around. The old man's expression became cold as he shouted, Human, take back your filthy eyes. Otherwise this old master will teach you proper etiquette. Xueqi smiled in surprise. I was just thinking about how to address you. Master Li was stunned for a moment before smiling. My name is Li Rong. Saying so, she pointed to the cold woman and the old man and introduced them. This is Han Fei and Huamo, Guan you already know. As for how you want to address us, it's up to you. You can call us seniors or by our names. After all, we are now in a cooperative relationship. Han Fei. Xueqi glanced over at the cold woman and nodded gently. Sure enough, you live up to your name. Huamo couldn't help showing a strange expression while Han Fei stared at Xueqi coldly and said, Are you not afraid of me? If this sentence had come from anyone else's mouth, they would already be a corpse. No one could judge her like this. Xueqi shook his head. I feel like you're a bit familiar. The group of demon god's disciples couldn't help gaping. Don't misunderstand. I just know a woman whose temperament is very similar to yours, and people like you are generally cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Haha, Xueqi said as he couldn't help imagining Su Yan's appearance in his mind. This evaluation seemed to be too much for Han Fei to bear and her flawless face quietly showed an unnatural expression. Just as she was about to lose her temper, Xueqi said, Let's not talk about this, let's get down to business. What do you want to talk about? Li Rong asked. Since we are in a cooperative relationship, I won't beat around the bush. To be honest, I know you are hiding something from me, but here, I can study alchemy without any worries and won't ask you about the things you are hiding from me. Let's just say we each take what we need. Li Rong gently nodded, not denying it. As the master of Demon God's Citadel, she naturally wouldn't reveal everything to an outsider like Xueqi, so it was only natural to hide some things from him. But if you want me to grow faster, you'll have to pay a higher price. After all, I'm under house arrest here. If I don't take advantage of you, I won't feel comfortable. Xueqi grinned. You still want to take advantage of us? Huarimo coldly snorted. Human, don't reach out for a yard when given an inch. Not restricting your freedom is already the greatest tolerance we can give you. Chapter 643. Huarimo obviously didn't like the fact that Xueqi, as a prisoner, actually dared to bargain with them. Xueqi smiled lightly. Then I can choose whether or not to help you refine that pill when I become a saint-grade alchemist. Or rather, I can make some undetectable changes during the refining process. The expressions of the three men changed. Han Fei glaring at Xueqi with murderous intent. You dare! Huarimo shouted angrily. Li Rong stretched out her hand and stopped Huamo's fury, turning to Xueqi and saying, That's a matter for the future. I believe that as long as we meet your requirements, you won't do such a thing, right? That depends on my mood. Xueqi shrugged his shoulders, a look of complete confidence on his face. Tell us what you want. I just mentioned to Guan that as long as your request isn't excessive, we can unconditionally satisfy you. In front of you I said the same thing. Li Rong smiled lightly, not showing any signs of anger. Xueqi glanced at her and found that this dignified beauty really did have a kind of quiet and gentle temperament. Her mind was broad, as if she could tolerate anything. Moreover, she was a woman of a higher level, far more mature than Xueqi. Her eyes flashed with a wise and calm light, making one involuntarily feel a sense of intimacy towards her. When she said this, the slight sense of hostility in Xueqi's heart disappeared.
Straightening his expression, Yang Kai quickly said, I want your conflagrated knowledge see. Li Rong, Han Fei, and Hua Mo's expressions all changed slightly. Li Rong quickly smiled to cover up her gaffe, whispering softly, Aren't you a cultivator with a conflagrated knowledge see?
Asking us for our conflagrated knowledge see, aren't you looking for the wrong person?
Yang Kai calmly shook his head and stared at Li Rong meaningfully. Let's not beat around the bush, you know what I mean.
The three of them suddenly fell silent.
Seeing them remain silent, Yang Kai immediately knew he had a chance and decided to strike while the iron was still hot. What's the point of keeping those dozen or so conflagrated knowledge seas? Could it be that he wanted to cultivate an alchemist with a conflagrated knowledge sea?
Haha, I advise you to give up.
If I'm not wrong, you should have already tried it and you should know what the consequences are. In short, you people from the demon race have physiques that are not suited for alchemy.
You seem to know a lot.
Hua Mo was slightly surprised. Although Yang Kai's words didn't make sense, for those who knew the inside story, they knew exactly what Yang Kai was talking about.
This is all thanks to the ancient records left behind here.
There are many obscure records on them.
Despicable humans.
Hua Mo gnashed his teeth in anger. All of the ancient books and records left behind had been thoroughly examined one by one to ensure that there was no information that would be detrimental to Demon God Citadel. Only then had he been assured that Yang Kai would be able to read them, but never had he imagined that he would be so easily manipulated. The communication between alchemists was too secretive, it was impossible to guard against.
Li Rong nodded, yes, we do have a dozen or so conflagrated knowledge seas in our hands. These conflagrated knowledge seas were left behind by the human cultivator captured by Coffin Slave Senior over the years.
Through a special method, they have been preserved to this day without the slightest loss.
Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he licked his lips. I want these. Give them to me and I'll fulfill your wish. It's not that we can't give them to you.
Li Rong frowned slightly as you said, we have indeed thought about cultivating an alchemist with a conflagrated knowledge sea, but even though our demon race people's physiques are tyrannical and tough, we don't know what the problem is, but we can't perform alchemy.
Moreover, when our clansmen tried to swallow these conflagrated knowledge seas, their divine senses were incinerated and several of them died. Yang Kai nodded lightly, knowing that his guess was correct.
After being imprisoned in this mysterious small world for so many years, Yang Kai didn't believe that these people from the demon race were only relying on the outside world to find a cultivator with a conflagrated knowledge sea to extricate themselves from their predicament.
They were also trying their best, but they hadn't made any progress. You demon race people are quite interesting. Your physiques are much stronger than any other race, but why can't you perform alchemy?
Yang Kai smiled, a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. There are gains and losses. It's precisely because our physiques are so strong that if we could perform alchemy, would there still be a place in this world for other races to live?
It's not that every person from the demon race can't perform alchemy.
In the history of the demon race, there was once a top alchemist in the world, an existence that even your human race's alchemy grandmasters couldn't compare to.
Han Fei retorted coldly. There was such a character? Who was it?
Li Rong slowly shook her head, unwilling to say more, continuing the previous topic. We don't have much use for those conflagrated knowledge seas. If you want them, we can give them to you. But can you guarantee that you can safely swallow those conflagrated knowledge seas and not die? If you die, it will be very troublesome for us. After all, it's very difficult to find someone like you. Coffin Slave Senior basically only finds one every 10 years.
Do I look like someone who would seek death? Yang Kai grinned.
Li Rong stared at him deeply for a long time before nodding. Then I'll satisfy your request. I hope you don't push your luck.
Let's have a good cooperation.
Li Rong smiled lightly, turned around and walked out, her soft voice calling out. Tomorrow, I'll have someone deliver those conflagrated knowledge seas.
I'll be waiting.
Han Fei stared at Yang Kai coldly and warned. You only have 10 years. If you can't satisfy us after 10 years, I'll personally make you experience what it means to be better off dead.
This cold woman seemed to hold a grudge.
Yang Kai had just said she was the type of person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, yet she had actually targeted him like this, causing Yang Kai to feel quite helpless. The 3 Saint Realm Masters soon left, and the young girl Guan also disappeared. The next day, Guan brought back a dozen or so delicate white jade containers. These containers were about the size of a fist and all of them were in a sealed state with faint lines on them, obviously having been sealed by some kind of method. Placing these dozen or so containers in front of Yang Kai, Guan coldly snorted and said, These are the things you wanted. Yang Kai's expression shook as he picked up one of these containers and was about to use his yuan qi to break the seal on it when Guan Er's expression changed greatly and she shouted, "What are you doing?"
"Unsealing it and absorbing it." Yang Kai smiled brightly. "Are you crazy?"
Guan Er was extremely nervous. The owners of each conflagrated knowledge sea here are all transcendent realm masters. Their divine senses are far more powerful than yours.
"If you rashly absorb them, you'll only end up like my clansmen, burned to death. Don't joke around, okay?" "I'm not joking."
Yang Kai shook his head.
"Don't you have a safer way?"
Guan Er asked anxiously. "You said you wanted these conflagrated knowledge seas yesterday, so Master Li thought you had a safe way to absorb them, so she decided to give them to you. If you do this, this is my method. If you don't want to die, stay away."
"Wait, I'll go report this to Master Li. Wait for her to come."
Guan Er said anxiously, hurriedly rushing out, apparently wanting to report this incident to Master Li so she could make a decision. "Before Master Li arrives, don't act rashly." Just as she finished speaking, Guan Er noticed a hot aura that made her feel uneasy. This heat was not the heat of yuan qi, but rather a burning sensation from the depths of her soul. Under the influence of this heat, Guan Er felt as if her soul was being roasted, causing her unbearable pain. Her beautiful eyes trembling violently, Guan Er hurriedly rushed out, fearing that if she stayed any longer, her soul would be incinerated. Quickly turning her head, Guan Er saw that the entire stone room had become red and the surrounding space was filled with fire principles. Clusters of flame clouds visible to the naked eye were rapidly taking shape. These flame clouds not only contained conflagrated knowledge seas but also the will and consciousness of the dead cultivator, creating a chaotic scene. However, this terrifying heat didn't affect this human being in the slightest. He simply sat there with a look of enjoyment on his face, his expression excited. Suddenly, a crazy suction force emerged from his mind, and in just an instant, the conflagrated knowledge sea was completely swallowed up by him, disappearing without a trace. Guan Er was dumbfounded as she stared at this incredible scene, almost unable to breathe. The stone room returned to silence again, but Yang Kai wasn't satisfied. Instead, he began unlocking the seals on the rest of the artifacts. Guan Er's beautiful face suddenly went pale as she hurriedly cursed, "Madman!" immediately fleeing from this place without looking back. A single conflagrated knowledge sea was enough to make her feel like she was in danger, so if more than a dozen were to appear at once, she simply wouldn't be able to withstand them. A wave of heat rushed out from the stone room, causing Guan Er to tumble and almost fall to the ground. After she stabilized herself, many of her clansmen from Demon God's citadel rushed over. Li Rong also appeared in plain clothes and quickly asked, "What happened? Didn't I tell you to send him those conflagrated knowledge seas? How come all of these seals were suddenly unsealed?" "He unsealed them himself." Guan Er wanted to cry but had no tears, quickly explaining, "I wanted to stop him but couldn't. Does he want to die?" This time, even Li Rong couldn't remain calm, her tender body flickering as she rushed into the stone room. Although she had promised to give Yang Kai those conflagrated knowledge seas, she hadn't expected that Yang Kai, who had acted so confidently, would actually be a foolish boy who only knew how to act. How could he possibly survive after unsealing all of these seals? Looking over, Guan Er couldn't help gawking, because she found that the scorching heat she had felt a moment ago had completely disappeared. Not only was this human not injured, he was even sitting there with a look of joy on his face. Obviously, he was refining and absorbing those dozen conflagrated knowledge seas. Li Rong's expression became strange as she suddenly found that she couldn't understand this human being. More than a dozen conflagrated knowledge seas belonging to transcendent realm masters were things even she didn't dare probe lightly. Yet they had all been absorbed into this human's knowledge sea. What was he relying on to ensure his own safety? Chapter 644. Li Rong's expression fluctuated as her brow furrowed slightly, a puzzled expression appearing on her face. This human brat daring to so boldly absorb more than a dozen conflagrated knowledge seas into his knowledge sea without showing any signs of discomfort. It was obvious that his knowledge sea was hiding some kind of secret that could restrain the damage caused by these conflagrated knowledge seas. The mature and dignified beauty couldn't help feeling curious. Hesitating for a moment, she waved her hand and sent out a burst of energy, sealing off the entire stone room before sitting down across from Yang Kai. Stretching out her jade-white hand,
She gently touched Yang Kai's forehead with her flawless index finger. In the next moment, a hidden spiritual energy burst out from Li Rong's knowledge sea and rushed into Yang Kai's. She wanted to see with her own eyes what this human was hiding. Inside his knowledge sea, a scorching hot aura spread out and even the seawater below seemed to be boiling, as if it was a burning flame. Li Rong quietly observed the situation inside this knowledge sea, a storm raging in her heart. She clearly felt the strangeness and tyranny of this knowledge sea. This human, who was only an immortal ascension boundary 7th stage cultivator, actually possessed a spiritual energy not inferior to a transcendent realm master. Although Yang Kai had displayed his spiritual energy in front of her last time, Li Rong found that he was still holding back at that time. What a cunning human! Somewhere in the void, a soul avatar was quietly floating, and Li Rong discovered it at a glance. It was none other than the soul avatar of that human. At this moment, in front of this soul avatar, more than a dozen conflagrated knowledge seas filled with destructive power were flying back and forth, uncontrollably stirring up a storm inside his knowledge sea, causing it to appear somewhat unstable, as if it would be destroyed at any moment. Li Rong couldn't help feeling a little worried. Master Li, isn't it a bit inappropriate to pry into someone else's heart? Suddenly, the human soul avatar turned around and stared at her hidden position with a pair of sparkling eyes. Li Rong was startled for a moment before smiling bitterly. She had thought that with her strength, she would be able to silently sneak into the other party's knowledge sea without him noticing, but she had never expected that he would actually be vigilant to such a degree and that his vigilance was quite high. Since she had been discovered, Li Rong didn't want to hide any longer and instead openly revealed her soul avatar and flew over to Yang Kai's side, sincerely saying, "Sorry, I couldn't suppress my curiosity and wanted to see what means you had to swallow these dozen conflagrated knowledge seas. After all, this is the investment of my demon god citadel. Demons faces face. Senior Li, do you not trust me?" Yang Kai grinned. Eyes faces Li. Face. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. "So now, can you let me see what you're capable of? Don't worry, I'll just watch quietly and won't disturb you." Li Rong gestured. She was obviously still a little worried that Yang Kai would fail to devour the conflagrated knowledge seas and be destroyed, so she wanted to stay here and help Yang Kai. In case something unexpected happened, with her tyrannical cultivation, she might be able to save Yang Kai. Although aware of her good intentions, Yang Kai still slowly shook his head. "Everyone has their own secrets. Master Li sneaked into my knowledge sea, but I didn't drive you out because I believed you wouldn't pry into my secrets at will. Because you are a woman worthy of respect and trust. So it's best not to force me." If he wanted to devour the conflagrated knowledge seas, he would have to use the power of the solitary golden eye. The moment he noticed that Li Rong had sneaked in, Yang Kai had hidden the solitary golden eye and the 5-colored soul-warming lotus. These were secrets he didn't want anyone to know. As long as Li Rong didn't deliberately pry, she wouldn't discover these two things. Hearing Yang Kai praise her so generously, Li Rong was obviously stunned and an unnatural look appeared on her pretty face. After all, she had sneaked in, so Yang Kai's praise made her feel a little guilty. "Really?" Li Rong bit her red lips and asked, unwilling to give up. Yang Kai firmly shook his head. Li Rong sighed and nodded. "All right, then I won't embarrass you any further, just be careful." Saying so, a tyrannical spiritual energy burst out from her soul avatar and wrapped around the dozen conflagrated knowledge seas flying back and forth. She didn't have any hostility in her actions. She just wanted to help Yang Kai as much as possible before leaving. Yang Kai was well aware of this and naturally didn't stop her. A shocking thing happened. When Li Rong's soul avatar burst out with power, the solitary golden eye hidden by Yang Kai actually revealed itself. Without Yang Kai's control, the solitary golden eye slowly opened. Endless majesty descended, and even someone as strong as Li Rong couldn't help trembling. Her soul avatar had the illusion that it was about to collapse at this moment. When the long and narrow golden eye appeared, the majesty it exuded was enough to make people want to worship it. The dozen or so unstable conflagrated knowledge seas also seemed to have encountered nemesis at this moment and all of them quieted down, gathering together in an unusually quiet manner. Li Rong's eyes widened, and all that was left in her world was a dazzling golden light. Yang Kai's expression changed greatly and he tried to communicate with the solitary golden eye, but he didn't get any response. A ray of golden light shot out from the solitary golden eye and illuminated the dozen or so conflagrated knowledge seas,
purifying all the impurities contained within them. The power of the golden light didn't diminish and it hit Li Rong's soul avatar. Yang Kai was dumbfounded and stood dumbfounded in place. Li Rong also remained motionless, her soul avatar gradually fading away and soon disappearing. When Li Rong's soul avatar disappeared, the solitary golden eye slowly closed again. Yang Kai stared at it in a daze, his expression ugly. After a while, Yang Kai cursed under his breath. He had no time to devour the dozen or so purified conflagrated knowledge seas and quickly sent his soul avatar out of his knowledge sea. Hurriedly opening his eyes, Yang Kai saw Li Rong sitting in front of him. At this moment, her eyes were wide open and she maintained a stiff posture. Her jade-white finger was pressed against his forehead and her entire body was dripping with sweat, as if she had just encountered a nightmare. Her beautiful eyes were filled with horror and her pretty face was pale. Hurriedly releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai realized that this stone room had been sealed, allowing him to relax slightly. He knew the destructive power of the solitary golden eye better than anyone. Li Rong's soul avatar was likely to die on the spot. This woman was the master of Demon God's citadel. If she were to die in front of him, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. At that time, he wouldn't need to worry about alchemy, nor would he need to find Su Yan and his little senior sister. Han Fei and Hua Mo would definitely tear him to pieces to avenge Li Rong. Stabilizing his mind, Yang Kai swept his divine sense over Li Rong and was surprised to find that she was completely unharmed. Although her expression was one of shock, neither her soul nor her physical body had suffered any damage. It was just that at this moment, she seemed to be in an unconscious state of chaos. What's going on? Yang Kai was confused. Every time the solitary golden eye used its power, it would cause great damage. Any foreign divine sense that entered Yang Kai's knowledge sea would be destroyed and purified. But this time, Li Rong was completely unharmed. Was it because her cultivation was too strong? Or was there some other reason? But in any case, Li Rong being safe made Yang Kai feel a bit better. Narrowing his eyes, Yang Kai stared at the unconscious beauty sitting in front of him, his aura becoming dangerous. Just now, Li Rong had definitely seen the solitary golden eye, causing Yang Kai to wonder if he should take advantage of this opportunity to kill her. After a while, he shook his head and gave up on this idea. Killing Li Rong would only cause him a lot of trouble. It wasn't worth it. Sitting down again, Yang Kai took a deep breath. Outside the stone room, there was a lot of noise. It should be the people from Demon God's citadel who had noticed the abnormality here and were gathering here. Guan Er's voice also reached Yang Kai's ears from time to time. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her. After waiting for a while, Li Rong didn't respond, so Yang Kai no longer paid attention to her and instead immersed his consciousness into his knowledge sea and began absorbing the power of the conflagrated knowledge seas. The reason why Yang Kai wanted to ask Li Rong for more than a dozen conflagrated knowledge seas was because he had read some ancient records that a cultivator with a conflagrated knowledge sea could enhance their own strength by integrating with the conflagrated knowledge seas of others. Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge sea was born because of the Jade True Spirit, so relatively speaking, its heat wasn't too strong, but if he could absorb the power of others, his conflagrated knowledge sea would become even more powerful. Whether it was for the improvement of one's strength in the future or for one's alchemy skills, it would be very useful. So when he learned that Li Rong and the others had more than a dozen conflagrated knowledge seas, Yang Kai couldn't help but be tempted. The absorption process was simple and easy, but the entire knowledge sea had undergone significant changes. The burning flame-like seawater had become more condensed and thick, and the burning power had also increased by several grades. This kind of conflagrated knowledge sea was no longer the same as the one he had at the beginning. With such a huge harvest, Yang Kai was quite satisfied. When he left his knowledge sea again, he found that Li Rong had woken up, looking as mature and dignified as ever. Her beautiful eyes flashing with a wise and calm light as she stared at him with a confused and puzzled look on her pretty face. When their eyes met, Li Rong seemed a little frightened and quickly looked away. "Are you all right?" Yang Kai asked. Li Rong slowly shook her head. "Did you see it just now?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Li Rong hesitated for a moment before gently nodding, but immediately said, "You don't have to worry, I won't tell anyone about this." Yang Kai's expression became playful. She was so anxious to express her attitude, as if she was trying to curry favor with him, which made Yang Kai feel very uncomfortable. He didn't know why she would say this. "You don't trust me?" Li Rong frowned. I can swear in the name of great demon god that I will not tell anyone else about what I saw just now without your permission.
Chapter 645.
Li Rong spoke in a serious tone, her expression solemn. Although Yang Kai didn't know what swearing an oath in the name of great demon god meant to her, he could feel her sincerity from her tone and demeanor. Was she scared by the solitary golden eye? Otherwise, why would the master of Demon God Citadel suddenly change her attitude so much? Yang Kai frowned, unable to understand. However, this guess was somewhat ridiculous. Li Rong was a Saint Realm master. Her courage couldn't possibly be so small. Gently nodding, Yang Kai smiled. Don't be so nervous, I believe you. Li Rong couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief, seemingly relaxing a bit, a moment later restoring her usual dignified demeanor and softly saying, I have seen your methods. Good, in the future, my Demon God Citadel will provide you with all the necessary support. You can rest assured that you can study alchemy here. There's no need for you to worry about anything else. Saying so, Li Rong waved her hand and lifted the barrier around the stone room before turning and walking out. After walking a short distance, she turned back and said, Right, if you feel bored here, you can ask Guan to take you out for a walk. No one in Demon God Citadel will restrict your freedom. And Yang Kai's eyes flashed. After Li Rong left, Yang Kai shook his head slightly. He was keenly aware that this woman's attitude towards him had changed somewhat, and although she tried to hide it, this change was clearly reflected in her demeanor and words. Unable to understand, Yang Kai didn't bother to think about it and continued to immerse himself in refining pills. Outside the stone room, Li Rong walked out and glanced back, a faint look of excitement on her face. Guan hurriedly rushed up and asked with concern, Master, is everything all right inside? It's fine. Li Rong gently shook her head and said, Take good care of him. Li Rong didn't say anything more, her tender body flickering and disappearing. After half a cup of tea's time, in the deepest secret chamber of the Demon God Citadel, the stone door opened and Li Rong hurried in. This secret chamber was covered with countless barriers and restrictions, and inside it were the most valuable treasures in the entire Demon God Citadel. Over the years, only the Lord of Demon God Citadel was qualified to enter. After Li Rong arrived, she walked to a corner with ease and took out a thick ancient book from a shelf. This ancient book had been neglected for a long time and was covered with a thick layer of dust. Li Rong seemed to be in a hurry and didn't care too much. She reached out and wiped the dust off before flipping through it. Not long later, Li Rong's beautiful eyes were fixed on a certain page of the ancient book. She stared at it in a daze, her breathing gradually quickened, and her face faintly became excited. After a long time, Li Rong closed the ancient book, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath, calming the excitement in her heart and thinking carefully for a long time. When she opened her eyes again, Li Rong calmed down again, as if she had made some kind of decision. Her beautiful eyes became deep as she put the ancient book back to its original place and quickly walked out. The next day, Yang Kai was in the middle of performing alchemy when the door to the stone room suddenly opened and, under the leadership of Guan, a large group of people from the demon race poured in. Yang Kai's expression changed, not knowing what had happened, but his yuan qi suddenly became unstable and the pill furnace in front of him suddenly burst into a black mist, completely destroying the herbs he was refining. Guan shouted and directed the people from the demon race to busy themselves in the stone room. Yang Kai watched for a while and his expression became strange. He found that these people hadn't come to find trouble with him, but had instead brought a lot of things to decorate the stone room. An extremely wide and comfortable-looking bed was carried in by them and placed in a corner of the stone room. Some people also brought in tables and chairs while others put down pots of water. There were also some women dressed as maidservants who placed plates of delicious food and rare wines on the table. Soon, the stone room was filled with an appetizing fragrance. Moreover, after being decorated by this group of people, the originally desolate and monotonous stone room had undergone an earth-shattering change at this moment, giving birth to a feeling of warmth for no apparent reason. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, his heart filled with doubts. When they were done, Yang Kai beckoned to Guan come here. Guan glanced at him and somewhat unwillingly walked over, tilting her small head as she asked, What's the matter? What's the meaning of this? Yang Kai asked as he pointed to the changes in front of him. Li, Master ordered us to take good care of you. But you don't need to go to this extent, do you? What are you trying to do? Yang Kai asked vigilantly.
The people of Demon God Citadel didn't restrict his freedom and even provided him with herbs for alchemy. Yang Kai was already very satisfied, but Li Rong suddenly treating him like a guest made Yang Kai somewhat vigilant.
I also want to know. Guan snorted, looking Yang Kai up and down. You despicable and cunning human. Did you say something you shouldn't have in front of Master Li and deceive her?
She's not an easy person to deceive, Yang Kai sneered.
You don't have such ability.
Guan snorted, don't ask me. I'm also confused. I'm just following Master's orders.
That's all, the things are here. Take them or leave them.
Saying so, Guan waved her hand and led a large group of people away. After they left, Yang Kai began to inspect everything they had sent him. There was no problem with the food and it was all carefully prepared. Although Yang Kai didn't recognize the materials chosen, he could still feel a significant amount of energy fluctuations coming from them. Eating these things should be able to quickly restore his physical strength and spirit.
The big bed was also very carefully made.
Yang Kai didn't know what material it was made of, but it was engraved with a number of spirit arrays, so if he meditated on it, he would be able to restore himself more effectively. On top of that, among the things Guan had sent over, there was actually a large number of crystal stones.
Does she really think I'm a guest?
Yang Kai weighed the dozens of crystal stones in his hand, confused. The people of Demon God Citadel had been sealed in this mysterious small world for so many years, so crystal stones should be a rare commodity for them, but Li Rong had actually given him dozens of them, so it was obvious she was bleeding a lot.
Why was this?
After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai gave up and swept up all the dishes they had sent over, filling his stomach before resting on the big bed for a while before continuing to practice alchemy. Over the next few days, Guan would deliver some carefully prepared food and drinks to Yang Kai every now and then. Yang Kai didn't refuse any of them, eating, drinking, resting well, and spending all day with herbs and pills. His alchemy skills also steadily improved. In less than 2 months, Yang Kai was able to easily refine heaven-grade high-rank pills without relying on spirit arrays. Li Rong would also come over from time to time to observe Yang Kai's progress and growth. This kind of improvement made her very satisfied, and the beautiful woman's face also seemed to be smiling a lot more than before, giving her a radiant glow. With Yang Kai's growth rate, as long as he had enough materials and his own cultivation could keep up, it would only take a few years for him to be able to refine saint-grade pills. This kind of growth was beyond her expectations, so Li Rong was naturally very happy. However, Yang Kai was keenly aware that this beautiful woman seemed to be a little afraid of communicating with him face to face, so every time she would come and leave quietly, glancing at him from afar and asking about the situation from Guan. Over the past few months, Yang Kai had also learned a lot about the situation in this mysterious small world through chatting with Guan. The mysterious small world was quite large, and although the demon race people imprisoned here all belonged to Demon God Citadel, they were divided into 4 branches, each under the jurisdiction of one of the 4 great commanders. Yang Kai had also met the 4 great commanders, Li Rong, Han Fei, Hua Mo, and Chu Jian. All 4 of them were Saint Realm Masters, and their territories were quite far apart from each other. Even for them, it would take at least half a day to make a round trip. Of these 4, Chu Jian had always wanted to replace Li Rong as the true master of Demon God Citadel, while Han Fei and Hua Mo supported Li Rong. With 3 against 1, even though Chu Jian was aggressive, his ambitions were unable to succeed. Because the relationship between the great commanders was not very harmonious, the clansmen of the 4 territories also did not like each other. Chu Jian's clansmen were all warmongers, but in this mysterious small world, there was no enemy, so they could only engage in conflict with the clansmen of the other 3 territories to vent their fighting spirit. Although Li Rong and the other great commanders had repeatedly dissuaded them, they still could not stop this phenomenon. The demon race was not a peaceful race. Early in the morning, after a night of cultivation, the clansmen of Demon God Citadel woke up one after another and went out. Outside Yang Kai's stone room, Guan was leading a group of young girls to deliver some delicious food. But before they reached the stone room, a young man suddenly appeared in front of them. This young man had a hooked nose, a gloomy expression, and narrow eyes. Grinning wickedly, he greeted her, Sister Guan. Good morning. Guan pretty face sank as she snorted. What do you want? Nothing, I just wanted to say hello, the young man giggled. The young man chuckled. After not seeing you for a few months, Sister Guan has become even more radiant. Has her cultivation made some progress? It's none of your business. Guan seemed to dislike this young man, a look of disgust flashing across her face. Don't act like an outsider, we'll be family sooner or later. The young man didn't seem to care, still smiling. Guan Er's pretty face sank as she coldly snorted. Whose family with you? Can you not be so shameless? My father said that when I break through to the transcendent realm, he will ask Master Li to give you to me. Sooner or later, you'll be mine. So what do you say about us being family? Guan Er sneered. Master Li won't agree, give up. The young man curled his lips but didn't continue to argue, instead glancing over at her suspiciously and asking, Where are you going? It's none of your business. Get out of the way. Guan Er pushed him aside and led the other clansmen into the stone room. The young man frowned as he stared at Yang Kai in the stone room, suddenly waving his hand to one of the young men from the demon race and whispering, What orders do you have? While I was in retreat these past few months, did something happen in the citadel? How come there's another human here? The man quickly explained Yang Kai's arrival and also told the young man about the enviable treatment he had received during this time. Listening to this, the young man's narrow eyes flashed. You mean, Master Li gave him a few dozen crystal stones? Chapter 646. Just as Yang Kai had guessed before, these people from Demon God Citadel had been sealed in this mysterious small world for so many years, so crystal stones had become a rare commodity for them. Although the world energy here wasn't thin, if one had enough crystal stones to assist their cultivation, the strength of the demon race cultivators would rapidly increase. However, after countless years, the number of crystal stones in Demon God Citadel had become less and less. Gradually, there weren't many left. The few dozen crystal stones that Li Rong had asked Guan Er to give to Yang Kai were the last of her personal savings. So when he heard that Yang Kai actually had crystal stones in his hands, Pan Lang couldn't help but be tempted. A trivial human cultivator, what qualifications does he have to use crystal stones? What do you want to do? The demon race cultivator suddenly realized the situation wasn't good. Pan Lang, don't try anything funny. Master Li has been taking good care of this human cultivator all this time. She made it clear that no one is to bully him. Who said I was going to bully him? Pan Lang coldly snorted. Who saw me bully him? The demon race cultivator hesitated, scratching his head as he thought for a while, hesitating. Pan Lang stared at the stone room for a moment before letting out a strange laugh. Inside the stone room, Yang Kai waited for Guan Er to order the girls to put down the food before sitting down at the table and wolfing it down. Guan Er spat disdainfully, a look of indignation filling her face. She didn't know why, but since 2 months ago, Master Li seemed to be taking good care of this human cultivator. The treatment he received made many of her clansmen jealous. She had asked Master Li why this was the case, but Master Li hadn't said anything. You won't die from overeating. Guan Er pouted, clearly envious. Yang Kai waved his hand. Let's eat together, there's so much I can't finish it all. Who cares? Guan Er snorted, turned around, and walked out. Vaguely, Yang Kai heard the sound of her swallowing her saliva and couldn't help laughing. Judging from Guan Er's attitude towards him these past few days, the food she sent him was definitely good stuff. Yang Kai also clearly felt that after eating these things, his flesh and blood were silently undergoing some subtle changes, developing in a good direction. Soon, Yang Kai swept away all the things he had brought while the girls Guan Er had brought with her also cleaned up and left one by one. Yang Kai stretched and rested for a while. Full of energy, he plunged into the world of alchemy. After an unknown period of time, Yang Kai, who was refining pills in the stone room, suddenly perked up his ears. He heard some light footsteps outside, as well as the sound of someone breathing softly. That person was slowly creeping towards the stone chamber. Yang Kai's expression suddenly turned playful. He had been here for several months now, and although many of the cultivator from the demon race looked down on him, none of them had ever dared to come find trouble with him. So why was someone making an exception today? Moreover, there were quite a few people, a total of 6 or 7, all of them Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivator, the one leading them even having reached the peak Immortal Ascension Boundary. Perceiving this, Yang Kai's expression didn't change, still calmly pouring his yuan qi into the pill furnace to condense the medicinal efficacies of the herbs inside. With a creak, the stone door was opened, and then 6 or 7 figures entered in a single file. After entering, they quickly closed the stone door. Yang Kai glanced up and saw that the one leading them was a young man with a hooked nose and a gloomy expression who was grinning at him. This young man's expression was a mix of contempt and disdain. Like most of the people from Demon God Citadel, he looked down on Yang Kai, Yang Kai didn't pay him any mind, secretly shaking his head and ignoring this young man. Hey, Pan Lang, this human is quite interesting. He's not afraid of us at all, one of the demon race cultivators called out in surprise. Heh, he thinks Master Li will protect him, so naturally he doesn't need to be afraid of us, Pan Lang sneered, saying so as he strode over to Yang Kai. When he arrived in front of Yang Kai, he squatted down and stared at Yang Kai with a sarcastic smile on his face. Yang Kai remained unmoved, still methodically pouring his yuan qi into the pill furnace in front of him to control the heat. This kind of disregard made Pan Lang a little annoyed, so he stretched out his hand and patted the pill furnace, pouring his yuan qi into it and instantly turning the herbs inside into charcoal. Human, you're quite arrogant, Pan Lang's mouth curled up, his expression filled with provocation. If you have something to say then say it, don't ruin my herbs. Yang Kai took a deep breath and stared at the young man indifferently. The herbs here belong to my demon god citadel, they don't belong to you, Pan Lang snorted. Yang Kai frowned, a trace of impatience appearing on his face. This young man was deliberately looking for trouble, so Yang Kai didn't have the patience to deal with him, coldly saying, "What do you want?" "Nothing, I just heard that you're an alchemist?" Pan Lang stood up and looked around, after seeing the jade bottles placed to the side. His eyes couldn't help lighting up. "These are the pills you refined?" The pills Yang Kai refined during this time were all placed in these jade bottles. He had no intention of taking them for himself. After all the materials were provided by Demon God Citadel. He was already satisfied with using them to improve his alchemy skills. If Li Rong needed these pills, Yang Kai wouldn't mind giving them all to her. On top of that, they were all Earth grade and Heaven grade pills, so their grade wasn't high. Unexpectedly, Pan Lang suddenly stared at them. The people from the demon race behind him rushed up and picked up the jade bottles, opening them and sniffing them, a look of joy appearing on their faces. "The grade isn't bad. Heaven grade pills are still useful to us." Pan Lang waved his hand, "Take them." The people from the demon race were overjoyed and immediately divided up the jade bottles. "These are for your Master Li. If you take them, how can I explain it to her?" Yang Kai frowned. "I don't care how you explain it. You can say you took them yourself or failed to refine them. You can at least make up a reason, right?" Pan Lang sneered. "Not only will I take the pills this time, but you'll also have to leave half of the pills you refine for me, otherwise..." Heh. A strong sense of threat suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's eyes. "If this kind of thing were to be known by Master Li, I'm afraid you'll be in a lot of trouble, right?" Yang Kai smiled. "If you dare tell anyone, I'll make sure you die without a burial place." Pan Lang coldly snorted, seeing Yang Kai remain silent. He thought Yang Kai was afraid of him, so he shook his head proudly. "Human, I also heard that Master Li rewarded you with a lot of crystal stones. Obediently take them out if you don't want to suffer." Saying so, he stretched out his hand towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai gently nodded, slowly standing up and saying, "I understand. You really are here to look for trouble." "So what?" Pan Lang sneered. "You're just a human. What qualifications do you have to enjoy such treatment?" "I, Pan Lang, am the future pillar of Demon God Citadel. Only I am qualified to enjoy it." "With your little strength?" Yang Kai shook his head and cracked his neck. "Very well, I haven't fought for several months now. It's rare for someone to come knocking on my door and help me stretch my muscles. I can't waste your good intentions." Pan Lang's expression froze as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement. "Only recovering after a while, you want to fight us?" Yang Kai nodded. The demon race cultivators seemed to have heard some kind of joke and burst into laughter. Pan Lang even laughing out loud, pointing to Yang Kai as he shouted to his clansmen, "Did you hear that clearly? He actually wants to fight with us. Haha, a human actually wants to fight with our ancient demon clan. He really doesn't know the meaning of death. Let me teach him a lesson." Behind Pan Lang, a burly demon race cultivator stepped forward and said with a smile, "Humans have always been arrogant. They don't understand the situation in front of them. Then we'll teach him a lesson." Pan Lang's smile faded, his voice cold. Although Master Li had treated Yang Kai well, in the end, he was still an outsider, and many of the human alchemists who had come here before had been taught a lesson by the demon race cultivators. Master Li had never asked about such matters, so as long as they weren't beaten to death, there wouldn't be any problems. So this time, they were fearless, thinking that Yang Kai was the same as those human alchemists from before. The burly demon race cultivator pointed to Yang Kai and curled his finger, contemptuously saying, "I'll let you attack first. Then you won't have the chance." Yang Kai sneered. As soon as these words left his mouth,
A loud bang rang out from inside the stone room and the burly demon race cultivator's body was sent flying backwards like a cannonball, directly hitting the stone wall a few dozen meters away, creating a large crater. The surrounding stone wall instantly began to crack like a spider web, the force of the rebound causing the demon race cultivator to fall to the ground and roll several times before coming to a stop. Pan Lang and the other demon race cultivators' eyes narrowed, the smiles on their faces instantly becoming stiff. When they turned to look at Yang Kai again, their expressions became dignified. The blow just now was not only fast, but also surprisingly powerful, almost comparable to the strength of their demon race cultivator.
Seems you have some skill,
Pan Lang said with a look of surprise, looking Yang Kai up and down, not at all worried about his companions. No wonder you're so arrogant.
Not bad indeed. The others nodded in agreement.
Yang Kai frowned, looking at the demon race cultivator that he had sent flying with a suspicious expression. He was well aware of the strength of his attack. With the cultivation of that demon race cultivator, he should have fainted on the spot after receiving such a blow. However, he suddenly discovered that this was not the case. The demon race cultivator that had been sent flying actually coughed a few times and stood up shakily, his expression faintly showing some pain, but also anger.
How do you feel? Pan Lang asked.
The demon race cultivator touched his body and said in a low voice, "A row of broken ribs, but it's not a big deal."
If it's not a big deal, then teach him a lesson. We can't let him look down on us.
Pan Lang snorted.
That's exactly what I was planning to do.
The demon race cultivator replied, his tall and sturdy body bursting with unimaginable speed, closing in on Yang Kai like a bolt of lightning. During the attack, Yang Kai could clearly see that a few pitch-black lines had suddenly appeared on the cultivator's face, making his already ferocious face look even more berserk.
The appearance of those lines was extremely strange, crawling up his face like snakes.
Following the appearance of those lines, the demon race cultivator's aura changed, his strength suddenly rising by a level.
Chapter 647. Seeing the changes in this demon race cultivator before and after, Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, but his heart was filled with surprise. These vein-like patterns were something he had seen on many demon race cultivators before, but there were also many who didn't, such as Li Rong, Guan and the others. At the very least, Yang Kai had never seen such patterns on their exposed skin. Now, it seemed that it wasn't that they didn't have them, but rather that they were similar to this demon race cultivator in front of him. Once these vein-like patterns appeared, the strength of this demon race cultivator would rise to a whole new level. The other party's momentum was unstoppable, but Pan Lang and the others all wore calm expressions as they gloated at Yang Kai's misfortune. Yang Kai took a deep breath and didn't try to dodge, instead unexpectedly colliding head-on with his opponent. Yang Kai deliberately checked how much this demon race cultivator's strength had improved. Kong. A loud bang rang out and a shockwave visible to the naked eye swept out from the center of the collision. Yang Kai was sent flying backwards, tumbling several times in the air before he managed to stabilize himself. The demon race cultivator was also forced back several steps. Although he tried to support himself, he failed and was forced back more than a dozen steps before he fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Pan Lang and the others couldn't help staring at Yang Kai with wide eyes. Although there were very few humans in this mysterious small world, they all knew that the physique of the ancient demon clan was far superior to that of any other race. Even other members of the demon race couldn't compare to the ancient demon clan. But now, in a head-on collision, one of their companions was actually evenly matched with a human cultivator. Pan Lang was very annoyed and shouted angrily, "What the hell are you doing? You can't even take down a human?" The demon race cultivator who had fallen to the ground got up for the second time and shook his head, not caring about his injuries and broken bones as he muttered, "This little brat's physique is also very good." No matter how good your physique is, how can it compare to our ancient demon clans? Pan Lang's face was ferocious. You still have one more chance to prove yourself. If you fail again, you won't be qualified to work with me anymore. At that time, you will be demoted to an ordinary member. Don't worry, I'll deal with him properly this time. The cultivator of the demon race nodded solemnly. As he spoke, the veins on his face once again underwent an unusual change. The veins seemed to have melted and covered his entire face, making him look like he was wearing a mask. His expression was wooden, but his crimson eyes were emitting a cold killing intent. The first 2 times he returned without any results, he was already infuriated. Yang Kai hovered in the air, watching with cold eyes. He was more and more surprised. It wasn't until this moment that he truly realized the strength of the cultivators from the demon race inside the mysterious small world. The demon race cultivator he had just fought with was only an immortal ascension boundary 7th stage cultivator, the same as himself, but he was able to repeatedly increase his strength and momentum. This kind of method was simply astonishing. With his cultivation, if it were any other human cultivator in the outside world, after being hit by Yang Kai's first attack, they would have collapsed to the ground, but this young man was still full of vigor even after being hit twice in a row. The bodies of the ancient demon clan seemed to contain a terrifying amount of potential. From the attitude of Pan Lang and the others towards him, Yang Kai also realized that the cultivator of the ancient demon clan was a bloodthirsty and warlike existence. Even though his companions' ribs had been broken by him, not only did they not show any concern, they even repeatedly provoked him, wanting him to regain some face. This race really was very different from the human race, Yang Kai thought to himself as he shook his head. On the other side, the demon race cultivator once again launched an attack, the sound of air exploding suddenly resounding from beneath his feet as his burly body disappeared from Yang Kai's sight. His speed was so fast that his body began to fade away. Pan Lang nodded slightly. Demon crests have been activated a second time. This human boy is going to suffer a loss. As soon as his words fell, another loud bang rang out. The disappeared demon race cultivator reappeared, one of his legs raised high, pressing down on Yang Kai's shoulder. His expression was gloomy, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness as he released all of his strength. The several dozen meters below Yang Kai was instantly reduced to dust, but he remained motionless as he stared indifferently at the demon race cultivator. Under the latter's shocked gaze, Yang Kai grabbed his ankle and spun him around a few times before violently throwing him upwards. The demon race cultivator roared as Yuan Qi erupted from his body in an attempt to stop himself from rising, but before he could stabilize himself, he suddenly suffered a series of heavy blows to his chest and abdomen. Turning his head with difficulty, he saw that this human boy had actually been following him all this time, taking advantage of the fact that he was unable to stabilize himself to kill him. His pair of fists had been swung around so hard that their trajectories could not be seen clearly. From his fists, a pure and hot Yuan Qi burst forth, colliding with his demonic Qi, causing his demonic Qi to involuntarily produce an instinctive sense of fear. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk the sound of explosions rang out one after another as Yang Kai fiercely attacked. Although his face remained expressionless, in his heart, he couldn't help admiring this demon race cultivator. Even a human transcendent wouldn't be able to withstand his barrage of attacks, but this demon race cultivator was actually able to do so. It wasn't until he landed on the ground that the demon race cultivator's eyes bulged as he stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. Still stretching out his hands, he firmly grabbed onto Yang Kai's clothes, a look of defiance on his face. Yang Kai punched out again, landing a heavy blow on the cultivator's face. A few teeth flew out. This punch should be the last straw that broke the camel's back. As Yang Kai withdrew his fist, the demon race cultivator's momentum dissipated and he went limp, the demon crests on his face also quickly disappearing. Yang Kai slowly stood up and gloomily glanced over at Pan Lang and the others who were standing not far away. Even if one of their companions was being beaten like this, none of them showed any intention of helping, instead simply watching the show from the sidelines. However, whether it was Pan Lang or the other demon race cultivators, at this moment, all of them wore looks of shock. They had never expected that this human cultivator's combat strength would be so high, and his bloody and direct fighting style was quite to their liking. Interesting. It seems we've all underestimated you. Pan Lang gently clapped his hands. But the one you defeated was the weakest one among us. You won't be so lucky next time. Saying so, Pan Lang motioned to another demon race cultivator, who immediately stepped forward. No need to go through so much trouble, all of you can just come at me together. Yang Kai shook his shoulders. For several months now, he had immersed himself in alchemy and hadn't fought with anyone, but now that he had a good fight, the fighting spirit in his body surged and his strength began to stir. He loved to fight. Especially when he fought with a strong opponent, this kind of feeling made him feel very comfortable. Pan Lang laughed loudly. We won't bully you like this. If it was a battle of life and death, then it would be a different matter, but this is just a lesson, there's no need for all of us to fight. Is that so? Yang Kai took a deep breath, no longer holding back his strength, fiercely bursting forth, his figure blurring as he rushed towards the group of demon race cultivators. The scorching hot yuan qi instantly enveloped them, and under Yang Kai's precise and subtle control, he simultaneously attacked the remaining 5 or 6 people. Pan Lang was furious. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. With an angry shout, demonic tattoos appeared on the necks of the 5 or 6 people, climbing up to their faces and covering their entire faces. Although their words sounded relaxed, Pan Lang and the others knew that Yang Kai wasn't easy to deal with. If they weren't careful, they could easily be knocked down by him, so when they attacked, they all used their full strength. What Pan Lang was most concerned about was that this human cultivator's yuan qi seemed to be able to restrain their demonic qi, allowing him to deal with his clansmen with twice the result with half the effort. A chaotic battle quickly unfolded, but Yang Kai wasn't afraid even though he was fighting one against many. Instead, he was filled with excitement and fighting spirit. He had been suppressing himself for far too long, so he felt that if he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to vent the boredom of the past few months, sooner or later he wouldn't be able to hold himself back and find someone to fight. The provocation of Pan Lang and the others was exactly what he wanted. A variety of exquisite martial skills were displayed inside the stone room, and Yang Kai thoroughly experienced the powerful combat strength of the ancient demon clan. As time passed by, the commotion gradually died down. When Guan pushed open the stone room's door, her pair of beautiful eyes shrank as she stared at the scene inside the stone room, dumbfounded for a moment. Over the past few months, Yang Kai had behaved quite well and didn't show any intention of escaping, so Guan naturally didn't need to monitor him all the time. Unexpectedly, such a big incident had occurred this time.
6 or 7 of her clansmen were lying on the ground miserably, and there were traces of battle everywhere in the stone room, as well as bloodstains.
What happened? Guan called out in alarm and quickly rushed in to investigate the situation of her clansmen. After a quick examination, she found that all of them had suffered serious injuries, the worst of them having half of their bones broken. Even with the ancient demon clan's physique, it would take them at least half a year to fully recover from such an injury. The one with the lightest injuries had more than a dozen broken bones and his body was riddled with scars and wounds, making for a tragic sight. Pan Lang. After inspecting the last person, Guan covered her mouth in shock. Looking up, Guan suddenly discovered that Yang Kai was sitting cross-legged on the bed, maintaining a meditative posture, and there were some traces of battle on his body. Although Guan didn't like Pan Lang, in the end, these were still her clansmen. Yang Kai was obviously the culprit who had injured them, so Guan naturally wanted to ask him. But before she could rush over though, Master Li's voice suddenly reached her ears. Don't disturb him. He seems to be on the verge of breaking through. Call some people in and quietly carry Pan Lang and the others away. Master, but this place. I understand what happened. It was Pan Lang and the others who provoked us first. It wasn't his fault.
And I understand.
Guan nodded gently, staring at Yang Kai in a daze, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Listening to Master Li's tone, it seemed he really was the one who had injured Pan Lang and the others. Was this human brat really that strong? Chapter 648. 2 chapters today. Inside the main hall of Demon God Citadel, Li Rong sat at the head of the table, surrounded by many of Demon God Citadel's high-level figures. These people were the strongest group of people with the highest status besides the 4 great commanders. Among them, a pale-faced old man with a third-order transcendent cultivation angrily shouted, Master Li, that human brat actually dared to commit a crime in Demon God Citadel, injuring 7 of my clan's disciples. He must pay the price. That's right. Another second-order transcendent old man also stepped forward and angrily said, a trivial human actually dares to act so arrogantly. Master Li is benevolent and has given him great benefits and treatment, but he doesn't know how to be content and instead acts arrogantly. It's time we teach him a lesson and make him understand who is in charge here. The others all nodded in agreement. The ancient demon clan was an extremely powerful clan, but they were also quite protective of their own. 7 of their own young lords had been seriously injured by Yang Kai, the most serious of which required at least half a year to fully recover and had almost died on the spot. Such a matter was a great shame to them, so naturally they wanted to regain some face from Yang Kai. However, Master Li had been extremely fond of this human brat all this time. This was obvious to all of them, so before teaching him a lesson, they naturally had to report to Master Li. After all, she was the true master of Demon God Citadel. Is that what all of you want? Li Rong's pair of beautiful eyes swept over the crowd as she asked softly.
Yes. The pale-faced old man nodded firmly.
Why?
Li Rong stood up, a cold light flashing across her watery eyes as she stared towards the pale-faced old man and asked, "Because the injured Pan Lang is your son?" The old man was startled for a moment before nodding calmly. "It's partly because of that, but mostly because of my clan's interests."
Master Li.
Another old man took over the conversation and sternly said, "The impact of this matter is extremely bad. Many of our clansmen have already gathered in the stone room, all of them wanting to teach that human brat a lesson. We all know that he is an outstanding alchemist and is our clan's only hope, but our clansmen don't know that if we don't punish him and help Pan Lang regain some face, our clansmen won't let this matter rest." Li Rong chuckled lightly. "My ancient demon clan believes in strength. When have we ever needed someone else to help us regain face? If Pan Lang really has the ability, he should heal his wounds and we'll be fine." Our clansmen's emotions, the pale-faced old elder, Pan's father, Pan Bo, solemnly said Pan Lang's father, Pan's emotions, we need to be taken care of. Li Rong took a deep breath and hesitated for a moment before asking, "Then how do you want to punish him?" "Very simple," Pan Bo said coldly. "How many of our clansmen's bones he breaks, I'll crush them all, blood for blood, a tooth for a tooth."
"Then will he still be alive?" Li Rong's expression became cold.
Pan Bo smiled. "Master Li can rest assured, I won't let him die so easily. After all, he is still of great use to my clan.
In any case, as long as it doesn't affect his future alchemy, it'll be fine." Li Rong slowly shook her head.
Pan Bo paused for a moment before shouting, "Master Li, my clan has been imprisoned here for countless years.
You know what kind of situation my clansmen are in right now.
They have been suppressed for too long, and now that there has been some friction, it has ignited their fighting spirit. If this matter isn't handled properly, it is very likely it will bring about very bad consequences."
For example?
For example, if some of them are unconvinced, they will seek refuge with Master Chu Jian.
Pan Bo narrowed his eyes.
Li Rong smiled gently, her previous gentle and benevolent temperament replaced by a majestic one. The several transcendent realm masters in the hall couldn't help feeling their hearts clench, all of them involuntarily averting their gazes. Only now did they realize that the reason Master Li could become the Lord of Demon God Citadel was not without reason, nor was it only because of her benevolence and kindness that she was able to sit in her current position.
Underneath that benevolence and kindness, Master Li also had a majestic and powerful side.
Li Rong showed her majesty for a moment before quickly restraining it, silently pondering for a moment before seemingly coming to a decision, shouting, "This time, I will personally deal with it. All of you restrain your subordinates, from today onwards. If anyone dares to find trouble with that human, I will personally send them into the arms of great demon god." Pan Bo and the others' expressions all changed as they stared towards Li Rong in amazement. "Master, did you all hear that clearly?"
Li Rong coldly shouted.
"We will obey Master Li's orders."
Pan Bo quickly lowered his head.
"Withdraw." Li Rong waved her hand and added, "Duanya, you stay behind." A master from the demon race, who had been silent for a long time, nodded and stood in place, the rest of the people leaving one after another. After they left, Li Rong helplessly smiled bitterly. "These outsiders, Master, what orders do you have?"
Duanya asked.
"From today onwards, you will stand guard around that stone room. If you find anyone who dares to harm him, kill without mercy,"
Li Rong said solemnly.
Duanya's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, seemingly not having expected Master Li to value the human so much, hesitating for a moment before asking, "What about Pan Bo and the others?"
"They won't lower themselves to deal with a young man. If they really do, I will personally deal with him." Duanya nodded slightly and respectfully withdrew.
Outside the hall, Pan Bo's expression was cold and gloomy. Just like Duanya, he couldn't understand why Master Li valued Yang Kai so much. Even if he was an outstanding alchemist, there was no reason for him to be protected like this. His son, Pan Lang, was a leader of Demon God Citadel's younger generation and was very likely to hold great power in the future, becoming a pillar of the next generation. Now that he had been beaten so miserably, it was only right that he return the favor, but Li Rong's decision had left him disappointed and angry.
"What's going on?"
Senior Li seems to care a lot about that human. One of them had a suspicious expression and asked the question that was on everyone's mind. Could it be that Master Li is treating him? Shut up.
What kind of noble person is Master Li? How could she treat a lowly human?
This matter is not simple. Master Li would not act like this for no reason. There must be some kind of mystery behind this.
But in any case, Master Li's handling of this matter is unfair. Pan Bo didn't say a word, his expression gloomy as he sneered. If Master Li continues to act so stubbornly, sooner or later she will lose the support of her clansmen. The others glanced at each other, although they could see the dissatisfaction in his heart, none of them said anything. Inside the stone room, as an invisible aura spread out from Yang Kai's body, he slowly opened his eyes. The yuan qi and physique in his body rejoiced. Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage. These past few months of immersing himself in alchemy, Yang Kai hadn't even noticed that his cultivation had reached the critical point of a breakthrough. During this time, through the solitary golden eye, Yang Kai had absorbed the insights left behind by so many masters. It could be said that before he broke through to the Saint Realm, there would be no bottlenecks or shackles. As long as his own strength could keep up, he would be able to smoothly break through. If not for that battle, Yang Kai estimated that he would have broken through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage within a month at the latest. However, that dangerous and bloody battle had pushed his breakthrough forward by a month. Fighting really had its benefits. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai discovered that a large number of ancient Demon Clan clansmen had gathered outside the stone room, each of them giving off a dangerous aura as they stared at him. Inside the stone room, not far away, Guan was staring at him with a complicated expression, as if she was re-examining him, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes. You. Seeing that Yang Kai had completed his breakthrough, Guan quickly ran over with a smile and circled around Yang Kai a few times, asking curiously, "How did you beat up Pan Lang and the others?" Yang Kai just chuckled but didn't answer. "Did you really do it alone?" Guan was surprised. "Who else could it be?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "Are you really that strong?" "What? Do you think I'm weak?" "It's not that I think you're weak, it's just that I didn't expect you to be so strong. A human. How could your body be stronger than our clansmen's?" Saying so, she stretched out her small hand towards Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to touch him, but suddenly feeling embarrassed, she quickly withdrew her hand. "You seem to be taking pleasure in my misfortune?" Yang Kai looked at her meaningfully. "Do you have some kind of grudge with that Pan Lang?" "There's no grudge, I just feel that he's a bit annoying, always entangling with me. Now that you've injured him, I can relax for a while. From this point of view, I must thank you. But, outsider, you're in big trouble now." Yang Kai frowned as he stared out of the stone room thoughtfully. "You mean them?" Guan gently nodded. "They're all gathered outside right now, all of them wanting to drag you out and teach you a lesson. Even if you're strong, in front of so many of my clansmen, I'm afraid you're not strong enough." "I'll have to try to find out." Tisk, you're really arrogant, I really have to hand it to you, you humans. Each one of you speaks louder than the last." Guan smiled disdainfully, her expression becoming serious. "But you still have to be prepared. Right now Master Li and the other masters of the fort are discussing how to deal with this matter. If Master Li doesn't stand on your side, you'll be out of luck." Slyly winking at Yang Kai, Guan smiled and said, "Since you helped me teach Pan Lang a lesson, even if you're injured, I'll take good care of you." "Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." Yang Kai grinned, "Because Master Li seems to be on my side. Isn't that right, Master Li?" Saying so, he turned his head and looked to the side. Off to the side, the air distorted and Li Rong appeared. Hearing this, her pretty face couldn't help showing a trace of astonishment, but she soon shook her head helplessly and walked over. "You're really quite leisurely," Li Rong sighed. Yang Kai just shrugged his shoulders. "Don't blame my clansmen for being so agitated. It's just that they've been imprisoned for too long. You're the only outsider here, so if you dare attack one of our clansmen, of course they won't let you go," Li Rong explained softly. Chapter 649. Seeing Li Rong appear, Guan hurriedly saluted. The beautiful woman waved her hand slightly, indicating that she didn't need to care, walking over to Yang Kai and looking at him helplessly. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said, "Grievances must be repaid with grievances, enmity with enmity. It's only natural that your clansmen would be so agitated." "Aren't you afraid?" Li Rong was surprised. She didn't see the slightest trace of fear on Yang Kai's face. "What's there to be afraid of?" Yang Kai said indifferently. "If Master Li wasn't prepared to intervene in this matter, you wouldn't have appeared in front of me. Since you've appeared now, it means you're prepared to deal with it. Naturally, I'm not afraid because Master Li seems to treat me particularly well. Li Rong's expression suddenly became a little unnatural, and couldn't help covering her mouth as she stared blankly at Yang Kai. No one had ever dared to say such frivolous words in front of Master Li, but this human boy who didn't know the meaning of death had done so. Not only did he not provoke Master Li, she even seemed to acquiesce. Can I ask why this is? What is so special about me that Master Li cares so much about me? Yang Kai tilted his head and stared at the beautiful woman in front of him. Li Rong lightly coughed. I will not treat anyone who is sent here by Coffin Slave Senior unfairly, because perhaps one day that person will be able to help my clan out of this predicament. This statement was a bit self-deceiving, and even understood it, so how could Yang Kai not? However, since Li Rong didn't want to say anything, Yang Kai didn't want to get to the bottom of it. Thinking about it carefully, it was after Li Rong saw the solitary golden eye in his knowledge see that her attitude towards him had changed. Although she had been friendly with him before, the relationship between them was only a cooperative one, but now it was different. From the way she took care of him, it was clear that Li Rong really cared about him. Yang Kai wasn't stupid enough to think that such a dignified and graceful woman would fall in love with him. She was a Saint Realm Master who had lived who knew how many years. Love and affection in her eyes was nothing more than fleeting clouds. As for other reasons, Yang Kai could only explain it as the effect of the solitary golden eye. Yang Kai just couldn't understand why the solitary golden eye would cause her to change. But you're right, since I've appeared, I'll deal with this matter. You don't need to worry too much, I've already told to you. But remember, in the future, don't get into conflicts with my people for no reason. I can protect you once, but that doesn't mean I will condone your impudence. I never take the initiative to cause trouble. Yang Kai chuckled. This beautiful woman seemed to be deliberately covering up her loss of composure in front of him, her tone becoming much colder. That would be for the best. Li Rong nodded lightly, no longer saying anything, turning around and opening the stone door. A moment later, Yang Kai heard Li Rong reprimand the ancient demon clan members. And soon, the demon race members gathered outside the stone room scattered like birds and beasts. Spat out her tongue at Yang Kai, a look of admiration filling her face as she said, You really have some skill, but your arrogance isn't proportional to your current strength. When you break through to the transcendent realm one day, it won't be too late to be so rampant. Hee hee. Giggling, also left. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Now that he was under the eaves, Yang Kai was also somewhat at a loss. He knew that in this damned place, besides a few people from the ancient demon clan who treated him fairly well, everyone else regarded him as an alien. If no one could protect him, he would die sooner or later. This time, it was Pan Lang who came to find trouble with him, so he could deal with it. But what if it was a transcendent realm master next time? What if it was a Saint Realm Master? That was why Yang Kai had bluntly stated Li Rong's attitude towards him in order to obtain some assurance and confirm whether his observations were correct. Fortunately, his guesses were correct. Although Li Rong tried to hide it, Yang Kai was still able to see through her intentions. She really did care about him. Regardless of whether she was plotting something or not, Yang Kai needed to take advantage of her identity and status to ensure his safety. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai scratched his head and suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to ask her what her demon crests were. This matter had been on Yang Kai's mind for several months now. Since the first time he saw these demon crests on the bodies of the ancient demon clan's clansmen, he had been very interested in them. But since he was unfamiliar with this place, he had not been willing to ask about them in order to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. Now that he had determined that Li Rong had taken care of him, it was time for him to explore this matter. Yang Kai was very interested in the ancient demon clan's demon crests because when he became the demon race, his demon crests had also undergone similar changes, but they were even more exaggerated than Pan Lang's. Yang Kai could only wait for to return and find an opportunity to ask her about it. Yang Kai made up his mind and no longer thought about it, turning around and walking over to the medicinal cauldrons and continuing to improve his alchemy skills. After Li Rong left the stone room and reprimanded the clansmen who had tried to find trouble with Yang Kai, her pretty face couldn't help showing a blank look. That day when she had seen the solitary golden eye, Li Rong's ancient demon clan bloodline seemed to have resonated with it. After returning home, she had deliberately looked up some ancient books and found that some of the things recorded in them were very similar to what she had observed. It was for this reason that Li Rong had changed her attitude towards Yang Kai. But over the past few months, through her secret observations, she had found that things were not quite as she had expected. Although this human was strange and powerful, he was far from what she had expected. Is this true or not? Li Rong couldn't make up her mind. At that moment, a clansman reported that Great Commander Hua Mo had arrived with a large number of herbs. Li Rong's expression brightened and she quickly walked towards the main hall. Because Yang Kai's alchemy required an enormous amount of herbs, Demon God's citadel storage was not enough. Fortunately, the territories of the other great commanders had also accumulated a large number of herbs over the past few years. Hua Mo and Han Fei had ordered their clansmen to search everywhere for these past few months and had delivered them today. After seeing Hua Mo and Han Fei receive the herbs, the three sat down and began chatting. Master Li, did Chu Jian deliver any herbs? Hua Mo asked. Yes, but the quantity is very small. Chu Jian said that the soil in his territory is poor and the herbs he produces are few. So over the years he has only managed to collect a small amount. Li Rong rubbed her forehead. Nonsense, Hua Mo coldly snorted. Chu Jian has a mountain range on his side. How could there not be any herbs? He's not putting master in his eyes at all. Han Fei also coldly said, he doesn't put the future of our clan in his eyes at all. All he wants to do is rule this mysterious small world. How ignorant. The two great commanders continued to complain about Chu Jian, both of them asking Li Rong to teach Chu Jian a lesson and make him behave himself. But as always, Li Rong just listened quietly, not expressing any of her thoughts. Hua Mo and Han Fei also didn't have much to say, so they dropped the subject. Right, Master Li, I just heard that human brat got into some trouble? Hua Mo suddenly asked. Master Li has always acted fairly. Why are you siding with an outsider this time? Han Fei also looked at Li Rong with some surprise. Regardless of what had caused the friction between Yang Kai and Pan Lang, or who was right and who was wrong, since it was her clansmen who had suffered a loss, naturally they had to make this outsider pay the price, but what they heard was completely different. Li Rong chuckled, you're quite well informed. Hua Mo nodded. All the clansmen in the fort are talking about this. It would be difficult for me not to hear. Han Fei's expression became cold as she asked. Master Li, because of this matter, many of our clansmen are complaining about you. Is it really worth it? Li Rong's expression also became serious, hesitating for a moment before saying, if my guess is correct, then it is. What kind of guess? Hua Mo asked. It's hard to say right now. I'm still observing. If you can see what I see, you will definitely make the same choice. When the truth comes to light one day, I will tell you all. Hua Mo and Han Fei nodded lightly. After so many years, they also believed in Li Rong's vision and judgment. Since she had chosen to side with an outsider, she must have her own reasons. The three of them chatted for a while before Hua Mo and Han Fei left. Although they were all members of Demon God's citadel and were all great commanders, because the four branches were in different locations, Hua Mo and Han Fei also had to return to their own territories. This time, their main purpose was to transport the herbs. After the incident where Pan Lang's provocation failed and he was instead beaten, the attitude of the ancient demon clan towards Yang Kai had become even worse. Yang Kai was too lazy to provoke any trouble and simply spent his days in the stone room refining pills and herbs. His own alchemy skills were rapidly improving, allowing him to refine a large number of pills every day while consuming countless herbs. Yang Kai was aware that outside this stone room, there was a top-level master secretly protecting him. Although this person's concealment was perfect, after so many years, Yang Kai was still able to determine his whereabouts. This person should have been sent by Li Rong to protect him. Perceiving this, Yang Kai suddenly felt relieved. His relationship with Guan was also quite harmonious. This young girl from the demon race seemed to be very curious about the outside world. Whenever Yang Kai had some spare time, she would always pester him to tell her stories about the outside world. The wonders and beauty of the outside world made Guan yearn for them. Along with this, she also strongly supported his alchemy skills, hoping that one day Yang Kai would be able to refine Saint-grade pills and bring good fortune to her clansmen. Yang Kai also inquired about demon crests from Guan. According to Guan, their ancient demon clan was an extremely pure and noble demon race, something that other demon race couldn't compare to. Their demon crests were innate, but could be cultivated and strengthened. When they used their demon crests in battle, their strength would increase, and the more comprehensive their demon crests were, the greater their strength would increase. Pan Lang and the others were able to display their demon crests a second time, and so was Guan herself. Yang Kai had personally witnessed her cultivation increase after displaying her demon crests. Guan Er was only an immortal ascension boundary 6-stage cultivator, but after displaying her demon crests a second time, her strength and vitality were comparable to a peak immortal ascension boundary master. Chapter 650. Moreover, after her demon crests were unfurled, Guan Er's pretty face was covered in green lines, giving her a kind of enchanting beauty that was completely different from her usual temperament. As for commanders like Li Rong, Han Fei, and Hua Mo, they could even unfurl their demon crests to a deeper level, greatly improving their strength. However, in this mysterious small world, there were no enemies, so Guan Er had never seen any of the great commanders in action. She had only heard about them but had never seen them with her own eyes. In Demon God Citadel, there were even martial skills and secret arts specifically developed for demon crests, a gift left behind by the great demon god. Yang Kai was very interested and wanted to borrow these martial skills and secret arts to read, but Guan Er said that these martial skills and secret arts were only available to those with outstanding aptitude. Even she had never seen them before, making Yang Kai feel very regretful. Although Li Rong was good to him, Yang Kai knew his own limits, so it was not realistic to ask her to read these martial skills and secret arts left behind by the great demon god. Restraining his thoughts, Yang Kai's days went by in an uneventful manner, either performing alchemy, cultivating, or telling Guan Er some interesting stories about the outside world. Time flew by, and unknowingly, almost a year had passed since Yang Kai arrived in this mysterious small world. During this past year, Yang Kai's alchemy skills had improved significantly, and now without the use of spirit arrays, he was able to refine spirit-grade pills. Medicine King's Valley's Xiao Fu Shang's lifelong wish had now been realized by Yang Kai in just a little over a year. Yang Kai could only sigh. Different worlds. Different people could display different abilities. Grandmaster Zhao's attainments in alchemy were much deeper than Yang Kai's, but because of the various restrictions of that world, his desire for spirit-grade pills was nothing more than an extravagant wish. On this day, after Yang Kai finished refining a spirit-grade pill, he took a deep breath and meditated for a moment before suddenly opening his eyes and shouting towards the empty stone room. "Senior, can you help me find Master Li? I have something to discuss with her." Duanya, who was hiding in the void, couldn't help but look at him in astonishment. He was surprised to find that this human brat was actually staring at the place where he was hiding. His eyes were shining with a wise and far-sighted light. Duanya was extremely shocked. Ever since the farce of Yang Kai being troubled by Pan Lang, Duanya had obeyed Li Rong's instructions and secretly guarded this place at all times. However, he didn't expect that this brat had already noticed it and could even accurately find his positions. Yang Kai was only an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage cultivator, while he was a 3rd order transcendent. The difference in strength between the two of them was enormous. So how did he discover it? When did he find out? A trace of shock flashed through Duanya's heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He revealed himself from his hiding place and nodded gently at Yang Kai. Then, his body faded again and disappeared. After waiting for a while, the air around Yang Kai began to distort and ripples visible to the naked eye appeared. From this distorted air, a trace of the power of the void appeared and Li Rong appeared. Yang Kai showed a look of interest. He found that every time this woman appeared, she would use this method. It was as if she could manipulate the power of the void and suddenly appear here. "I heard you were looking for me?" Li Rong walked up and asked straightforwardly. Yang Kai nodded. "What's the matter?" "I need to replenish my yuan qi." "Replenish your yuan qi?" Li Rong's brow furrowed slightly as she released her divine sense and swept Yang Kai, asking curiously, "Isn't your yuan qi very abundant?" With her powerful cultivation, she could naturally detect that in Yang Kai's body and meridians, there was a thick and substantial yuan qi that contained the power of destruction. Moreover, this extremely pure yang yuan qi had a great restraining effect on the demonic qi of ordinary people. "No, no, no." Yang Kai kept shaking his head. "The yuan qi in my meridians is indeed abundant, but the yuan qi in Dantian is almost gone. Without yuan qi, I can't refine pills." "What do you mean?" Li Rong was even more puzzled. "Replenishing your yuan qi is enough for you to use your cultivation method. How can I solve this problem?" Yang Kai smiled. "My cultivation method is a bit special, or rather, my physique is also a bit special. Yuan qi can't be replenished through cultivation. The true Yang Yuan Qi in his body had always been obtained by absorbing some Yang attribute heavenly treasures. He would absorb the energy of these heavenly treasures into his body, condense it into Yang liquid, and store it in his dantian. If he simply meditated and didn't have a suitable environment, the energy absorbed from the air would only be transformed into Yang liquid and stored in the unyielding golden skeleton, unless he cultivated in an environment with abundant Yang Qi. The last time he replenished his Yang liquid was a long time ago, and after such a long time, Yang Kai's dantian was running out of Yang liquid, with only a few drops left. If he didn't replenish it, it would be completely consumed. Without Yang liquid to suppress the evil energy in the unyielding golden skeleton, Yang Kai estimated that he would soon become the demon race. Then what do you want me to do? Li Rong didn't quite understand, but she was too lazy to ask. Do you have any Yang attribute heavenly treasures? I need those things. Yang attribute things are incompatible with us demon race people. Do you think we would have such materials? Li Rong's face flashed a trace of displeasure, but immediately became suspicious, looking at Yang Kai with a distrustful gaze. Are you lying to me? I have no reason to lie to you. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. Do you really not have any Yang attribute things? We really don't. Yang Kai's face darkened, frowning. Then we're in big trouble. I don't have any Yang attribute things, so I can't replenish my Yuan Qi. Without replenishing my Yuan Qi, I can't refine pills. You also saw it. Refining pills requires the support of my true Yang Yuan Qi. Then what do we do? Li Rong suddenly became a little anxious. This human being was extremely talented in alchemy. In just a year, he was able to refine a spirit-grade pill. With this kind of growth speed, there was no need to wait for 10 years at all. He would be able to refine a saint-grade pill. But now, because of this reason, he was unable to continue refining pills. This was simply ridiculous. Li Rong didn't know what kind of special secret art this human cultivated, nor did she know how special his physique was, but seeing him speak so seriously, she naturally believed him without a doubt. Looking at Yang Kai, Li Rong couldn't help showing a helpless and miserable expression. Her people had been trapped here for countless years, and for countless years, everyone's wish was to leave this place and see the outside world. Now that they had finally seen a glimmer of hope, it was ruthlessly cut off because of this unforeseen event. Li Rong could almost imagine how disappointed her clansmen would be when they learned of this news. Thinking so, Li Rong's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up as she muttered excitedly. Although we don't have anything with the Yang attribute on hand, this mysterious small world has some. Where? Yang Kai suddenly looked forward to it. Without Yang liquid, he was in a lot of trouble. If he couldn't become the hope of the ancient demon clan, Yang Kai wouldn't have any value in surviving. When the time came, Li Rong wouldn't take care of him anymore, and all that awaited him was death. Li Rong didn't answer his question, instead frowning and pondering for a moment before saying, You rest for 2 days, after that, I'll give you some news. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Li Rong quickly left. Without much Yang liquid, Yang Kai didn't dare perform alchemy casually, so he was bored to death, so he let Guan take him out to play outside Demon God's citadel for 2 days. Speaking of which, since arriving in this mysterious small world, Yang Kai hadn't left the stone room. Firstly, he didn't want to show himself in public and attract the attention of the other demon race masters, and secondly, because he was obsessed with improving his alchemy skills, he had forgotten to eat and sleep. Now that he had some free time, he naturally wanted to go out and do some exercise. Inside Demon God's citadel, Yang Kai experienced the valiant and bloody nature of the demon race masters and witnessed their perseverance. When practicing martial skills, these demon race masters would often use deadly moves. Completely different from the cultivator fights in the human world, this was a true life or death battle. Often, one side would be beaten into a bloody pulp and fall to the ground, unable to get up. However, the physique of the ancient demon clan was quite strong, so no matter how heavily injured they were, after a short rest, they would be able to fight again. Seeing this, Kai Yang couldn't help but admire him. In a huge square inside Demon God's citadel, Yang Kai also saw a majestic and huge statue. This was a statue of a humanoid figure, and it was unknown which era it had come from, or which craftsman had carved it, but it was extremely lifelike and majestic, and all of the demon race beings who passed by it wore respectful expressions on their faces. Looking at this statue, Kai Yang couldn't help but feel a kind of mysterious energy emanating from it. This energy seemed to be pulling on his unyielding golden skeleton, causing the evil energy within his unyielding golden skeleton to almost burst out. Yang Kai's complexion changed greatly, but he quickly suppressed it, his face instantly becoming pale as sweat dripped down his back. At this moment, an unfamiliar voice seemed to reverberate in his mind, but when he listened carefully, the voice disappeared. He didn't know if it was an illusion or not. What happened to you? Guan was taken aback, not knowing what had happened to Yang Kai. Just a moment ago he had been so excited, but in the blink of an eye he had suddenly become a bit worried. It's nothing, I haven't been out in a long time. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. You humans, your bodies are so weak. Guan giggled. Whose statue is this? Yang Kai asked casually. It's the statue of our ancestors' master. Great demon god. Guan also quickly straightened her expression and bowed respectfully. Great demon gods? Yang Kai was stunned. Isn't it majestic? It is said that in the era when great demon god existed, my demon race ruled the world. You humans and monster races were all vassals of my demon race. Was it that powerful? Great demon god was naturally powerful. His martial prowess was unrivaled since ancient times. So far, no one has been able to match him. Such a powerful character. Where is he now? I don't know, Guan shook her head. Then why did he seal your ancestor here? What kind of mistake did you commit? I don't know. Guan suddenly became angry out of shame. Why are you asking so many questions? You're so annoying. Chapter 651. It seemed that because Yang Kai had asked too many questions, Guan was no longer in the mood to take him on a stroll. Hastily returning to the stone room, Guan left Yang Kai behind and disappeared. Recalling what had happened the moment he saw the great demon god statue, Yang Kai shook his head, a look of confusion filling his face. He didn't know if it was an illusion or something else, but even if he wanted to delve into it, he had no basis to do so, so he could only ignore it. 2 days later, Yang Kai, who was meditating, noticed a strange energy fluctuation nearby and quickly opened his eyes, quickly discovering that Li Rong and Han Fei had arrived together. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, not understanding why even Han Fei had appeared, asking, "Where is it?" Li Rong shook her head. "We don't have it on hand. If you need it, you'll have to get it yourself." "I'll get it myself?" Yang Kai was stunned. That's why I had you wait 2 days. Commander Han Fei will escort you there." Han Fei's territory was on the other side of Demon God Citadel, so Li Rong had obviously sent her a message, delaying her for 2 days. Yang Kai glanced at the cold woman and gently nodded, tactfully not asking any more questions. "If you're ready, we'll set off now." Han Fei didn't speak any nonsense, turning to Yang Kai. "There's nothing to prepare." "Then let's go," Han Fei said, turning around and walking out. "Be careful on the way," Li Rong said. Yang Kai gently waved his hand and followed Han Fei out. Arriving outside the stone room, Han Fei's tender body transformed into a stream of light and disappeared. Yang Kai sniffed and stood in place, not moving. Li Rong looked at him curiously, her pretty face filled with suspicion. After waiting for a while, Yang Kai still didn't move, so Han Fei couldn't help flying back, frowning as she asked, "What are you doing? Why aren't you following?" "I told you, I don't have much yuan qi to spend. If I just fly over like this, wouldn't I be wasting a lot of yuan qi?" Yang Kai said helplessly. "What do you want?" Han Fei frowned. "Take me there." Yang Kai said seriously, causing Han Fei to become annoyed. "You're quite bold. You actually dare ask me to take you there." "I'm not trying to take advantage of you, nor am I trying to take advantage of your identity. This is the right choice," Yang Kai said seriously. Li Rong frowned and nodded gently to Han Fei. Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai's eyes on the other hand. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and he's left. No words were spoken along the way. Han Fei's personality was cold and aloof, and Yang Kai knew that such a woman wouldn't get close to strangers, so naturally, he wouldn't ask for a rebuff, so he simply closed his eyes and rested. However, Yang Kai was keenly aware that this Han Fei seemed to be very interested in him, using her extremely well-concealed divine sense to constantly scan his body, seemingly trying to find something, but never succeeding. The world inside the small sealed world was very different from the outside world. Here, there was no distinction between day and night. The vast and barren land seemed to be completely barren, with very few traces of life. On the other hand, occasionally one could see a few monster beasts. Flying forward in silence for some time, Yang Kai didn't know how long he had flown, But after a while, he began to feel a hot aura in the air. Noticing this, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling shocked. This hot aura was the yang attribute energy he so desperately desired. Moreover, as time passed, the yang attribute energy in the air became more and more concentrated, as if there was a huge pool of yang attribute energy gathering in front of him. Yang Kai couldn't help looking forward to it. After a full 2 days, Yang Kai suddenly saw that on the distant horizon, the sky was dyed with a dazzling brilliance. At this point, the yang attribute energy had already filled the air. Yang Kai began circulating his true yang secret art, absorbing all the yang yuan qi he needed into his body. On the other hand, Han Fei had to exert some of her strength to resist the erosion of the yang attribute energy. Yang attribute energy had always been the nemesis of demonic qi. Even the ancient demon clan couldn't avoid this. However, a master like Han Fei could ignore ordinary yang attribute attacks. After flying for another half a day, the yang attribute energy became even richer. Han Fei stopped, and together with Yang Kai, the two of them stood mid-air and looked down. Down below, there was a towering mountain with a mouth like that of a great beast. Deep inside this mountain, Yang Kai could even see boiling red magma. The yang attribute energy here was so rich that even the rocks here had been melted and transformed into magma-like liquid. From time to time, magma would erupt from the mountain mouth and flow down. What's more, the yang origin seal on Yang Kai's chest was pulsing non-stop, as if it was very happy. The yang origin seal only responded to yang attribute energy. Yang Kai had never felt such a strong fluctuation from the yang origin seal, which also showed just how powerful the yang attribute energy down below was. "This is our destination," Han Fei finally spoke. Han Fei finally spoke. "There is a very rich yang attribute energy down there. It should be enough to meet your needs. On top of that, as far as we know, there is a large amount of yang crystal ore at the bottom of the magma. If you have the ability, you can collect it. Our ancient demon clan has no need for such things." Yang Kai nodded gently, expressing his understanding. "I'll send you down first and find a suitable place for you to cultivate," Han Fei said before wrapping up Yang Kai and rushing down. Facing the magma that seemed capable of melting everything, this cold woman didn't show any fear, her tender body erupting with a power that shocked Yang Kai, pushing the magma aside and causing it to fall straight down. Like a sharp sword, wherever Han Fei passed, the magma would be forced back. Wherever she passed, there wasn't the slightest danger, but above her, the magma once again covered the ground. Yang Kai looked up but could no longer see the way back. Yang Kai suddenly had a profound understanding of this woman's powerful cultivation. A Saint Realm Master could already be considered a top-level master, but Yang Kai wasn't sure just what level of Saint Realm this woman had reached. After falling for an unknown distance, Han Fei also seemed to be struggling to cope. The yang attribute energy here was so rich that even she couldn't ignore it. Sweat seeped out of her tender body and an intoxicating fragrance lingered around the tip of Yang Kai's nose, causing his spirit to soar. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's abnormality, Han Fei stared at him coldly, slowed her fall, and asked in a deep voice, "How is it here?" "It's fine," Yang Kai nodded. "Then you can cultivate here." Han Fei waved her hand. Saying so, Han Fei waved her hand and parted the nearby magma, creating a hole in the rock wall that was large enough to accommodate Yang Kai sitting cross-legged inside. Releasing a few more seals to stabilize this space, Han Fei threw Yang Kai inside and coldly said, "Human, don't try to play any tricks, just sit here and absorb the yang yuan qi you need. After a month, I'll come pick you up." "Understood." Han Fei glanced over at him one last time before leaping up and disappearing from sight. After she left, Yang Kai took a deep breath and began investigating his location. This place was very safe. After all, this was a place created by a Saint Realm Master, so the flowing magma outside was unable to penetrate it. Although Yang Kai wasn't afraid of this magma, if he were to be sucked into it and lost his bearings, it would be very troublesome. Calming his thoughts, Yang Kai began circulating his true yang secret art. Circulating his secret art, the hundreds of millions of pores all over his body opened at the same time, and like a whale sucking in water, the massive amount of yang attribute energy in the surroundings madly poured into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai's face filled with joy, as if he had never experienced such a sensation before, and couldn't help letting out a grunt as his entire body began to float. Asterisk drip. Asterisk, a soft sound came from the depths of Yang Kai's soul, and after 30 breaths of time, a drop of yang liquid was formed. Today, Yang Kai's cultivation was completely different from before. Whether it was the purity or richness of his yuan qi,
It was several dozen times higher than before. This also meant that if he wanted to condense a drop of yang liquid, he would need to absorb several dozen times more yang attribute energy than before. Even so, Yang Kai was still able to condense a drop of yang liquid in such a short time. The speed at which this process was happening far exceeded Yang Kai's expectations. The environment here was quite suitable for him to cultivate. Asterisk drip. Drip. Asterisk the soft sound continued to ring out, and Yang Kai soon forgot everything around him, even the passage of time. At the bottom of the mountain, the magma tumbled as Yang Kai immersed himself in cultivation. 1,000 kilometers to the east of Demon God Citadel was the territory of one of the 4 great commanders, Chu Jian. At this moment, inside the main hall, Chu Jian was listening to a report from one of his confidants. A moment later, Chu Jian's eyes narrowed as a look of excitement appeared on his face. You mean that alien left Demon God Citadel? Yes, master. He was taken away by Commander Han Fei, the confidant quickly replied. Do you know where he went? He seems to have gone in the direction of a volcano. A volcano. Chu Jian frowned. He naturally knew where this volcano was. It was a restricted area of their ancient demon clan. Even the 4 great commanders weren't willing to set foot there. It wasn't that they were afraid of any life-threatening danger, it was just that they instinctively rejected Yang Qi there. Why did he go to a volcano? Chu Jian frowned, unable to understand the reason. If not for some special purpose, it would have been impossible for Han Fei to take that human with her. Master, this is a rare opportunity, shouldn't we? The confidant hesitantly asked. Chu Jian's eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed across them, sneering. I naturally know this is a rare opportunity. Fine, I'll go invite that alien to my territory as a guest for a few days. Chu Jian had been paying close attention to the various rumors surrounding Yang Kai, and knew that his progress in alchemy was not small. Chu Jian had always wanted to replace Li Rong, so this time, if he could bring this alien back to his territory and train him to refine a Saint-grade pill, he would be able to break free from the shackles of this place and win the support of his clansmen. At that time, Li Rong would have no choice but to abdicate her position. Moreover, Chu Jian also knew that Li Rong didn't have many herbs left. On the other hand, he had accumulated a lot, so if this foreign race wanted to continue alchemy, he would have to provide the herbs. Chu Jian seemed to have foreseen the arrival of that day, and his eyes filled with anticipation and excitement as he quickly began making arrangements. Chapter 652. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Yang Kai knew that this opportunity was rare, so during this month, he spared no effort in circulating his true Yang secret art and madly absorbing Yang Yuan Qi. After a month, the Dantian began to faintly feel saturated. Countless drops of Yang liquid had gathered in the Dantian. At first, Yang Kai was quite concerned about the amount of Yang liquid he had, but in the end, he didn't even know how much he had gathered. His entire body was filled with strength. With so much Yang liquid, Yang Kai estimated that he could squander it for several years without needing to worry about it. Moreover, as Yang Kai madly absorbed Yang Yuan Qi, the nearby magma seemed to be affected, becoming less hot than before and even showing signs of solidifying. With the place he was standing as the center, the Yang Yuan Qi in a radius of about a kilometer had greatly decreased. Yang Kai really wanted to explore the bottom of this volcano to see if there were any more opportunities, but the deadline he had agreed to with Han Fei was almost up, so he could only wait. He didn't want to provoke that cold woman and give her an excuse to question him. After waiting for a long time, Han Fei still hadn't appeared. Yang Kai grit his teeth and rushed out of his hiding place, following the magma's path and diving deeper. The Yuan Qi formed a protective barrier around his body, so although the temperature of the magma was extremely high, Yang Kai couldn't be harmed in the slightest. The further down Yang Kai went, the more he could feel the abundance of energy. The environment here was very suitable for a cultivator like him to cultivate, but for the ancient demon clan, it was a place to stay at a respectful distance. Yang Kai didn't have any intention of escaping. In this sealed, mysterious small world, Yang Kai knew that there was no place for him to hide, unless he decided to hide under this volcano for the rest of his life. He just wanted to see what kind of mysteries lay below. After diving for an hour, Yang Kai still hadn't reached the bottom. The surrounding temperature had reached a level that Yang Kai couldn't bear. Pausing in place and thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai shook his head in annoyance. Although he really wanted to go down and investigate,
It now seemed that if he continued, even he would be in danger. Acting rashly before he knew whether he could obtain any benefits was not worth the loss. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Kai gave up and flew back up. After another hour, Yang Kai finally returned to his previous cultivation position. There, Han Fei was coldly looking around, as if she had mistakenly thought that Yang Kai had escaped and was grinding her teeth in anger. After seeing Yang Kai, she angrily asked, "Where did you go?" "I went down to check, Yang Kai." "Go down." Han Fei's slender brow wrinkled slightly. "Can you go down?" Even she couldn't go too deep. This position was almost her limit, but this human was actually able to go even deeper. She couldn't help but be a little surprised. "I cultivate a yang attribute secret art, so I'm like a fish in water here," Yang Kai chuckled. This explanation didn't satisfy Han Fei, because even if he cultivated a yang attribute secret art, if he didn't have any other skills, this wasn't a place he could casually enter. However, she didn't pursue the matter further and simply asked, "Did you get what you wanted?" Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Then let's go. Master Li should be anxious by now," Han Fei said, not waiting for Yang Kai to answer, wrapping him in her yuan qi and flying up. Soon the two of them reached the top of the volcano. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly pulled on Han Fei's arm and whispered, "Wait." Han Fei's tender body went stiff and she couldn't help glaring at Yang Kai. "What are you doing?" She seemed to be very unaccustomed to being touched, especially by a man. Such a small action had caused her to have an abnormal reaction. "Check it out yourself." Yang Kai's expression became cold as he replied faintly. Han Fei was stunned for a moment before releasing her divine sense, but soon her pretty face became even more gloomy. Even Yang Kai was able to detect the abnormalities around the volcano, so how could Han Fei not notice? It was just that she hadn't been too vigilant just now and hadn't paid attention to the situation around her. "We seem to be in trouble," Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, his pair of sharp eyes scanning the surrounding area. "Don't speak, I'll deal with it," Han Fei shouted, her beautiful eyes suddenly locking onto a certain position as she coldly shouted, "Chu Jian, come out." A hearty laugh suddenly rang out as Chu Jian, who Yang Kai had met once before, revealed himself from his hidden position, staring towards Han Fei with a playful look, a trace of obscenity flashing across his eyes as he laughed. "Commander Han Fei, what a coincidence we actually meet here." Saying so, his narrow eyes swept over Yang Kai for a moment before quickly turning to stare at Han Fei, not putting Yang Kai in his eyes at all. "Chu Jian, what are you doing here?" Han Fei's voice was cold as she glared at the other party. The area around the volcano was a restricted area of the ancient demon clan. No one was willing to set foot here lightly. She didn't believe that Chu Jian had accidentally stumbled into her. While Chu Jian was speaking, a number of figures appeared one after another. These figures were all masters from Chu Jian's territory, all of them grinning as they stared towards the volcano, surrounding it. The other party had obviously come prepared, apparently having received news of their arrival and had set up an ambush here. "I don't want to do anything. I just want to ask Commander Han Fei to allow me to take this human brat away." Chu Jian sneered, remaining calm and unruffled. "Your courage isn't small." Han Fei's beautiful eyes flashed coldly as she angrily shouted, "This alien is Master Li's honored guest and the hope of our ancient demon clan. Do you want to cut off our clan's hope?" "Chu Jian, don't continue to act like this. Just because Master Li is benevolent to you doesn't mean she will always indulge you." "Master Li?" Chu Jian coldly snorted, "Sooner or later, I will replace her and become the true master of Demon God Citadel. My ancient demon clan is a valiant clan. Even if we are imprisoned here, we shouldn't have fallen to the point where our fangs are ground down by the flowing time great emperor. Master Li is too soft-hearted and is not suitable to be in charge of Demon God Citadel. I, Chu Jian, am the most suitable candidate." All of Chu Jian's subordinates heard these words and their auras became violent and dangerous. Indeed, as he said, even if they had been imprisoned for countless years, the masters gathered under Chu Jian's command were still warlike. "You're crazy." Han Fei looked disappointed and slowly shook her head. "Although we knew you were up to no good and had wild ambitions, we didn't expect you to be obsessed to such an extent. Chu Jian, if you don't turn back, all that awaits you is death." "Death?" Chu Jian roared. "Is it me who dies or you?" Perceiving Chu Jian's murderous intent, Han Fei couldn't help feeling a chill in her heart, only now realizing that Chu Jian was serious this time. If he wanted to take control of Demon God Citadel, he would first have to eliminate those who disagreed with him,
and she and Huarimo were the first targets he needed to eliminate. After living in this mysterious small world for so many years, Han Fei had actually forgotten all the intrigue she had learned from the human race.
Han Fei, I can give you a chance.
Chu Jian stretched out his hand and pointed to Han Fei, his expression solemn. Submit to me and I will take you as my wife. You will join forces with me to take control of Demon God Citadel. As long as this human boy can refine Saint-grade pills, we can break free from the shackles of this world, a far better future than following Master Li.
Han Fei looked at Chu Jian sarcastically and sneered. You want me to marry you? Have you not woken up yet?
Even if I marry this human boy, I will never marry you.
Hey, what are you dragging me into this for? Yang Kai suddenly became unhappy. He didn't care about the internal strife of Demon God Citadel. Who won and who lost had nothing to do with him. But now that he had become the focus of this struggle, Yang Kai couldn't stay out of it. No matter who won and who lost, he would always be the key, and the side that won would definitely want something from him. Shut up, you have no right to speak here. A faint blush appeared on Han Fei's pretty face, but after glaring at Yang Kai for a moment, it quickly disappeared.
Chu Jian shook his head in disappointment, a pained expression appearing on his face. You're wrong. It's because Master Li is too benevolent that I want to take control of Demon God Citadel. If we were to leave this world and go outside, with her weak personality, how could my ancient demon clan have a foothold? If she had really acted against me, I may not have acted so disloyal, but you see, even if she knows about my actions today, Master Li won't blame me. That woman shouldn't have been born in the ancient demon clan. Don't take Master Li's benevolence as an excuse for your presumptuous actions. Han Fei shouted, if you really take control of Demon God Citadel, it will be my clan's greatest misfortune.
You disappoint me too much. Chu Jian shook his head.
Chu Jian kept shaking his head. Han Fei, I'll ask you one last time. Are you willing to join forces with me to achieve great things? If you dare refuse me again, I won't show you any mercy. There are many beautiful women out there. All I care about is your Saint Realm cultivation.
You can give up on that idea.
Han Fei shouted, taking the initiative to attack, wrapping Yang Kai in her arms and transforming into a streak of light, attempting to take advantage of Chu Jian's moment of carelessness to break out of the encirclement. As long as she could break out of Chu Jian's encirclement, Han Fei was confident she could bring Yang Kai back to Demon God Citadel. However, since Chu Jian had come prepared, he naturally wouldn't give her such an opportunity. The moment Han Fei made her move, he also moved. Before anyone could see his movements, he had already appeared in front of Han Fei, opening his hand and releasing a powerful demonic aura. Opening his mouth, he bared his fangs and bit towards Han Fei and Yang Kai. Han Fei's complexion changed greatly as she quickly pulled Yang Kai back, waving her hand and sending out a gentle wave of energy. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk a violent explosion rang out as a brilliant halo of light spread out. As this halo spread, Chu Jian's attack was easily neutralized by Han Fei. After not fighting for so many years, Han Fei, it seems your strength has improved quite a bit. Chu Jian said calmly as he laughed, his figure flickering as he suddenly transformed into a myriad of phantoms, each one of them extremely lifelike, as if they were Chu Jian himself. In the next moment, these countless phantoms swung their fists towards Han Fei's delicate body.
Chapter 653.
Facing such a blow, Han Fei's expression became extremely dignified as she pushed her strength to the limit, carefully searching for any flaws in Chu Jian's attack. As for Yang Kai, who was being guarded by her, he couldn't help feeling a sense of suffocation. It was as if under such an attack, he couldn't even muster up the will to resist. Chu Jian didn't know what order saint he was, but the gap between him and Yang Kai was like heaven and earth. Even if he wasn't targeting Yang Kai, his momentum alone was enough to make it difficult for Yang Kai to even move. As the mountain-like fist fell, Han Fei brought Yang Kai along as she dodged. Every step she took was carefully calculated. In the face of this explosive fist, the two of them were like a small boat in a stormy sea, in danger of being destroyed at any moment.
Han Fei, you're not my opponent. If you surrender now, I can give you a dignified death.
Chu Jian shouted as he continued to attack, trying to disturb Han Fei's concentration. Both of them were Saint Realm masters, so even if there was a gap in strength, Chu Jian would still need to exert some effort to capture Han Fei.
He would also need to carefully control his strength so as not to accidentally injure Yang Kai, naturally making him feel somewhat restrained. Han Fei remained silent, grit her teeth, her delicate body shuttling back and forth as she shuttled back and forth between the storm. After attacking for a while, he couldn't even touch Han Fei's clothes, causing Chu Jian to fly into a rage, his eyes bloodshot, seemingly feeling that he had lost face in front of so many of his subordinates, angrily shouting, "You asked for it, demon god transformation." As he roared, a complex black demon crests quickly appeared on his face, causing his vitality and combat effectiveness to improve significantly. Han Fei didn't dare to neglect and also displayed her demon god transformation, her pretty face covered in a layer of pink demon crests. At that moment, even the surrounding air was filled with a faint floral fragrance. A number of unknown petals condensed from Yuan Qi fell from the sky and flew towards Chu Jian like a swarm of locusts. Chu Jian didn't even try to avoid them and simply sent out a punch, reducing these petals to dust. "Second order saint?" Han Fei exclaimed. "It turns out you've been hiding your true cultivation all this time." Chu Jian laughed. "It's not too late to learn the truth before you die." Laughing loudly, Yang Kai threw a black demonic chi spear towards Han Fei's lower abdomen with unstoppable momentum. Han Fei groaned and coughed up a mouthful of blood, her momentum rapidly plummeting as her pretty face paled and she fell towards the volcanic crater. Using his full strength, Chu Jian's single blow was enough to severely wound Han Fei. The differences in strength between commanders were obvious, so even if Chu Jian dared to have disloyal thoughts, he wasn't completely helpless. "You go." As Han Fei fell, she used the last of her strength to throw Yang Kai out and whispered in his ear. Under the pressure of the two Saint Realm Masters, Yang Kai couldn't even move. Although he heard Han Fei's warning and knew he should escape, he was powerless to do so. Chu Jian wouldn't kill him, just like Li Rong, he had something to ask of him, but Chu Jian was clearly the type to burn bridges after crossing the river. Cooperating with Li Rong was much safer. Yang Kai understood this, but he couldn't muster up any strength and could only fly away under Han Fei's desperate gaze. "Capture him." Chu Jian didn't even spare Han Fei a glance as he coldly ordered his subordinates. One of the peak immortal ascension boundary cultivators closest to Yang Kai flickered and appeared in front of Yang Kai, gripping his neck with one hand as he stared at him coldly and snickered, "Human, from now on, you will serve Master Chu Jian." Yang Kai's expression became gloomy as he gasped for breath, his bones creaking. Under the pressure of despair, his unyielding golden skeleton seemed to have an unusual reaction. The greater the pressure, the stronger the unyielding golden skeleton's resistance. Yang Kai suddenly recalled that the reason he was able to obtain the unyielding golden skeleton was because he refused to give in to despair. On top of that, he had also comprehended the mysteries of the unyielding golden skeleton through countless desperate battles. Suddenly realizing something, Yang Kai's mouth curled into a grin as he shouted, "Unyielding will." The shackles and pressure on his body were instantly shattered, and at that moment, Yang Kai regained control of his body and regained his freedom. The pressure and momentum of the second-order Saint Chu Jian still weighed down on Yang Kai like a mountain, but Yang Kai was no longer as powerless as he was just now. "I won't serve anyone." Yang Kai grinned towards the demon race cultivator as a drop of yang liquid appeared on his palm. Under his control, this drop of yang liquid quickly transformed into a sharp blade. Poo. The yang liquid blade pierced through the demon race cultivator's chest, causing his eyes to bulge as he stared at Yang Kai, obviously unable to comprehend what had just happened. Cilala, star. The extremely pure true yang yuan qi and the demonic qi in his body were in direct opposition to each other, purifying the demonic qi in his body. A pitiful scream rang out from his mouth as the pain of being stabbed into his body and the suppression of his true yang yuan qi caused him to be unable to gather his strength and fall headlong into the volcano's crater. How is this possible? Chu Jian was also stunned, never having expected that under his pressure, this human would still be able to fight back. Seeing one of his subordinates inexplicably suffer such a heavy blow, Chu Jian flew into a rage. "Damn you!" With a loud roar, Chu Jian opened his hand and grabbed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's hair stood on end. He was able to easily kill a peak immortal ascension boundary master because he had caught his opponent off guard, but under the attack of a Saint Realm Master, he instinctively felt a great sense of crisis. Waving his hand, Yang Kai shot out more than a dozen drops of yang liquid from his fingertips. These drops of yang liquid transformed into an indestructible golden spear that shot towards Chu Jian's open hand. *Pu. Chu Jian's offensive was blocked for a moment. This pure true Yang Yuan Qi was something even he couldn't ignore. The demonic qi in his palm was quickly purified and even his palm began to blister. A single drop of Yang liquid was the crystallization of Yang Kai's Yuan Qi, so a dozen drops of Yang liquid was equivalent to Yang Kai releasing all of his Yuan Qi in an instant. Such an attack was naturally extremely powerful. After throwing out these drops of Yang liquid, Yang Kai didn't even look back. Instead, turning around to face Chu Jian's furious gaze, he turned around and rushed down. Before Han Fei fell into the magma, Yang Kai reached out and caught her, holding her under his arm as he circulated his Yuan Qi, wrapping the two of them in it before plunging into the magma. *Putong. The two of them disappeared. Chase after them. Chu Jian flew into a rage and took the lead in chasing after them. Chu Jian's subordinates glanced around at each other before helplessly grit their teeth and followed. They were indeed warlike, but if they were to be forced into an environment that restrained them, they would still hesitate. Under the magma, Yang Kai and Han Fei quickly dove down. Being held under his arm, Han Fei's expression was complicated, her beautiful eyes staring towards him, her heart filled with bitterness. She had never expected that she would be saved by this human. If he hadn't suddenly erupted at the last moment, she feared this time she wouldn't have been able to return alive. Chu Jian really wanted to kill her. In order to unify Demon God's citadel, he needed to eliminate all dissidents, so it was impossible for him to show her any mercy. This little brat. How did he do it? Under such a violent pressure, he was still able to move. It was simply incredible. The moment she threw him out, even Han Fei herself despaired. From the side, this human had a cold expression, but there was no trace of fear on his face. Instead, Han Fei keenly saw a trace of hidden excitement in his eyes. He seemed to be enjoying such a thrilling and exciting life. Freak! Han Fei thought to herself, but suddenly her expression became cold as she shouted, "Hurry up, Chu Jian is coming." Sensing the violent and angry aura coming from above, Chu Jian had obviously gone mad. If this human escaped from his hands, he too would likely go crazy. Han Fei thought inexplicably. "I know." Yang Kai nodded faintly and asked, "Is your limit at the position where you created the space for me to meditate?" "More or less, I can go a little deeper," Han Fei replied weakly. "Then what do you think Chu Jian's limit is?" "If it's a second-order saint, then 1,000 meters down. After all, the Yang Qi here is too rich. It greatly restrains our ancient demon clan. Then he won't be able to catch up, haha." Yang Kai grinned confidently. Han Fei's beautiful eyes lit up, suddenly remembering that before she came to pick him up, this little brat seemed to have gone deep into the ground. Although she didn't know how deep he had gone, listening to his tone and his current performance, he should have been able to go even deeper. She couldn't help looking forward to it. Thinking about it for a moment, she asked, "Can you hold on?" "I don't know, I'll try. It's better than being caught by him." "Actually, he won't kill you. Even if you're caught by him, your life won't be in danger, so why take such a risk?" "I believe in Li Rong more. If my guess is right, if I'm caught by Chu Jian, after he's done using me, he'll definitely kill me. At least you have some self-awareness." Han Fei nodded lightly. "Do you and Huaremo also think so?" Yang Kai suddenly smiled coldly at her. Han Fei's heart clenched as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Sure enough, Yang Kai took a deep breath, his expression becoming gloomy. "We did think so, but we didn't make a decision. Because our ancient demon clan doesn't need to owe humans any favors." Han Fei replied coldly. Even in this situation, she didn't show any signs of backing down, instead continuing to say whatever was on her mind. "Your thoughts are enough for me to kill you now to avoid future trouble," Yang Kai sneered. "Do as you wish." Han Fei snorted. "Rest assured, I won't kill you. Although you're injured, killing you will still be somewhat difficult for me. You at least have some self-awareness." Han Fei snorted. "However, after what happened today, I think you should reconsider whether you want to repay kindness with enmity. If you dare to think that way again, I won't show any mercy. The reason I'm not killing you isn't because I'm soft-hearted, but because we're currently under the same roof." Han Fei curled her lips and stopped talking. She found that when talking to this human, she couldn't take the initiative. He seemed to be able to see through her heart and perceive her thoughts. Chapter 654. Being chased by a second-order saint like Chu Jian, Yang Kai didn't show any signs of panic. Instead, he calmly bargained with Han Fei, trying to take advantage of the fact that he had saved her this time to change her hostility towards him. Under the magma, Chu Jian took the lead, his strong body erupting with a terrifying strength as he pushed the hot magma aside. Although his speed was extremely fast, he still couldn't see any trace of Yang Kai or Han Fei, so he could only use his divine sense to lock onto their position. Human, you can't escape. Obediently surrender and you'll suffer less. Otherwise, if I catch you, I'll make sure you lose a few layers of skin. Chu Jian roared as he chased. Yang Kai ignored him and continued diving deeper. If he were to stop at this time, he would really be finished. In any case, he didn't want to fall into the hands of someone like Chu Jian. Soon, he and Han Fei reached the depth of the magma they had been cultivating for the past month. After arriving here, Han Fei's state was much worse than before. Even though she was wrapped in Yang Kai's Yuan Qi, her demonic qi was somewhat unstable and she instinctively began to reject the Yang Qi around her, a look of panic even appearing on her pretty face. Han Fei had just said that this was basically the limit of what she could dive into. If she went any further, she wouldn't be able to do anything else. In other words, at this point, her life and death were basically completely under Yang Kai's control. If Yang Kai wanted to kill her, he could simply abandon her here. Whether it was Chu Jian or Yang Qi, either of them was more than enough to kill Han Fei. How could she not be nervous? Yang Kai glanced at her and grinned, increasing the output of his Yuan Qi and firmly wrapping her up, obviously not intending to abandon her. Perceiving this, Han Fei couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief as she glared at him coldly, her mood somewhat complicated. Human, you've successfully angered me. I've decided to make you suffer a fate worse than death. Chu Jian's angry roar came from above. Seeing Yang Kai not showing the slightest sign of compromise, he couldn't help feeling a bit embarrassed, so how could he care about anything else? All he wanted to do right now was to capture Yang Kai and torture him to relieve the hatred in his heart. Saying so, he increased his speed once again, relentlessly pursuing Yang Kai. Yang Kai's complexion changed slightly and he quickly dove even faster, but his cultivation wasn't as tyrannical as Chu Jian's, so the distance between the two sides was shortened bit by bit. Moreover, it seemed that because of Chu Jian's Yuan Qi's aura, the volcano was unstable, causing the magma below was Yang Kai, which hindered Yang's ability. 20 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters. As he dove deeper, the surrounding heat from Yang Qi became more and more intense, causing Yang Kai to begin sweating profusely. Han Fei, who was being held under his arm, was also soaking wet, sweat dripping down her forehead, down her slender white neck, all the way to her chest. Have you reached your limit? Han Fei suddenly asked. With her eyesight, she could naturally see the hardships Yang Kai was experiencing. Yang Kai remained indifferent. What bad luck, I actually have to die with a human like you. Han Fei sighed faintly, a look of regret appearing on her face. Shut up! Yang Kai shouted angrily. He hadn't expected that this woman would still be discriminating against him at this time. Back in Demon God Citadel, Yang Kai had felt that many of the ancient demon clans people were looking down on him. Guan Er's attitude towards him now was very easygoing, but at the beginning, she had also looked down on him. It seemed that in the eyes of the ancient demon clan, the human race was a third-class race while only the ancient demon clan had a noble bloodline. Every pair of eyes that stared at him now contained obvious arrogance and contempt. This kind of gaze made Yang Kai feel very uncomfortable. Han Fei's reaction was even more obvious. From the first time she saw him until now, she had been using a condescending attitude to communicate with him. Yang Kai didn't know what she had to be so proud of. Saying so, accompanied by a light swishing sound, a pair of wings suddenly unfurled behind Yang Kai's back. As these wings unfurled, Yang Kai's speed increased to a whole new level, and under his control, the pair of broad and magnificent wings actually contracted into a ball, wrapping up both Yang Kai and Han Fei. The oppressive heat suddenly lessened greatly. Heavenly Tao principles? Han Fei's beautiful eyes trembled violently as she stared blankly at Yang Kai's wings that wrapped around her, calling out in alarm. From this pair of magnificent wings, she felt a profound and incomprehensible power. This kind of profound power was not something Yang Kai could cultivate, but rather something he had obtained through some special opportunities and the Heavenly Way principles. You actually... Han Fei couldn't help covering her mouth in shock, unable to speak. Your eyesight isn't bad, Yang Kai jokingly said. This is indeed the power of Heavenly Tao principles. Your good fortune really makes one jealous, Han Fei said lightly. She stretched out her small hand to touch the pair of wings, but as soon as she touched them, a light crackling sound rang out from her hand. The yang yuan qi contained in this pair of wings was in direct opposition to her demonic qi, so although it wouldn't cause her any injuries, it would still purify her demonic qi. Taking back her hand, Han Fei bit her lip and probed her surroundings, a moment later happily saying, Chu Jian's speed has slowed down. He should be reaching his limit soon, Yang Kai chuckled. But as long as he stays up there, we won't be able to escape. Sooner or later he'll catch us, Han Fei said helplessly. Do you think Master Li won't pay attention to his movements? Yang Kai sneered. You and Master Li have been together for so many years, yet it seems you still don't understand her. She may be benevolent, but that doesn't mean she's ignorant. Chu Jian dared to bring people out to attack us, so even if Li Rong doesn't get the news immediately, I'm afraid she'll learn the truth in a few days and come to save us. All we need to do is hide for a while. Han Fei blushed but didn't say anything. As one of the 4 great commanders, normally she would be able to understand such a simple problem. But today's events had exceeded her expectations, causing her to be unable to think straight. Human, you'll regret this. Suddenly, Chu Jian's unwilling roar came from above. Han Fei, if you don't want to die, bring that human out and I'll spare your life. No one paid any attention to him because when Chu Jian shouted, both Yang Kai and Han Fei noticed that he had stopped chasing. Even if he was a second-order saint, in this environment, he wouldn't be able to chase too far. Seemingly seeing hope of escaping, Han Fei's face also glowed brightly. Put me down. She suddenly realized that she had actually been held under this human's arm all this time and hadn't resisted. Your injuries. Yang Kai glanced over at her. Don't compare me with your fragile human body, my ancient demon clan. Before she could finish, Yang Kai released her. Probably noticing Yang Kai's disgust, Han Fei didn't continue to speak and instead followed Yang Kai, receiving the dual protection of his Yuan Qi and Yang inflammation wings. Chu Jian's roars continued to ring out from above as the magma became more and more unstable. Whether it was Yang Kai or Han Fei, both of them were nervously searching for a way out, releasing their divine senses and probing their surrounding. Suddenly, Han Fei's face lit up and she pointed in a certain direction and exclaimed, that way. Yang Kai froze for a moment before following the direction she pointed, a smile appearing on his face as he turned around and flew in that direction. A moment later, the magma that had been surrounding the two of them suddenly disappeared and the two of them entered a tunnel. The tunnel was pitch black but extremely dry, and the heat here wasn't as unbearable as the magma. Underneath this volcano, there was actually such a place, causing Yang Kai to feel a little overjoyed. Sitting on the ground, they gasped for breath. No matter who it was, both of them felt a sense of joy and excitement from escaping from a hopeless situation. Gradually adapting to the darkness, Yang Kai looked around and found that to his left, the hot magma was still gushing upwards while to his right, there was a bottomless tunnel. Let's go deeper, in case the magma rushes in. Yang Kai suggested. The magma was currently being pushed upwards by some kind of mysterious force, so once this force disappeared, it would inevitably rush into the tunnel. Han Fei nodded and didn't argue, struggling to stand up and following behind Yang Kai. In the pitch-black darkness, Yang Kai groped his way forward. Han Fei didn't dare to stray too far from him. After all, the Yang Qi in this place was still very strong and she needed to rely on Yang Kai's Yuan Qi to resist the erosion of Yang Qi. A dripping sound rang out as the blood from Han Fei's wound splashed onto the ground, a particularly harsh sound in this quiet corridor. Yang Kai didn't show too much concern. Based on Han Fei's previous state and the ancient demon clan's powerful physique, this kind of injury wasn't enough to kill her. Yang Kai continued to walk along the tunnel, going through many twists and turns. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai was surprised to find that he had actually arrived at a cave with extremely dense energy. This cave was extremely spacious and had no light at all. Yang Kai couldn't clearly see what kind of environment this place was, but after releasing his divine sense, he didn't notice any signs of life. This made him feel a lot more relieved. He knew that in this kind of special environment, it was very likely that there would be some kind of strange life form. Such life forms were generally extremely powerful. If they were to encounter one at this time, whether it was him or Han Fei, they wouldn't be able to resist. Let's take a rest, Yang Kai sighed softly. Han Fei nodded lightly, and together with Yang Kai, the two of them walked to the side and sat down cross-legged. When she sat down, she pulled on Yang Kai's arm, forcing Yang Kai to sit beside her. Perceiving her intentions, Yang Kai couldn't help smiling. This woman obviously couldn't leave the shelter of his yuan qi, but she was too embarrassed to say so she could only brace herself and express her feelings with practical actions. What a hypocrite, Yang Kai thought to himself. Chapter 655. After such a long battle and being chased by Chu Jian, although the two of them had plenty of yuan qi, their physical strength and spiritual energy had been greatly consumed. After sitting down for a while, the two of them entered a meditative state. Their mental strength rapidly recovered. 2 hours later, Yang Kai opened his eyes, his pupils shining brightly as he returned to his peak state. Han Fei was still leaning against his side, and although she had not woken up, her aura was undoubtedly much more stable. Her tender body, which was so close to Yang Kai, gave off an unimaginable softness. On top of that, there seemed to be a natural fragrance wafting from this icy woman, causing Yang Kai to become more energetic. After waiting for a while, she gradually woke up and realized that she had lost her composure, taking the initiative to distance herself from Yang Kai and asking coldly, "What do we do now?" "Let's take a look at the environment here first." Saying so, Kai Yang stood up, his true qi bursting out from his body, emitting a bright light that illuminated his surroundings. Han Fei couldn't help but frown. She didn't like the burning aura coming from Yang Kai. This wasn't directed at him as a person, but rather an instinctive rejection between the demonic qi and yang qi. "I seem to have some torches," Han Fei said. Out of nowhere, she pulled out 2 torches. Yang Kai smiled lightly and lit them up, taking one each with Han Fei before beginning to look around. Just as Yang Kai had observed before, this was indeed a huge and spacious cave. More than 1,000 meters high, the interior was the size of more than a dozen houses and filled with extremely rich world energy. This kind of energy was not yang qi, but rather pure and could be absorbed by any cultivator. The two of them explored the cave for a while, but they didn't find anything. Instead, they found a tunnel that led deeper into the cave. "Do you want to go in and take a look? Or wait here for Li Rong to rescue us?" Yang Kai held the torch high and asked Han Fei. Han Fei's pair of beautiful eyes flashed with curiosity, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Even if Master Li receives news, she won't necessarily know we're down here. This is a rare opportunity. Let's go in and take a look." "All right." Yang Kai smiled. This was one of the ancient demon clan's restricted areas. Even the 4 great commanders would not easily come here. And this time, if not for Yang Kai's protection, Han Fei would not have been able to reach this cave safely and would have long since been melted by the magmach. She was naturally very curious about what secret such a place held. This was a place the ancient demon clan had lived here for countless years but had never been to. So this woman's innate curiosity made her choose to explore this place. As they walked deeper into the passageway, the surrounding rock walls were abnormally sturdy. They didn't know how long they had walked or how far they had gone, but they still didn't find anything. Han Fei, who was following behind Yang Kai, was also panting heavily as she staggered forward. Although such a piercing wound wouldn't take her life, it would still have a great impact on her. "Let's take a break," Yang Kai suggested. Han Fei remained indifferent, knowing that he was thinking for her sake. After sitting down to rest, Yang Kai took out a healing pill and handed it to her. Han Fei glanced over at him but didn't ask any questions, taking it and swallowing it. "You don't have a healing pill on you?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. "We don't know alchemy. How could we have a healing pill?" Han Fei replied faintly. "If you didn't, you should have said so earlier." Yang Kai was speechless. This woman was really arrogant to the extreme. After suffering such a heavy injury, she would rather let it heal naturally than ask for a pill from him. He had thought that as one of the 4 great commanders, Han Fei would at least be equipped with some commonly used pills. How embarrassing. Han Fei snorted, thinking about it for a moment before suddenly taking out something and handing it to Yang Kai. "Do you want to drink some water?" Yang Kai was surprised and silently took the water she handed over and drank a few mouthfuls. Han Fei then asked, "Do you want to eat something?" This time, she handed over a few fruits that Yang Kai had never seen before. These fruits contained a considerable amount of energy, so at first glance, they were obviously good things. This woman. Does she really want to repay my favor? Yang Kai stared at her blankly, suddenly understanding what she was thinking. Yang Kai secretly shook his head before taking the fruits and stuffing them into his mouth. You seem to have brought a lot of things with you. Yang Kai looked at her up and down, wondering where she had hidden all these things. A universe bag was a kind of artifact that could be used to store things. Yang Kai knew about this. Since coming to Tongxian realm, Yang Kai had seen many universe bags on people's bodies. Several of the squad leaders of Bold Independent Union had them, as well as the charm monster he had killed. However, Han Fei didn't have one, so Yang Kai was quite puzzled as to what she was using to store them. I usually collect some and store them in my void ring, just in case I need them, Han Fei explained faintly, picking up a fruit and taking a small bite. A void ring. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stared at the simple ring on Han Fei's right index finger. This ring was pitch black in color, so at a glance, it was obvious it had been there for many years. A storage artifact of a higher grade than a universe bag, you shouldn't be able to find one in the outside world. Only some forces with a long history and huge foundations would possess such things, Han Fei explained faintly. Looking at the void ring on her hand, Yang Kai's mind flashed and he asked in amazement, could this be made from soul-suppressing stone? You know about soul-suppressing stone? Han Fei was surprised. Yang Kai nodded lightly. How could he not know about it? His wordless black book was made entirely out of soul-suppressing stones. Yes, there is a small amount of soul-suppressing stone, but not all of it. It is said that Great Demon God obtained a large piece of soul-suppressing stone many years ago, but no one knows what he used it for, leaving behind only a few scraps. These scraps were used by an artifact refiner to refine several void rings, which are now being kept by the 4 great commanders. Listening to what she said, Yang Kai thought about it carefully and found that Li Rong, Hua Mo, and the others were indeed wearing rings on their hands. It turned out that these rings were even higher grade storage artifacts than a universe bag. And let's not talk about this. This time, I owe you a master's favor, so I won't think about killing you after using you, but I can't guarantee that Hua Mo will feel the same way. However, you can rest assured that with Master Li's protection, Hua Mo won't easily act against you, Han Fei suddenly said. Yang Kai nodded slightly, knowing that her words were a sign of goodwill. I don't quite understand why Master Li is so optimistic about you and cares for you so much. I don't understand either. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. If there's a chance, help me ask Li Rong and see what she thinks. Half an hour later, the two of them once again set foot on the path of exploration. It seemed that because of the healing pill, Han Fei's condition was much better than before. The deeper they went, the more Yang Kai noticed that the world energy around them was getting richer and richer, as if there was a convergence of world energy down below. Thinking about the situation underground in the central capital, Yang Kai's spirit shook and he suddenly thought of a bold guess. Could there be an earth vein down here? Han Fei heard this and thought for a moment before nodding. It's possible. The two of them exchanged a glance, both of them becoming excited, their speed increasing greatly. After walking for a long time, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that they had reached the end of the path and there was no way out. However, on the rock wall in front of them, there were some small dots of light that shone like stars. What is this? Yang Kai asked suspiciously, stepping forward to investigate. Han Fei also hurried forward, but after seeing the situation in front of them, her expression couldn't help changing. The two of them reached out at the same time and circulated their yuan qi, breaking open the rock wall in front of them. Yang Kai fiddled with the rock for a long time before finding a fist-sized pure gem-like object among the rubble. Feeling the energy contained within it and looking at its appearance, Yang Kai quickly said, Han Fei, come and take a look, is this a crystal stone? Han Fei's expression became strange. She hadn't expected this human brat to actually call her by her name, but her attention was completely focused on the object in his hand, so she didn't bother with him. Nodding after a brief investigation, it really is a crystal stone. It's really a crystal stone? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Such a big piece. He had used crystal stones before, whether it was the one he obtained from Bold Independent Union's Yunxian or the one he obtained from Li Rong, all of them were only about the size of walnuts, very regular in shape and volume, but now, at the bottom of this volcano, he had actually found a fist-sized crystal stone. Is this a crystal stone lode? Han Fei's expression became excited, quickly rushing over to search for it, a moment later finding a slightly smaller crystal stone among the rubble, but even so, it was still several times larger than the usual crystal stones. It really is a crystal stone lode, Han Fei affirmed. Didn't you say there was a Yang crystal stone lode at the bottom of this volcano? Yang Kai was surprised. I just read about it in the ancient books. There may have been a mistake, Han Fei explained. Han Fei explained, but crystal stones are much more valuable than yang crystals, especially to our ancient demon clan. Her clansmen couldn't use the yang crystal stone load, so they could only benefit Yang Kai, but crystal stones were different. Any cultivator could use crystal stones. They had been trapped here for countless years, so the crystal stones accumulated in Demon God's citadel had long since been used up. Many of her clansmen had never even seen crystal stones before. A character like Pan Lang, when he learned that Yang Kai had 50 crystal stones, had coveted them. It was obvious how rare crystal stones were in this mysterious small world. "We've struck it rich." Han Fei's pair of beautiful eyes flashed a strange light as she muttered. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "Whoever picks it gets to keep it." "Don't be so shameless. This is my ancient demon clan's territory. Everything here should belong to my clan," Han Fei said angrily. "You're too greedy." Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he shook his head. "Since this is a crystal stone lode, only the heavens know how many crystal stones are hidden here, and without me, do you think you can move freely? I can abandon you right now and see how you'll mine these crystal stones." You're shameless." Han Fei finally became angry. She had been sheltered by Yang Kai's Yuan Qi all this time. Without Yang Kai, she wouldn't even be able to move freely, let alone mine these crystal stones. "Then goodbye. I'll be going now. You can keep these crystal stones company. I'll come back to mine them after you die," Yang Kai said, waved his hand, turned around and left. Chapter 656. Seeing that Yang Kai was really about to leave, Han Fei grabbed his sleeve and bit her lip, staring at him sadly, as if she had suffered a great grievance, pitiful to the extreme. A woman as cold and elegant as Han Fei generally would not show such an expression unless she was in a state of extreme helplessness. And right now such was the case. If Yang Kai wanted to leave, she would have no choice but to follow.
Seeing such a large load in front of her but unable to mine it, the bitterness in Han Fei's heart could be imagined.
Her clansmen needed these crystal stones very much. "What do you say?"
Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her calmly.
"As you say, whoever picks them up gets to keep them." Han Fei grit her teeth, hating him to the point of death. "Then let's get to work." Yang Kai smiled happily, clenching his fists and cracking them. Han Fei didn't say a word, turned around, and began bombarding the rock wall that contained the crystal stones, sending rubble flying everywhere. Soon, she found some crystal stones among the rubble and stuffed them into her void ring with a look of joy. Seeing her seemingly eager to seize a piece of the crystal stone load, Yang Kai couldn't help laughing, slowly stepping forward and also beginning to bombard the rock wall. Crystal stones were generally hidden in other minerals. If an entire crystal stone load could only produce 10% of the crystal stones, it would already be considered a rich mine.
However, the crystal stone load under this volcano was even richer than a rich mine, so the amount of crystal stones that could be mined accounted for about 30% of the total.
Influenced by Yang Kai's words before, "Whoever picks them up gets to keep them," Han Fei was filled with enthusiasm, not caring about her own injuries as she bombarded the rock wall, mining all the way down. After finding a crystal stone, she didn't even bother to look at it, directly throwing it into her space ring for safekeeping, as if she was afraid that Yang Kai would snatch it away. On the other hand, Yang Kai's movements were neither fast nor slow, walking side by side with Han Fei. Most of the crystal stones were taken by Han Fei while Yang Kai only took a small portion. While mining, Han Fei quietly glanced over at Yang Kai and couldn't help feeling smug, thinking that this bastard human actually dared to compete with her in mining speed. Didn't he see how big the gap between their cultivations was? She thought so in her heart, but didn't show it on her face. She didn't want to anger him and really abandon her. Time passed slowly and the number of crystal stones Han Fei collected surpassed Yang Kai's by several times. At this point, she was no longer worried that the crystal stones here would be divided up by Yang Kai. With his methods, wanting to snatch these crystal stones from her was simply unrealistic. The tunnel went deeper and deeper, and the deeper they went, the more crystals there were and the bigger they were. Yang Kai even collected a crystal stone the size of a human head, surprising Han Fei. This was because even she had never heard of the existence of such a large crystal.
No matter who it was, both of them were attracted by the wealth in front of them, completely forgetting that they were in the process of escaping.
However, what made Han Fei feel strange was that even though his harvest was much smaller than hers, this human still had a calm look on his face, not showing the slightest trace of anxiety. Did he know that he couldn't compete with her, So even if he only obtained a small portion of the crystal stones, he was satisfied? Han Fei secretly guessed. This was also very likely. The crystal stones here were simply too abundant. Han Fei was collecting for her entire clan while Yang Kai was collecting for himself. Even if the amount was small, it was enough for him alone. After an unknown amount of time, even someone as strong as Han Fei began to feel a little tired. Secretly wanting to compare herself to Yang Kai, Han Fei's mental and physical strength were several times greater than Yang Kai's. Suddenly, Han Fei's movements came to a halt and her expression became bitter, holding the crystal stone she had just collected in her hand as she stood there motionless. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai asked with a smile. "I'm tired, I need to rest for a while." Han Fei said so, taking the initiative to retreat a little, not leaving the range of Yang Kai's Yuan-Chi's protection. She sat down cross-legged and quietly took out the things she didn't need from her void ring. After a while, she began mining again. But after less than an hour, Han Fei stopped again, her pretty face filled with helplessness as she shook her head. "Your void ring is full, right?" Yang Kai saw the problem at a glance. Han Fei glanced over at him faintly. "Do you have a universe bag? Lend me a few." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders, indicating his helplessness. "What kind of crystal stones do you store them with?" Han Fei's pair of beautiful eyes swept over Yang Kai. She didn't see any trace of a universe bag or void ring on Yang Kai's body. The crystal stones he held in his hand had disappeared in a flash, so she had no idea where he had hidden them. "That's a secret I can't tell you." "Stop trying to mystify things," Han Fei snorted. Han Fei snorted. Void rings were very high-grade storage artifacts. The one in her hand could easily store a room's worth of things. She didn't believe that a person like Yang Kai could possess a storage artifact that was even higher grade than a void ring. After thinking about it for a moment, Han Fei grit her teeth and whispered to Yang Kai, "I don't know why, but I feel a bit cold. Could it be that your injuries are too serious?" Yang Kai was taken aback. He didn't want Han Fei to die here. After all, this woman was one of the 4 great commanders. If she really died here, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to Li Rong and possibly even the entire ancient demon clan. Before he had a practical way to leave this mysterious small world, Yang Kai didn't have any thoughts of antagonizing the ancient demon clan. "I don't know, saying so." Han Fei shivered. Yang Kai frowned, put down his mining work, took off his clothes, and tossed them to Han Fei. Han Fei's expression was complicated as she caught them and softly said, "Thank you." "You're welcome," Yang Kai smiled lightly, but in the next moment, his smile froze on his face. Because Han Fei, who had been shivering just a moment ago, was now wearing an indifferent expression. Tying the 2 sleeves of the clothes Yang Kai had handed her, she turned them into a simple bag and placed a number of crystal stones into it. Yang Kai's face filled with black lines as he finally understood what this woman's purpose was. "Aren't you a bit too greedy?" Yang Kai said disdainfully. "What do you know? My clansmen have been longing for crystal stones for many years now, so naturally I have to collect as many as I can. Every piece of crystal stone is of great use to my clansmen." Han Fei didn't show the slightest bit of guilt and continued stuffing more crystal stones into her bag. "Do you want me to take off my trousers and give them to you? You can also make a bag with them," Yang Kai sneered. "Good." Han Fei nodded indifferently. Yang Kai trembled with anger as he pointed a finger at her. "I'll remember you, you lying woman. I'll never believe anything you say ever again. Do you even have any moral integrity?" At this moment, he suddenly felt very hurt. What is moral integrity? Han Fei looked at him suspiciously. She only knew what it was. Yang Kai took a deep breath and no longer said anything, continuing to mine crystal stones. Han Fei was powerless to do anything. Her void ring had already been filled to the brim and even the clothes Yang Kai had given her to protect her from the cold didn't have any space left. So she could only stand aside and watch as Yang Kai continued to harvest crystal stones, her eyes filled with extreme jealousy. 1 day passed, 2 days passed, 3 days passed. Han Fei was surprised to find that this human didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. The crystal stones he was mining as always, she didn't even know where he had hidden them. Over the past few days, Han Fei roughly estimated that the number of crystal stones he had mined was more than twice what she had. No wonder he had been so calm at the beginning, and didn't seem to have any intention of snatching them from her. It turned out that he had already calculated that her storage capacity was limited. But what about him? What kind of storage artifact did he use? Why did it have so much space? Han Fei had also been spying on Yang Kai these past few days, trying to uncover some of his mysteries, but to no avail. What made her even more shocked was that in the following days, he continued to make such a huge harvest.
It was as if there was some kind of bottomless pit on his body that no matter how many crystal stones were stuffed into it, it would always be able to hold them all.
I'll help you collect them. When you get out, you can share half with me, okay? Han Fei couldn't sit still and quietly proposed. Yang Kai glanced over at her coldly and snorted, refusing to comment. Then I'll share 40%. Han Fei grit her teeth and took the initiative to compromise. How about 30%? With my help, your progress will be faster. You won't suffer a loss. How about 20%? 10% is also fine. At least 10%. Don't talk to me, I don't want to talk to you, Yang Kai snorted. What a stingy man. Do you really think you can use so many crystal stones? The amount you've mined so far is enough for you to use for at least a few dozen years without worrying. I can't use them all, but I can exchange them for other things. Yang Kai counted on his fingers, for herbs, for artifacts, for martial skills, for secret arts, even for women.
Han Fei grit her teeth and glared at him, shameless.
Understand your position. Yang Kai sneered, you're only safe and sound now because you're under my protection, so don't try to point fingers at me again, or else I'll really abandon you. Han Fei felt bitter and didn't dare say anything more. In fact, with her Saint Realm cultivation, she could easily suppress Yang Kai here and force him to obey her orders. But after all, Yang Kai had just rescued her and she was now begging him for help. Han Fei really couldn't bring herself to bite the hand that fed her. From this point of view, this woman could clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges, so Yang Kai didn't hate her as much. HM? Yang Kai suddenly exclaimed in surprise, picking up an unusual crystal stone from the ground in front of him. This crystal stone wasn't very big, at least compared to the ones Yang Kai had collected before, only about the size of a longan fruit, but Yang Kai keenly noticed that the energy contained in this crystal stone was countless times richer than the one he had collected before. The moment he picked it up, Yang Kai's expression couldn't help changing. Saint Crystal? Han Fei also exclaimed, covering her mouth as she stared at the crystal stone in Yang Kai's hand. Saint Crystal? Yang Kai's brow rose. Isn't that a legendary existence even higher than crystal stones? Chapter 657. When he was in Bold Independent Union, Yang Kai had learned a lot about the mysteries of crystal stones, so naturally he had heard of Saint Crystals. A piece of Saint Crystal and a piece of crystal stone of the same volume would contain vastly different amounts of energy.
The value of the former was more than 100 times greater than that of the latter.
This was just a simple comparison of energy. In terms of true value, the value of a piece of Saint Crystal was simply incomparable to that of a crystal stone, because while crystal stones could be found everywhere, Saint Crystals were extremely rare. Things were always precious when they were rare. There's actually a Saint Crystal here? Han Fei couldn't sit still anymore. Watching Yang Kai mine crystal stones while she had no storage ability was a kind of torture, but now he had actually obtained a piece of Saint Crystal.
This was a treasure that was of great help even to a Saint Realm master.
With a piece of Saint Crystal in hand, even she could rapidly improve her strength. Such a harvest made Han Fei both envious and jealous. Whether or not she had a storage ability was no longer a consideration for Han Fei, so she quickly rushed over to the cave wall and began bombarding it. Yang Kai was not willing to be outdone and his speed suddenly increased. Stone fragments flew out, mixed with some crystal stones that had been bombarded. Han Fei's divine sense was highly concentrated and swept these crystal stones, but after discovering that they were just ordinary crystal stones, she simply ignored them. The Yuan Qi in Yang Kai's body burst out fiercely, and under the control of his divine sense transformed into an invisible force that collected all the crystal stones Han Fei ignored and stuffed them into his black book space. Asterisk ding dong. Asterisk a crisp sound rang out as Han Fei's eyes flashed and her hands moved faster than Yang Kai's, grabbing a seemingly unique crystal stone in her hand and inspecting it, her face filled with joy as she hurriedly grasped it in her palm, a look of excitement filling her face. She had also obtained a piece of Saint Crystal. But in the next moment, she ground her teeth because Yang Kai had actually obtained another piece of Saint Crystal and was currently holding it between his fingers, waving it at her. Just wait and see. Han Fei secretly swore, her hands moving even faster.
For a moment, the two of them seemed to be possessed as they worked hard to gather the herbs.
Saint Crystals were extremely rare. only occasionally appearing once or twice. Even so, after an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai had collected more than a dozen pieces while Han Fei's harvest was even greater. After all, her cultivation was higher and her speed faster, so every time a Saint Crystal appeared, she would be the first to grab it. However, there was no way for her to take away the ordinary crystal stones that she had mined. They were all given to Yang Kai. Therefore, in terms of gains, the two of them were basically on par. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the wall in front of him suddenly collapsed, revealing a vacuum passage. And in that passage, waves of energy that made one's heart palpitate were surging out. It seemed that because the two of them had opened up the passage below, the energy here had reacted greatly. Kacha! A series of cracking sounds came from all directions. Yang Kai and Han Fei's expressions changed at the same time, both of them stopping what they were doing and standing there quietly, not even daring to breathe. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk the sound became louder and more violent, and above the two of them, stone fragments began to fall. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. His expression gloomy as he muttered, "Something's not right." "I think we should go," Han Fei gently nodded. "Let's go." Yang Kai roared, no longer caring about anything else, quickly turning around and retracing his steps like a bolt of lightning. Han Fei followed closely behind, not leaving his side even a single step. The ground suddenly shook, and the energy of heaven and earth in the tunnel became extremely chaotic and unstable. Stone fragments and dust continued to fall from above as the cracks in the ground grew larger and larger. While observing his surroundings, Kai Yang continued to rush forward with all his might. Yang Kai knew that this place was already an unstable volcano. Him and Han Fei having wandered around down here for so many days had likely triggered some kind of unforeseen event, causing the entire volcano to erupt. As for the cave beneath the volcano, it was likely that it would no longer be safe. At this critical juncture of life and death, the two of them moved faster than the other. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the huge karst cave where they had rested before. Following the tunnel that they had walked through before, the scorching magma soon came into view. "Come here!" Yang Kai shouted as he wrapped his arms around Han Fei's waist, unfurling his flaming young wings and wrapping himself around her as he dove into the magma, following the direction of the magma eruption and flying upwards at full speed. Driven by the violent eruption of magma, the speed at which they returned was several times faster than when they had entered. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk a series of deafening explosions rang out, and feeling the massive destructive aura around them, Yang Kai and Han Fei's expressions became extremely dignified. At the same time, outside the volcano's mouth, several figures were floating mid-air, each of these figures exuding a powerful aura. At this moment, these people were divided into two groups, each of them facing off against the other. The group on the left was led by Chu Jian and those from the ancient demon race, while the group on the right was led by Li Rong and Hua Mo. Just as Yang Kai had expected, Li Rong had been paying attention to Chu Jian's movements. When she learned that he had actually led a large number of masters out of his territory, Li Rong immediately realized what he was planning to do. She immediately sent a message to Hua Mo, ordering him to lead the people from Demon God's citadel to come to his aid, but unfortunately, they were still too late. By the time she and Hua Mo arrived, Yang Kai and Han Fei had already been forced into the volcano by Chu Jian, their fate unknown. Li Rong, who had always been kind and tolerant, now felt murderous intent towards Chu Jian for the first time. However, before determining the whereabouts of Yang Kai and Han Fei, Li Rong endured and ordered Chu Jian to help her find them. These days, the masters of the ancient demon clan had all sneaked into the volcano to search for traces of Yang Kai and Han Fei. Li Rong even personally taking action, but still finding nothing. By now, most of the ancient demon race members were convinced that the human and Han Fei had died inside this volcano. Chu Jian's expression was gloomy, but there was no trace of guilt on his face. Instead, there was a thick sense of excitement as he stared towards Li Rong from some distance away, wondering what her next step would be. Now that things had become so big, Chu Jian had no reason to avoid it. Over the years, he had been testing Li Rong's bottom line while also increasing his own strength, so he knew Li Rong very well. If they really had to fight here, Chu Jian wasn't the slightest bit afraid and was even somewhat eager to give it a try. After being imprisoned for so long, the ancient demon clan's sharp fangs had almost been worn out. Now was the time to awaken their clansmen's true nature and let them know that they should crave a baptism of blood. Master Li. Hua Mo's expression was also ugly, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Commander Han Fei has probably really fallen." Li Rong closed her eyes tightly, her tyrannical divine sense not fearing Yangqi's burning flames as she probed the interior of the volcano, but unfortunately, she found nothing. Hearing Hua Mo's words, Li Rong suddenly opened her eyes, her always dignified and mature pretty face suddenly becoming gloomy. Grinding her teeth, her tender body trembling slightly as she glared at Chu Jian with hatred. "Chu Jian, do you know what you've done?" Chu Jian grinned wickedly and nodded. "Naturally I know, there's no need for Master Li to remind me." Li Rong's expression was indescribably fierce as she slowly shook her head and said in a low voice, "You don't know. If that human is fine, I can spare your life. But if something happens to him, you'll be buried with him." This shout carried with it an invisible force, causing Chu Jian's complexion to change greatly as he hurriedly retreated a few steps, waving his hand to block the attack. A series of ripples spread out and the sleeve Chu Jian had stretched out was suddenly torn to shreds and dissipated with the wind. Chu Jian's eyes couldn't help widening as he realized that this woman who had always been quite benevolent and tolerant was actually stronger than him. However, he was still a second-order saint, so he quickly stabilized himself and shouted, "Master Li, you don't care about Commander Han Fei's life or death but actually care about that human brat. Why is that?" To the side, Hua Mo also couldn't help frowning, a look of suspicion filling his face. Li Rong's words were indeed suspicious. She didn't mention Han Fei's life or death but instead cared about Yang Kai, making Hua Mo unable to understand why. "You don't need to know why." Li Rong wasn't in the mood to explain, taking a deep breath as she stared up at the chaotic sky, her eyes blurring as she whispered, "You only need to know that I can tolerate any mistake you make, even allow you to point your blade at me and usurp my position. But I will never allow you to kill that human. If he dies, you die." Chu Jian's breath stagnated. Li Rong's words were spoken so decisively that he naturally knew she wasn't trying to be mysterious. This time, he seemed to have violated some kind of taboo. Chu Jian secretly shook his head, wondering if Li Rong had lost her mind. In front of so many clansmen, daring to say such a thing, wasn't she afraid her prestige would be questioned? Even Hua Mo had a confused look on his face at this moment, let alone the other clansmen. "I'll give you 3 days, after 3 days if you're alive, I want to see you. If you're dead, I want to see your corpse. If you can't do that, I will personally eradicate you." Li Rong looked at Chu Jian coldly and issued her final ultimatum. Chu Jian's heart couldn't help feeling panic, but his face was filled with excitement, licking his lips as his fighting spirit soared. He wasn't prepared to accept Li Rong's orders, but now that things had developed to this point, no matter what, he had to act. But before he could act, a violent humming sound came from the volcano below and immediately, the world energy fluctuations became extremely dangerous as a deadly aura rushed out from below. Everyone's expression changed greatly as they looked down and saw that the magma in the volcano below had become quite unstable. Xiao. A jet of magma shot up 1,000 meters into the air, turning into a rain of magma that rained down on the ground below. Xiao. Soon, more and more magma rushed out of the volcano like arrows, each of them filled with destructive power. "Master Li, quickly run." Hua Mo paled and quickly shouted, at the same time retreating, trying to escape from the volcano's crater. Chapter 658. The volcano that had been dormant for many years suddenly erupted. As the crater spewed out streams of magma that made one's heart palpitate, dazzling lightning suddenly flashed in the sky. Those lightning bolts bombarded down like spirit serpents, densely packed and innumerable. One by one, the ancient demon race cultivators who were trying to avoid the magma were struck by these bolts of lightning before they could even react, instantly exploding into a bloody mist, not even leaving behind a single bone, dying a miserable death. Many of the ancient demon race cultivators were shocked, their eyes filled with fear as they hurriedly released their strength and fled in all directions. Kacha, the magma and lightning struck simultaneously, turning the entire territory of the volcano into a dead territory. Heavenly might! Li Rong, Hua Mo, and Chu Jian's expressions became extremely dignified, not daring to remain here for long, quickly retreating. They didn't know what had happened here, but this kind of heavenly might was something even the three of them didn't dare touch lightly. High up in the sky, heavenly thunder rumbled, and below the volcano, magma burst forth. This kind of heavenly might shocked every ancient demon master, causing their hearts to tremble. In this mysterious small world, they had never encountered much danger, but today, they had experienced it. A short time later,
Chu Jian, Li Rong, and Hua Mo's groups had moved a few dozen kilometers away from the crater of the volcano and arrived at a relatively safe position. Separated by a few dozen kilometers, the two sides stared at the crater in silence. Li Rong's face was ashen. If she had held a glimmer of hope that Yang Kai and Han Fei were still alive a moment ago, that hope had now been ruthlessly extinguished by reality. Under such heavenly might, Li Rong felt that it was impossible for Yang Kai and Han Fei to survive. At that moment, two figures suddenly rushed out from the chaotic crater of the volcano. Under the interference of the magma and lightning, no one noticed the existence of these two figures as everyone's attention had been attracted by the vast heavenly might. The moment they left the volcanic crater, Yang Kai and Han Fei's expressions also changed greatly. They did not expect that after trying so hard to escape from the volcano, they would actually usher in such a doomsday-like scene. Everywhere was filled with the aura of death, causing people to involuntarily feel a sense of fear. "Let's go!" Han Fei shouted. Now that they were here, she no longer needed Yang Kai's protection. Instead, she circulated her yuan qi and wrapped Yang Kai in it before flying off in a certain direction. Yang Kai did not hesitate. He quickly raised his bone shield and infused his yuan qi into it. The mouth of the bone shield opened ferociously and was held up by him. It became a barrier for the two of them to block the fatal attack. Boom boom boom. Bolts of lightning fell one after another, all of which were absorbed by the bone shield. But after only 3 or 5 bolts, Yang Kai discovered that this defensive artifact, which had been refined to mysterious grade top rank, was showing signs of collapsing. Fortunately, Han Fei's figure was extremely flexible, constantly bringing Yang Kai through the magma and lightning, always managing to avoid the most dangerous areas. A moment later, the two of them finally left the most dangerous territory. "There's someone up ahead." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he coldly shouted, his expression changing slightly. "It's Chu Jian." "This is bad." Han Fei also felt a chill run down her spine. She had not expected Chu Jian to have been waiting outside for so long. She and Yang Kai had stayed inside the volcano for at least half a month, so Chu Jian actually being so patient was beyond her expectations. "Prepare to run." Yang Kai's expression was gloomy as he whispered to Han Fei. Han Fei nodded lightly. Just as the two of them discovered Chu Jian, the other party also noticed them. After seeing Yang Kai and Han Fei's figures, Chu Jian couldn't help grinning. "They're actually still alive. Ha ha ha, the heavens are helping me." Saying so, he stared towards the other side of the volcano, unable to see Li Rong and Hua Mo's situation. Chu Jian's heart sank. Since he couldn't see the situation over there, the people over there definitely couldn't see the situation over here either. In other words, he had a chance to capture Yang Kai and Han Fei before Li Rong could react. As long as he captured these two, Chu Jian would have a bargaining chip to oppose Li Rong. Li Rong seemed to care more about this human than she did about Han Fei, so Chu Jian really wanted to know if there was some kind of deeper meaning to this. Not far away, the human and Han Fei, after escaping from the most dangerous territory, had changed directions and were now heading towards the side, apparently wanting to escape from his field of vision. Chu Jian sneered and without hesitation, directly displayed his demon god transformation. His ferocious face was quickly covered by dark demon crests, making him appear even more terrifying. His peak second-order transcendent cultivation was greatly improved, and his vitality and combat effectiveness also soared. His figure flickered and Chu Jian appeared in front of Han Fei and Yang Kai, coldly shouting, "You're quite lucky, but this time you won't be so lucky. Han Fei, hand him over." Saying so, his big hand reached out towards Han Fei. Han Fei coldly snorted and casually threw Yang Kai into the distance, quickly using her demon god transformation to block Chu Jian's attack. Although there was a minor realm gap between the two of them, Han Fei was still able to buy some time with her full strength. The last time she had been severely injured by Chu Jian, it was only because he had suddenly displayed his hidden strength that Han Fei had been caught off guard. Yang Kai naturally understood Han Fei's intentions and used the force of her throw to escape, but in the next moment, he was surrounded by more than a dozen ancient demon clan masters. These people were all Chu Jian's subordinates, and even the weakest of them was a peak immortal ascension boundary master, with 2 or 3 of them being transcendents. Yang Kai stood mid-air, frowning as he stared at the enemies around him, his heart heavy as he felt a huge pressure from these people. "Human, come with us, Master Chu Jian needs your help." A third-order transcendent stared coldly at Yang Kai and shouted, "And if I say no?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, a light flashing across his eyes. "Then you'll have to suffer a bit. The brawny man sneered as he floated over towards Yang Kai and reached out to grab him.
His big hand moved erratically and entered Yang Kai's eyes, but Yang Kai couldn't see the trajectory of his hand at all, only seeing a series of afterimages flash past his eyes, causing him to feel a sense of crisis.
The bone shield that Yang Kai had been holding suddenly appeared in front of him, and the several bolts of lightning that had just been swallowed by the bone shield suddenly shot out.
Xio. A shocking bolt of lightning shot out from the bone shield's mouth, instantly shattering the afterimages in front of him. The third-order Transcendent Realm brawny man retreated a few steps before opening his hand and sending out a burst of evil energy from his fingertips. With a loud bang, the two bursts of energy collided and dissipated.
Yang Kai decided to go all out and condensed all of his spiritual energy into the small soul-type sword in his knowledge sea, transforming it into a fiery red light that shot towards the brawny man.
What a hateful aura! Perceiving the attribute of Yang Kai's spiritual energy, the brawny man's face filled with disgust as his murderous intent soared. At the same time, he also sent out his own spiritual energy to collide head-on.
The invisible confrontation lasted only a moment before Yang Kai's face went pale and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his figure staggering slightly.
Even though his spiritual energy was comparable to an ordinary Transcendent Realm Master, there was still a gap between him and a third-order Transcendent.
If it weren't for his special spiritual energy, this collision alone would have been enough to shatter his soul. As for the brawny man, he seemed to have suffered a small loss.
He had underestimated the offensive power of Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge sea, so after the collision, he clutched his head with both hands and howled in pain. A conflagrated knowledge sea, when cultivated to the extreme, could burn down anything in the world. Although Yang Kai had only begun cultivating his conflagrated knowledge sea in the past year, after swallowing more than a dozen conflagrated knowledge seas, his attacks could not be ignored.
Catch him for me. I want to crush every bone in his body.
The brawny man howled as he issued an order to his clansmen. Yang Kai waved his hands like a dancing butterfly, summoning several dozen drops of yang liquid around his body, transforming them into sharp spears that he aimed at the demon race cultivators. Xueqi. The yang liquid spears shot out like lightning bolts. The ancient demon cultivator hurriedly used various means to block, but under this attack, which was the most effective counter to demonic chi, some of them were inevitably hit. Their powerful physiques, which they were so proud of, were like paper under the sharpness of the yang liquid spear, directly pierced through. A piercing sound rang out as the demonic chi and yang chi clashed violently, purifying and dissolving each other. 2 or 3 ancient demon clan masters were instantly wounded. If it were any other kind of injury, they could simply ignore it. With their powerful physiques, it would only take a few days for them to recover. However, this was an attack from yang liquid, their nemesis. The holes in their bodies could never be repaired unless they resolved the yang yuan chi that had seeped into their bodies. Blood flowed out like a fountain. The remaining ancient demon cultivator became more and more violent, not caring about the life or death of their companions as they rushed to Yang Kai's side, sending a barrage of punches towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai only had time to condense 2 more layers of yang liquid shields before he was struck by the barrage of attacks. The 2 layers of yang liquid shields instantly collapsed. Under the joint attack of 2 or 3 Transcendent Realm Masters and 7 or 8 peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivator, he couldn't even last a moment.
Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Yang Kai's body was sent flying like a paper kite before plummeting to the ground.
"We need him alive!" The brawny man whose divine sense had been slightly damaged shouted. The others quickly followed his orders and chased after Yang Kai. At this moment, on the other side of the volcano, Li Rong and Huaremo finally noticed the abnormality.
"Master Li, there seems to be a battle going on over there." Huaremo wore a strange expression as he listened carefully and said with certainty, "This aura."
Li Rong probed with difficulty. Because of the volcanic eruption and lightning in the sky, she couldn't see the situation on the other side, so her divine sense was also quite blurry. However, she was still keenly aware of a familiar energy fluctuation and her pretty face lit up with joy. "It's Han Fei. Great Commander Han Fei didn't die?" Huaremo also became excited. "If she's fine, that strange raceman should also be fine," Li Rong said, her tender body transforming into a stream of light as she rushed over. Chapter 659. Ever since that day she saw the solitary golden eye in Yang Kai's sea of consciousness and was struck by that golden light,
Li Rong had become suspicious. She found that the feeling this solitary golden eye gave her was very similar to some of the ancient records recorded by her ancestors. So, after leaving Yang Kai's place, Li Rong immediately checked the ancient records and found that, just as she thought, the solitary golden eye really had a great origin. Sending out the third-order transcendent douanier to protect Yang Kai's safety, even going so far as to ask Han Fei to personally escort him to this volcano was all for the sake of protecting him. Before the truth came to light, she didn't want to see any harm come to this human boy. However, she didn't tell anyone about the speculations in her heart, including Han Fei and Hua Mo, who were the four great commanders. Because she wasn't sure yet, she needed time to observe Yang Kai and verify whether her guess was correct. However, Chu Jian's actions had shattered her hopes and angered her greatly. Now that she learned that Han Fei and Yang Kai were actually fine, Li Rong was naturally overjoyed and rushed over without hesitation, using her powerful cultivation to break through the territory of the volcano's crater in order to arrive as soon as possible and provide assistance. Hua Mo followed behind her, trembling with fear. He found that Master Li's actions this time were a bit out of line. For the sake of a human boy, she actually didn't care about her own safety. On the other side of the volcano, Yang Kai fell from a high altitude and crashed to the ground, rolling several times before he finally managed to stand up and wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with vigilance. The people from the ancient demon race who had chased after him all stared at him in amazement, one of them nodding and saying, "This alien's physique isn't any worse than our race's. Falling from such a high altitude didn't hurt him at all. I heard that in Demon God's Citadel, he seriously injured Pan Lang and several of his subordinates." Really? That's interesting. Everyone was talking at once, but they were not in a hurry to attack Yang Kai. Instead, they were all amazed. A figure strangely appeared in mid-air, looking down at Kai Yang condescendingly, a powerful aura exuding from his body that made one despair. "See you." Yang Kai's expression sank as he turned his head towards a spot not far away, quickly discovering that Han Fei, who had been entangled with him to buy time, was lying in a pool of her own blood, her pair of beautiful eyes slowly opening and closing, her face pale, her lips trembling slightly. Because they were too far apart, Yang Kai couldn't hear what she was saying, but from the shape of her lips, he could tell that she was telling him to run away. "Master." Many people from the ancient demon race bowed. Chu Jian gently nodded, turning to Yang Kai and grinning. "You humans have a saying that a wise man submits to circumstances. I hope you don't resist. Han Fei can't protect you, and neither can Li Rong." Hee hee. In this desperate situation, Yang Kai laughed. "What are you so proud of?" Chu Jian coldly snorted, his face filled with displeasure. Yang Kai slowly stretched out his hand and pointed behind Chu Jian. "Li Rong seems to be coming. You should tell her that yourself." Chu Jian's expression changed as he turned his head and sure enough saw a beautiful figure rapidly approaching. Li Rong's face was filled with anxiety, but before she could speak, she shouted, "Chu Jian, don't attack that human. If you listen to me this time, I'll forgive all your previous mistakes, but if he loses a single hair, I won't let you off lightly." "Master Li." Chu Jian coldly snorted and shouted, "I, Chu Jian, have already taken this step. There is no turning back. Today, either you die or I die." Saying so, he no longer paid any attention to Li Rong and instead turned to stare coldly at Yang Kai. Li Rong's words just now made Chu Jian feel that this human held an extraordinary position in her heart. He didn't need to fight with Li Rong. As long as he could capture this human, he would definitely win. Chu Jian could already see Li Rong bowing down in front of him while he took control of Demon God's Citadel and ruled over this mysterious small world. This beautiful future made him feel excited and excited. As long as he unified this mysterious small world, he could restore his clansmen to their original natures, and when he left this place, he would shock the world. A dreamy whisper suddenly rang out between the heavens and earth. "Become the demon race." Yang Kai's voice was low and deep as he tapped his forehead with the middle finger of his right hand. His voice was as cold as the cold wind blowing from the depths of hell, causing those who heard him to feel their blood run cold. The heavens and earth trembled, and everyone had the illusion that their minds were unstable. In the chaotic sky, a huge vortex suddenly appeared, one that contained an aura of destruction. A storm surged and a feeling more terrifying than a volcanic eruption suddenly descended. On Yang Kai's naked upper body, a series of dark and mysterious runes suddenly appeared. These runes crawled over his body like snakes and burned themselves into his skin. In an instant, Yang Kai's aura changed, becoming extremely cruel, bloodthirsty, and evil.
He had to use his final trump card in order to buy himself a little time to escape before Li Rong arrived. As long as he could hold on until Li Rong arrived, he would no longer be in danger of being captured by Chu Jian. If possible, Yang Kai didn't want to use Become the Demon race in front of the ancient demon clan because this method was very similar to their demon god transformation. Yang Kai didn't know what the origin of this was, but he instinctively felt that if he used Become the Demon race, he would be in trouble. If things went wrong, they would mistakenly think he had secretly learned the demon god transformation. For the ancient demon clan, this was an untouchable taboo. But right now, he couldn't care less. However, Yang Kai soon discovered that after Become the Demon race this time, there was a big difference. Streams of energy poured out from the surrounding ancient demon race cultivators and into Yang Kai's body. Even Chu Jian, a second-order saint, was unable to avoid this situation. Even Han Fei, who was several dozen meters away, was the same. She was already severely injured, and with a large portion of her energy being drained away, she immediately fainted. In an instant, the ancient demon race cultivators gathered around Yang Kai felt that their strength had dropped significantly. On the other hand, Yang Kai felt a huge amount of power surge out from his body and couldn't help feeling excited. Gently clenching his fists, it was as if he could control the entire world in the palm of his hand. At this moment, he felt like he was omnipotent. Demon God transformation? Chu Jian exclaimed again and again, his eyes trembling as he stared at Yang Kai. At this moment, all of this human's exposed skin, except for his face, was covered in demon crests. This was the most standard form of the demon god transformation. Moreover, this human's demon crests were several times more profound than his own. How is this possible? Chu Jian was dumbfounded. The demon god transformation was a martial skill that only the ancient demon clan could display. This was something that even the other ancient demon race cultivators couldn't imitate. After all, demon crests were innate. Other demon race cultivators didn't have demon crests, so naturally they couldn't display the demon god transformation. But how did this human do it? On top of that, his demon god transformation seemed to be more powerful and profound than anyone else's. Faintly, Chu Jian felt like this human was suppressing his own strength. Chu Jian was shocked to discover that the demon crests on his face were like snow under the scorching sun, quickly disappearing and disappearing. His vitality fell, his combat strength fell, and his mood plummeted. Chu Jian was shocked, and so was Li Rong. But even more than that, she was pleasantly surprised. The beautiful woman who was rapidly flying over stared at Yang Kai with a strange light flashing across her eyes, her chest heaving up and down violently, as if she had just seen the scene she had been looking forward to for a long time, a look of excitement filling her face. Behind her, Hua Mo's eyes bulged as he stared dumbfoundedly. When they were about 1,000 meters away from Yang Kai, Li Rong, Hua Mo, and the others suddenly let out a muffled groan, and all of them involuntarily fell to the ground. Because from that direction, there was an extremely suppressive force that suppressed them, making it impossible for them to even think about continuing forward. Every one of the ancient demon race cultivators trembled slightly as they stared at Yang Kai like he was their natural enemy, fear filling their hearts. Sure enough, I wasn't mistaken. Li Rong muttered, some tears leaking from the corners of her eyes, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Master Li, what's going on? Why is he able to use his demon god transformation, and why does his demon god transformation restrain us so much? Hua Mo was shocked and quickly asked. This is a gift great demon god bestowed upon my ancient demon clan. The prayers of our ancestors must have been answered, so great demon god sent him here to save my clan. Li Rong said with a sincere and respectful expression. Great demon god? Hua Mo heard this and his expression changed slightly. Great demon god, in the hearts of the ancient demon clan. His position was supreme. But Master Li, I can't condense my strength right now, Hua Mo said solemnly. Not only can you not condense your strength, but all the ancient demon race cultivators in front of him also can't condense their strength. Great demon god's pressure is inviolable. Li Rong tried to straighten her tender body as she stood facing the wind, staring towards Yang Kai with a respectful expression. Then Chu Jian. Hua Mo's expression changed slightly. He's no exception, Li Rong sneered, no longer saying anything, simply waiting to see how the situation developed. On the other side, Yang Kai suddenly let out a roar. At this moment, he experienced a kind of carefreeness he had never experienced before. He didn't know why, but after Become the Demon race this time, his mood had become somewhat different. He felt like he was standing high above the clouds, indifferently looking down at all the living beings below. Chu Jian and the ancient demon race cultivators who had given him so much pressure and despair before were now nothing more than ants in his eyes, their life and death in his hands. He didn't understand why he felt this way. The reason he had become the demon race was to use all his strength to delay until Li Rong arrived. But now this kind of unforeseen event had occurred. All the ancient demon race cultivators were trembling. Yang Kai calmed himself down and glanced over at Li Rong, Hua Mo, and the others 1,000 meters away, but strangely found that they were still standing there, not showing any intention of approaching. However, the look in Li Rong's eyes when she looked at him was somewhat different from before. Chapter 660. If Yang Kai wasn't mistaken, when this beautiful woman looked at him, her expression was quite respectful. This made him feel a little confused. Are you a human or a demon? Chu Jian's eyes trembled violently, his face pale as he angrily asked. Who knows? Yang Kai took a deep breath and grinned at Chu Jian. Why do you know the demon god transformation? Where did you get your demon crests? Why is your demonic qi even purer and more powerful than mine? Chu Jian couldn't figure it out no matter what and asked in grief and indignation. I can't tell you that. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and walked towards him step by step, sneering as he said, Speaking of which, we have no grievances, but since you've made things difficult for me and even tried to kill me, you'll have to pay the price. You dare! Chu Jian roared, his eyes filled with anger. Looking at this human approaching him step by step and feeling the murderous intent surging from his heart, Chu Jian naturally knew what he wanted to do to him. His bones creaked and the demon crests on his face flickered, but no matter how hard Chu Jian tried, he couldn't summon the slightest bit of strength. It was as if under the influence of this human, all his strength had been sealed away in his body and was no longer under his control. This discovery made Chu Jian both shocked and angry, glaring fiercely at Yang Kai and asking in a deep voice, You despicable human, what did you do to me? Why can't I summon my strength? You really can't summon your strength. I thought it was just an illusion, but it turns out it's the truth. Yang Kai gently nodded, his expression calm. The reason why he had approached so slowly was to put pressure on Chu Jian, to test his reaction and see if his intuition was correct. Now it seemed that all of this was true and there was no need for him to fear them. Kill him for me. Chu Jian's tone was cold as he shouted to his subordinates. He felt that if he didn't kill this human right here, he would likely be unable to control his strength forever. Even until now, Ji Jian still did not understand what method this human used to seal his power. Master, we also. To Chu Jian's despair, all of his subordinates, whether they were peak immortal ascension boundary masters or transcendent realm masters, were rooted to the spot like wooden stakes, unable to move, only able to watch as Yang Kai acted arrogantly and recklessly. No one can save you. Yang Kai shouted and his speed increased a lot. A moment later, he arrived in front of Yu Jian. With a ruthless expression, he said coldly, Today you must die. Saying so, Yang Kai didn't hesitate as a thick demonic qi appeared behind him, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar. A giant black flood dragon slowly appeared, circling above Yang Kai's head as it glared down at Chu Jian. You can't kill me, I am a saint, my body is 10,000 times harder than a rock, you think you can? Whoosh! A jet of black energy shot towards Chu Jian like a serpent, easily piercing a hole in his shoulder. Chu Jian's voice came to an abrupt halt as he felt the sharp pain in his shoulder, his eyes bulging as he stared at Yang Kai, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Asterisk xiao xiao xiao. Asterisk wave after wave of energy bombarded Chu Jian's body, and soon, his sturdy body was riddled with holes, blood gushing out from his wounds, dyeing his entire body red. However, the ancient demon clan's intrepid physique allowed Chu Jian to remain standing even after suffering such serious injuries. Saint Realm. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a grin as he stared at Chu Jian sarcastically. Speaking of which, I haven't swallowed the soul of a Saint Realm master yet, so I don't know how it tastes. You're lucky to be the first. I'll make good use of your insights. What do you want to do? Chu Jian's expression changed greatly. At his level of strength, even if his physical body was destroyed, his soul could escape from his body and find another place to settle down. Just like how the old demon had tried to seize Yang Kai's body, Chu Jian had also planned to do the same. The surrounding clansmen were his targets. As long as he quietly hid inside one of them, he might be able to make a comeback.
As long as he could figure out the mysteries of Yang Kai's body and was no longer restrained by him, it would be easy for him to kill an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage brat. However, Yang Kai's words made him realize that something was wrong. What he meant was that he wouldn't even let go of Chu Jian's soul. At this moment, Chu Jian felt a sense of despair. "You'll understand soon enough." Yang Kai grinned, and the black flood dragon that had been hovering above his head let out a loud roar, opened its bloody maw, and swallowed Chu Jian into its belly. It was obvious that Chu Jian was struggling inside the black dragon's belly, but with his strength sealed, he couldn't escape no matter how hard he tried. Gradually, Chu Jian stopped moving and the black dragon collapsed, disappearing into thin air as a bloody corpse fell from the sky. "Master!" Chu Jian's subordinates called out in alarm as they stared at this scene in disbelief. A second-order Saint Realm Master had been mercilessly killed without even being able to put up any resistance. Yang Kai's tyrannical strength caused all of them to go cold. From the corpse, a huge amount of spiritual energy secretly emerged. It was Chu Jian's soul. He wanted to take advantage of the moment Yang Kai succeeded to escape into the body of one of his subordinates. However, as soon as his soul left his knowledge sea, he felt an extremely powerful suction force coming from not far away. This suction force was attracting his soul. Just like before, he had no room to resist. At this moment, no matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape. In the darkness, many people seemed to hear Chu Jian's screams. Yang Kai felt that inside his knowledge sea, there was now a huge mass of spiritual energy. Inside his knowledge sea, Chu Jian's soul avatar appeared and vigilantly scanned his surroundings. A sea of flames. This human's knowledge sea contained a rich fire attribute that burned Chu Jian's soul, causing him unbearable pain. At the center of this sea of flames, there was a 5-colored island that was as beautiful as a paradise. High up in the sky, there was a single closed eye. The moment he saw this eye, Chu Jian instinctively felt a sense of fear and submission, but before he could stabilize his mind, the closed eye slowly opened. This golden and narrow pupil was filled with endless majesty. A golden light shot out from the single eye and struck Chu Jian's soul avatar. An unimaginable pain spread through his body as his soul was purified, causing Chu Jian to scream miserably. Suddenly, some records he had read many years ago flashed across his mind. Chu Jian's eyes widened as he stared at the single eye in the sky and muttered in horror, "Demon Eye of Annihilation? So that's how it is." At this moment, he finally understood why this human was able to use his demon god transformation. Just like the nemesis of the ancient demon clan, none of his clansmen were able to exert any strength in front of him. It turns out that he possesses the demon eye of annihilation. The majesty of the great demon god could not be violated. Before his consciousness completely disappeared, Chu Jian saw and understood everything, but it was already too late. Outside, watching Yang Kai kill Chu Jian, the ancient demon race members couldn't help trembling. They were indeed warlike and did not fear death, but for some unknown reason, a second-order Saint Realm commander had just died. The fear of the unknown caused them to stare at Yang Kai again, their eyes filled with fear and horror. Yang Kai stood in place, feeling the situation inside his knowledge sea. After Chu Jian's consciousness was completely purified, he nodded with satisfaction and swept his eyes around. His gaze was like a butcher staring at a sheep in a pen, causing all the ancient demon race members to involuntarily avert their eyes, not daring to meet his gaze. Yang Kai was considering whether or not to kill all of Chu Jian's subordinates. It wasn't that he was worried they would retaliate. Although these people had always followed Chu Jian and opposed Li Rong, in the world of the ancient demon clan, the strong were always respected. Even the clan's cultivator had the freedom to change who they followed. If Li Rong's means were good enough, she might be able to subdue these people and make them obedient. Moreover, after witnessing today's events, they probably wouldn't dare to find trouble with Yang Kai again. So, whether he killed them or not, they wouldn't retaliate against him. Yang Kai was certain of this. Over the past year, he had also learned a lot about the habits and characteristics of the ancient demon clan from Guan Er. It was best to ask Li Rong. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before leaving these people behind and walking towards Li Rong, his step steady. "He's coming!" Huaremo shouted in horror. As Yang Kai approached, he could feel the pressure suppressing him grow stronger and stronger. Just now, he had been able to muster up some strength, but when Yang Kai approached within 500 meters, Huaremo found it difficult to even move a finger. "I'll negotiate with him, don't make a sound," Li Rong hurriedly exhorted before turning back to the clansmen she had brought with her. Don't show any hostility towards him. She didn't know what Yang Kai was planning to do now, so naturally she didn't dare provoke him. Her clansman nodded solemnly. Master Li. To Li Rong's relief, Yang Kai stood 10 meters away from her and greeted her warmly. Don't call me master, just call me Li Rong. Li Rong squeezed out a smile and carefully observed Yang Kai's various reactions. Yang Kai paused for a moment before nodding. I accidentally killed one of your clan's Saint Realm masters. What do you mean by that? His death is not to be regretted. Li Rong quickly replied. A look of satisfaction appeared on Yang Kai's face. He could feel that Li Rong's words weren't just spoken out of her own accord, but rather from the bottom of her heart. Smiling lightly, he asked, So, you don't intend to blame me? Why would I blame you? Yang Kai chuckled, his eyes narrowing. No matter how you and Chu Jian fight, it's still an internal struggle, while I'm an outsider. Now that Chu Jian died at my hands, it's hard to say if any of our clansmen won't seek revenge for him. I'm the kind of person who would like to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Li Rong's expression changed slightly as she quickly said, I can guarantee that no one will embarrass you over this matter. Hearing Kai Yang's words, it was obvious that even she was suspicious. Yang Kai raised his brow. Before today, you may have been an outsider to my clan, but from today onwards, you are no longer an outsider. Chapter 661. In front of Yang Kai, who had become the demon race's new leader, this beautiful woman from the ancient demon clan, although she couldn't summon up any strength like the others, she still remained calm and composed. I'm not an outsider? Yang Kai pointed to himself, a stunned look appearing on his face. Li Rong gently nodded. As for the specific reason, I'll explain it to you later. This is not the place to talk. Yang Kai turned his head and looked around. The eruption of the volcano and the raging lightning in the sky seemed to be even more violent than before. After a while, it was likely that even the place where Li Rong and the others were standing would be affected. You're a smart person. You should know that from beginning to end, I had no malicious intent towards you. Li Rong said softly, Now, can you release your demon god transformation and let us escape from here? Saying so, she stared at him with her beautiful eyes. The ancient demon race masters behind Li Rong also stared at Yang Kai, waiting for his answer. It could be said that their lives were now completely in Yang Kai's hands. As long as Yang Kai said no, they would all die. Staring deeply at the beautiful woman in front of him, Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before nodding. I believe you. Li Rong let out a heavy breath, her expression relaxing as she smiled. In the future, you'll be glad you made a wise decision. Yang Kai didn't comment, instead restraining his own demonic aura, and the demon crests that had been crawling all over his body quickly disappeared. All the ancient demon race masters regained control of their own strength and bodies. Huamo, protect him, we're leaving this place. Li Rong whispered, her tender body flickering as she rushed over to the unconscious Han Fei and picked her up before turning to Chu Jian's subordinates and shouting. Chu Jian is dead. If you want to follow him, I won't stop you. But if you choose this path, there will be no place for you in this mysterious small world in the future. If you choose to follow me, as long as you're sincere, I won't hold you responsible. Chu Jian's subordinates glanced at each other before kneeling down and shouting in unison. We are willing to obey Master Li's orders. Chu Jian was already dead, so there was no point in them following him. At this time, their lives were more important. Li Rong nodded with satisfaction, holding Han Fei, and quickly flew out. The large group of people quickly left the volcano. Hua Mo's expression was complicated, and even a trace of panic on his face as he stood by Yang Kai's side. Half an hour later, the groups as they were. Looking back, the sky over there had already turned fiery red. The aftermath of the volcanic eruption had reached here, causing the earth to shake violently. Everyone wore a look of lingering fear. After briefly treating Han Fei's injuries, the group set off for Demon God Citadel. Along the way, Yang Kai carefully observed everyone's expressions and found that everyone from the ancient demon race was unconsciously distancing themselves from him, seemingly afraid of him. Only Li Rong had a big smile on her face, as if she had encountered something very happy, holding Han Fei in her arms as she gently chatted with Yang Kai. Most of what she told him was about the great demon god recorded in ancient books, some of which even Huarimo didn't know much about, let alone the ordinary clansman. Everyone treated it as if they were listening to a story and listened with great interest. A day later,
Han Fei woke up, and although her injuries had not yet healed, they were no longer serious. When she was unconscious, Yang Kai had become the demon race, so she didn't know what happened next. Now that she saw Li Rong holding her in her arms, she only thought that Li Rong had taken action to deal with Chu Jian, so she didn't ask any questions and simply sat down to rest. 2 days later, everyone returned to Demon God Citadel. Yang Kai still came to the stone room and waited for Li Rong to arrive. There were many things he didn't understand and wanted this beautiful woman to answer for him. But she also said that the volcano wasn't a good place to talk and that she would explain everything in detail later. Demon God's citadel was calm, no one knowing that one of the 4 great commanders had fallen. Yang Kai was quite satisfied with the results of this trip. Dan Tian had stored a lot of yang liquid, so as long as he didn't squander it too much, he wouldn't have to worry about it for at least 10 years. On top of that, he had also obtained an unimaginable amount of crystal stones, a huge fortune. What made Yang Kai most gratified though was that he now knew that his ability to become the demon race could restrain the ancient demon clan. He had been here for more than a year now, and during this time, Li Rong had been very good to him. Unlike the previous alchemists, she had not imprisoned him or relaxed her guard around him and had even sent a third-order transcendent to protect him. However, Yang Kai had always felt like he was under house arrest, a feeling that made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. But now, this feeling was gone. Yang Kai now had the confidence to stand on equal footing with the ancient demon clan, and could even make them act according to his whims. The feeling in his heart was different, and his whole body relaxed. The next few days passed peacefully. Li Rong didn't come, but Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. He knew that with Chu Jian's death, Li Rong would definitely have a lot of things to deal with, so he continued to perform alchemy while waiting patiently. Suddenly, the door to the stone room was pushed open and Guan rushed in with a look of excitement on her face. Rushing over to Yang Kai, her pair of beautiful eyes filled with excitement as she hurriedly asked, "Yang Kai, I heard you killed Chu Jian? Is there such a thing? Who did you hear that from? What Li Daren said, is it true or not? What do you think?" Yang Kai chuckled. "What do I think?" Guan blinked her eyes and curled her lips. "If it were up to me, with your insignificant cultivation, it would be impossible for you to kill that person. But since Master Li said so, you must have done it." Saying so, she became excited again and rushed up to hug Yang Kai's arm, shaking it as she asked coquettishly, "Tell me, how did you kill that bastard? Master Li has always had a headache over him." As she shook him, Yang Kai obviously felt his elbow come into contact with an amazingly soft and supple bosom. Glancing towards those soft peaks, Guan suddenly became vigilant and crossed her arms in front of her chest, gritting her teeth as she shouted, "You rogue, where are you looking?" Yang Kai's face went black. "It's your own problem, okay?" Guan snorted. "You humans really aren't anything good. I'm going to tell Master Li that you tried to molest me." "Don't slander me!" Yang Kai shouted angrily. Guan rolled her eyes and slyly said, "Then tell me obediently, how did you kill Chu Jian? I'm very curious." "Why don't you ask Master Li yourself?" Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. Master Li has been busy taking care of Commander Han Fei these past few days, as well as integrating the people on Chu Jian's side. She's very busy. How could I disturb her? Guan pursed her lips, her bright red cheeks extremely attractive. "I'm also very busy," Yang Kai said seriously. "How are you busy?" Guan looked him over and snorted. "Good. I'll go find Master Li right now and tell her you're a pervert with bad intentions, coveting my beauty and trying to take advantage of me." "Guan don't be rude." From the void, a soft voice suddenly called out. The air distorted as Li Rong, Han Fei, and Huaremo appeared. Guan panicked and quickly waved her hands. "Master Li, I was just joking with him. He didn't do anything to me." She was defending Yang Kai like this obviously because she was afraid Li Rong would really believe her and punish Yang Kai. "I know." Li Rong gently nodded. "But don't say he didn't do anything to you. Even if he did, it's your honor." Guan couldn't help opening her mouth wide as she carefully digested Master Li's words. Although she was just an ordinary clansman, because she had always been with Li Rong, her status in Demon God's Citadel wasn't low. Coupled with her beauty and good aptitude, many young men in Demon God's Citadel had a good impression of her. For example, Pan Lang, who had been injured by Yang Kai last time, was one of them. However, no matter how these people begged, Li Rong never had any intention of betrothing Guan to anyone, because Li Rong felt that none of these clansmen were worthy of Guan. She wanted to find a suitable candidate for Guan or wait until she found someone of her own. But now that Li Rong had actually said such a thing, how could Guan not be shocked? How could it be an honor to be taken advantage of by a human? Sorry for making you wait so long, I really couldn't get away. Li Rong nodded gently to Yang Kai. It's fine, I have nothing to do anyway, Yang Kai chuckled. Guan frowned slightly. She noticed that Master Li's attitude towards this human was somewhat different this time. She couldn't explain why, but Guan felt that when Master Li was facing this human, her expression was a bit more reserved and respectful. This sudden thought gave her quite a fright. Not only her, but Han Fei and Huarmo also couldn't understand, their faces filled with suspicion. Even if this human could display his demon god transformation and restrain the ancient demon clan, was there any need to be so polite? Secretly learning the demon god transformation with his human body, not killing him was already being merciful. Han Fei, Huarmo, I know you have the same doubts in your hearts as this master. Master. With the exception of Li Rong, everyone in the room called out in unison as they stared towards Yang Kai. What are you looking at me for? I'm also confused right now. Yang Kai was speechless. Now it's time to answer your questions. Li Rong smiled lightly. Sit down. Saying so, she sat down cross-legged in front of Yang Kai. Han Fei and Huarimo glanced at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes, only able to follow Li Rong and sit next to Yang Kai. Li Rong looked at Yang Kai gently and said, I'll have to trouble you to lower your soul's defenses. We need to enter your knowledge sea. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Enter my knowledge sea? Only there will I be able to explain myself clearly and convince Han Fei and Huarimo, the two great commanders, to believe me. Aren't you afraid? Yang Kai stared at Li Rong meaningfully. Li Rong slowly shook her head. As long as it has no malicious intent towards you, it won't hurt us. Didn't I come out unscathed last time? Han Fei and Huarimo both wore confused expressions, not understanding what Yang Kai and Li Rong were talking about or who they were referring to. Yang Kai frowned and hesitated for a moment before saying, You can enter my knowledge sea, but don't look through my memories. If anyone dares do so, don't blame me for being impolite. Chapter 662. Today the two of them were even stronger. Naturally, Li Rong nodded firmly, we wouldn't be so bored. Who cares? Han Fei spat disdainfully. Huarimo also smiled. This old master has no such vile interests. Then come in. Yang Kai nodded, closed his eyes, and immersed his divine sense into his knowledge sea, transforming into his soul avatar and releasing his knowledge sea's defenses. In the next moment, he noticed 3 streaks of energy pouring into his knowledge sea. Immediately, the soul avatars of the 3 great commanders of the ancient demon clan appeared in front of him. For a time, no one in the stone room moved. Guan stood to the side, pursing her lips anxiously as she glanced back and forth between the two of them. Eventually, she couldn't help waving her fist towards Yang Kai and snorting lightly. She also knew that what the 3 great commanders were discussing with this human at this moment was definitely confidential. With her status, she wasn't qualified to intervene, so naturally, she didn't dare to break into Yang Kai's knowledge sea and could only sit outside and wait. Inside his knowledge sea, a scorching hot aura enveloped him. Whether it was Li Rong, Han Fei, or Huarimo, all of them couldn't help releasing their spiritual energy to resist this heat, their brow furrowed. Their ancient demon clan hated this kind of aura the most. However, Li Rong was more surprised. The last time she came here, Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge sea had not been as strong as it was now, but at this moment, the scorching heat here gave her some pressure. She understood that after Yang Kai swallowed the dozen or so conflagrated knowledge seas of others, his divine sense had greatly improved. Can you clear this place so we can talk in peace? Li Rong proposed. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment and knew what they were afraid of, so he pointed to the distance and said, Let's go there, there's no conflagrated knowledge sea there. Following the direction he pointed, the 3 of them saw a 5-colored island standing in the middle of the sea of flames. Eyes lighting up, they all followed Yang Kai to the island. As soon as their soul avatars set foot on this 5-colored island, the 3 great commanders of the ancient demon clan were shocked. How is it that my soul can absorb energy from your knowledge sea? Han Fei looked at Yang Kai in surprise. I can also absorb energy. Huarimo also looked over in shock. What is this 5-colored treasure island? Li Rong asked with a smile on her face.
She naturally felt that the reason the three of them were able to absorb spiritual energy from Yongkai's knowledge sea because of this island.
What Yongkai's is, Yongkai Yang.
The five-colored soul-warming lotus was constantly nourishing one's soul, so when the three of them set foot here, of course they would obtain some benefits, but these benefits were very small. However, Yongkai, as the owner of the five-colored soul-warming lotus, was different. Over the years, even this small amount of energy would accumulate to a point that would make one's eyes go red with envy.
I spoke too much, Li Rong gently nodded, but I found that you have a lot of good things on you. Every man has his own secrets. Yongkai said lightly, it's time for me to figure it out. I'm very curious about your attitude, and I think Huaremo and Han Fei are the same. Hearing him say this, Huaremo and Han Fei also quickly turned their eyes to Li Rong. Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled, stretching out her jade-white hand and pointing towards the sky. Look over there. Following the direction she was pointing, Huaremo and Han Fei both stared. High up in the sky, a pair of closed eyes floated there. The moment they looked towards this pair of eyes, Huaremo and Han Fei couldn't help feeling a sense of unease and subservience. Without knowing why, the two of them felt their soul avatars tremble slightly. Can you make it open like last time? Li Rong turned to Yongkai and asked. Yongkai nodded lightly and passed on a message. The tightly shut eye slowly opened, and a long and majestic golden pupil entered the eyes of the three people. It was as if a supreme master was looking down coldly at them with an indifferent gaze. Under such a gaze, no matter who it was, they couldn't help feeling extremely small, as if they would crumble into dust and disappear from this world. Huaremo and Han Fei trembled even more, and even Li Rong's tender body couldn't help trembling slightly. You should recognize what this is, right? Li Rong asked excitedly, gasping for breath as she stared at the single eye. Even if she felt uncomfortable, even if she wanted to kneel down and worship it, she still refused to look away. The demon eye of annihilation? After a dozen breaths of silence, Huaremo suddenly exclaimed. Han Fei trembled, her expression becoming as excited as Li Rong as she hurriedly asked, is this really the demon eye of annihilation? There's no mistake, it's exactly the same as what was recorded in the ancient records left behind by our ancestors. Last time, when it hit me with that golden light, I could feel that kind of destructive power. Besides the demon eye of annihilation, there is no other explanation for it. Li Rong's chest heaved violently, showing just how restless her heart was. The heavens have eyes. This old master was actually able to see the demon eye of annihilation in his lifetime. Huaremo sobbed and fell to his knees, kowtowing towards the single eye in the sky. Immediately afterwards, Li Rong did the same. Yongkai's expression became strange as he stared blankly, speechless for a moment. All of a sudden, 3 golden lights shot out from the single eye and hit the soul avatars of the trio with unparalleled accuracy. Yongkai's expression changed, but he quickly stabilized his mind. Because he found that after being hit by this golden light, not only did the 3 soul avatars not disappear, but they also showed no signs of damage. Instead, they all closed their eyes in ecstasy, as if they had been enlightened. Yongkai secretly observed them and knew that they must have obtained something from this golden light, but he didn't interrupt them and simply waited quietly. The solitary golden eye slowly closed. After waiting for a long time, the 3 great commanders opened their eyes one after another. At this moment, Yongkai clearly noticed that their soul avatars were much stronger than before. It seemed that the benefits they had obtained were not small. Yongkai pondered for a moment. At this moment, he also understood that this solitary golden eye had a deep relationship with the ancient demon clan, but he still didn't know what kind of relationship there was between them. The 3 soul avatars all noticed the changes in their bodies and their expressions filled with excitement and joy. Glancing at each other, they all respectfully turned to Yongkai and cupped their fists. Greetings, master. Yongkai's brow furrowed as he forced a smile. Hey, what's going on here? Are you sure you're not mistaken? There's no mistake. From today onwards, you are the leader of my ancient demon clan. Li Rong stared at Yongkai with a scorching gaze. Surprisingly, Huaremo and Han Fei didn't try to refute this and instead both nodded solemnly. Isn't this a bit too much? Yongkai's brow furrowed even deeper. I am a human, you belong to the demon race, the blood flowing in our bodies is fundamentally different. How could I be the leader of your ancient demon clan? Master, please calm down. I will explain in detail. Li Rong smiled lightly and pointed to the sky. May I ask, where did Master obtain this demon eye of annihilation? Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before shaking his head. It's not convenient to say. Although he could casually fabricate a reason, playing such a trick in front of 3 Saint Realm Masters was a bit naive. Since they were so sincere to him, Yang Kai didn't want to deceive them. Then I won't ask any more questions. Li Rong didn't mind, chuckling lightly. Master still has some doubts about us, that's only natural. But if you really want to reveal everything, then we'll have to consider whether or not we should hand over the ancient demon clan to someone with no ulterior motives. Your performance is truly worthy of Great Demon God's choice. Great Demon God? Yang Kai raised his brow. What does this have to do with him? Because the demon eye of annihilation is the eye of Great Demon God. Li Rong replied. Yang Kai froze on the spot. Master, you've lived in Demon God's citadel for more than a year now, so you should have heard a lot of rumors about Great Demon God. Yang Kai nodded lightly. On the way back from the volcano, Li Rong had also told him more about Great Demon God. It turned out she hadn't just casually mentioned him. She had deliberately wanted him to know more about Great Demon God. Then it'll be easier for me to explain. Li Rong took a deep breath and continued. Great Demon God was a master whose name shook the ancient times. In all of Tongxian realm, of all the recorded masters, no one was able to compare with Great Demon God. In his era, the demon race was the most powerful race, and all other races were vassals of the demon race. In the demon race, my ancient demon clan had the noblest bloodline and was the servant of Great Demon God. When Li Rong said this, her face filled with pride. Even Han Fei and Hua Mo showed a look of reminiscence. Great Demon God's cultivation was extremely tyrannical. No one was his opponent. It was precisely because his strength was so tyrannical that no one could match him that he wanted to escape from this world and see if there was a higher realm. There are ancient records that state that he successfully left this world and went to a place we do not know of. However, there are also ancient records that state that he failed and his soul was destroyed. Since his last appearance, no one knows where he went. But now it seems that Great Demon God really failed. Otherwise, he would not have left behind the demon eye of annihilation. Li Rong said with a sad look on her face. Before Great Demon God left, he sealed my clan in this mysterious small world because he knew that once he left, the demon race would weaken and the other races would retaliate. As servants of Great Demon God, we would face the threat of extinction. This is why my clan chose to live in this mysterious small world. Great Demon God did not intend to imprison us here forever and deliberately left behind a solution. By the time we successfully leave this mysterious small world, the world may have already forgotten about the ancient demon clan and the loyal servants of Great Demon God. Although Great Demon God is no longer here, even one of his eyes is not something that anyone can obtain casually. You being able to obtain the demon eye of annihilation means that Great Demon God has approved of you. Since Great Demon God has approved of you, as his servant, my ancient demon clan will naturally also approve of you. Therefore, from now on, you are the master of my ancient demon clan. We will serve you just as our ancestors served Great Demon God. You must have been sent here by Great Demon God to save my clan from this world. Li Rong said solemnly. Chapter 663. After listening to Li Rong's explanation, Yang Kai remained silent for a long time. If what this woman said was true, Yang Kai could understand why her attitude towards him had suddenly changed. It was because she had recognized the demon eye of annihilation of Great Demon God. However, her one-sided statement was not enough to convince him. That's really a coincidence. The reason I appeared here was entirely because I was accidentally captured by the coffin-carrying man. Are you sure this thing in my knowledge sea is the demon eye of annihilation? I'm sure. This time, not only did Li Rong nod, but even Hua Mo and Han Fei also showed a look of affirmation. We have the blood of the ancient demons flowing through our veins. Our ancestors were servants who served Great Demon God. This is something we can't be mistaken about. Besides, who can be sure this isn't the result of Great Demon God's guidance? Even so, there's no need for you to follow the practices of your ancestors and serve me as your master, that kind of thing. Haha, with all due respect, I'm not very interested. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Li Rong was surprised, but after thinking about it, she suddenly understood what Yang Kai was afraid of. Although his demon god transformation could restrain all the members of the ancient demon race, His cultivation was still only at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage. Without the demon god transformation, many of her clansmen could easily kill him. If one wanted an entire race to submit, it was impossible to do so without absolute strength. If Master is worried about your own strength, then there's no need for you to worry. The three of us are not optimistic about your current strength, but rather about your future. I believe that since the Demon Eye of Annihilation has chosen you, your future achievements will not be worse than great demon gods. You think too highly of me. Yang Kai shook his head and smiled bitterly, his expression becoming solemn as he said, "Let's not talk about this for now. I'm actually more interested in something else." "Please speak, Master." Li Rong didn't have any intention of forcing Yang Kai to agree right now. She knew that if she pushed him too hard, it would only be counterproductive. Right now, this human was still suspicious of her ancient demon clan.
"I heard that in the demon god fortress, there are some martial skills that specialize in cultivating the demon god transformation?"
Li Rong smiled brightly and said, "Even if Master didn't ask, I would have opened these secret books to you. Master's demon god transformation should have been obtained from the Demon Eye of Annihilation, right? Since that's the case, then this is the most orthodox form of the demon god transformation.
Master has the power of the great demon god flowing within his body, so he should have some understanding of this."
Yang Kai remained silent. Li Rong's guess was wrong. Before coming to this small sealed world, he didn't even know what the demon god transformation was. Moreover, the method he used to become the demon race was not obtained from the Demon Eye of Annihilation, but from the unyielding golden skeleton. "Master, I'll be honest with you. Please don't be angry." Li Rong covered her mouth and chuckled as she observed Yang Kai's expression. Yang Kai simply shrugged his shoulders. "Although your demon god transformation is overbearing and possesses enough power to restrain all of my clan's strength, your understanding of it seems to be quite shallow and you can't display its full power. Let me put it simply, your demon god transformation is still stuck in its most basic stage." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before quickly reacting. "You mean, my demon god transformation can still give me more power?" Li Rong nodded. "If you continue to be like this in the future, how can my ancient demon clan protect you and fight alongside you?" When Yang Kai used his demon god transformation, all of the ancient demon clan's members were turned into wooden dummies. If they really encountered an enemy, they would likely die in vain. Even a character as strong as Li Rong couldn't move. Any cultivator could easily kill her. At the very least, you need to cultivate your demon god transformation to the second stage. Only by reaching the second stage will you be able to restrain the power of my clan. When that time comes, we can fight side by side," Li Rong said solemnly. "That's quite interesting." Yang Kai smiled. Before he had absolute strength to subdue the ancient demon clan, Yang Kai wasn't interested in Li Rong and the others declaring their willingness to serve him because his own strength wasn't enough to convince them. Even if he agreed, if he couldn't achieve anything, it would only cause them to slowly despise him. After experiencing the Yang family's inheritance war, Yang Kai had some understanding of the methods of his subordinates. But regarding the demon god transformation, he really cared about it. Anything that could increase his strength, Yang Kai would never let go of. "You can find me at any time and ask for those secret scriptures." Li Rong gently nodded. "Tomorrow, you've told me so much today, I need to think about it," Yang Kai said. "Very well, subordinate will wait for Master's arrival." "There's no need to call me that. I feel a bit awkward." Yang Kai frowned. The more he thought about the word master, the more uncomfortable he felt. "Then, what do you want to call me?" "We'll do as you wish." "Just like before." Yang Kai smiled. "If your clansmen hear you call me master, I'm afraid they'll think differently and will likely cause some unnecessary disputes." Li Rong couldn't help laughing. "You worry too much. The ancient demon clan has always followed the orders of its great commanders. As long as the three of us agree, everyone will agree, but since you insist, I won't force you. What needs to be said has been said. You can rest now, we'll take our leave." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Li Rong and Hua Mo nodded to Yang Kai before quickly withdrawing. Han Fei didn't leave, her expression slightly complicated as she stood in place. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "Nothing, I just want to thank you for saving me under the volcano. You also saved me. No one owes anyone anything." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "Good, in a few days I'll send you something. It may be of some help to you." "What is it?"
You'll know when the time comes, Han Fei said, quickly withdrawing from Yang Kai's knowledge sea. When Yang Kai opened his eyes again, he found that the three great commanders had not left and were still standing in front of him. Li Rong smiled and said, I forgot to ask, do you want to change your residence? You can use this place as a pill room for alchemy. Before, when she was unable to determine Yang Kai's mysteries, even though Li Rong cared about him, she hadn't provided him with good conditions so as not to arouse suspicion among her subordinates. Now that she had determined this, she naturally wanted to give Yang Kai a more comfortable environment. No need. This place is quite convenient. If I want to perform alchemy, I can start at any time. Yang Kai shook his head faintly. About alchemy. Li Rong's expression became a little awkward. Before, it was a cooperative transaction between you and my clan, but now it is my clan's request. If you don't want to, you don't have to worry about that. I originally wanted to study alchemy, so I must thank you for providing me with such a good opportunity. Hearing this, Li Rong couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief as she turned a grateful look towards Yang Kai. Now that their identities were different, Li Rong naturally couldn't ask Yang Kai to continue studying the alchemic way. If he refused, Li Rong couldn't do anything about it. Do you want me to send a few maidservants to serve you? My clan's girls, whether it's in terms of appearance or temperament, are no worse than humans. Li Rong bit her thin lip and asked with a slight blush. Hua Mo's expression remained indifferent, as if he felt that it was only natural for humans to be lustful. On the other hand, Han Fei couldn't help coughing lightly, her expression unnatural as she averted her gaze. Guan is enough. There's no need for anyone else. Yang Kai knew what Li Rong was referring to. As a young man, it was only natural for him to have such needs. After coming here for more than a year, Yang Kai hadn't even touched a single woman. Li Rong was obviously considering his feelings. Perhaps she had some deeper thoughts and arrangements. If Yang Kai could develop feelings for one of the clan's girls, it would be easier for them to tie her and Yang Kai together. Good. Li Rong gently nodded, a look of satisfaction flashing across the depths of her eyes, turning to Guan and saying, just like before, take care of him and satisfy any request he makes. Any request? What about excessive requests? Guan was stunned. That's still enough. His words are orders. Li Rong shouted. Guan was dumbfounded. The last time she had been sent here to take care of Yang Kai, Li Rong had told her that as long as this human's request wasn't excessive, she should try her best to satisfy him. But now, she was actually telling her to satisfy any request he made. Master Li's attitude towards this human was really different. While Guan was in a daze, Li Rong and the others had already left. By the time she recovered, only Yang Kai and her were left in the stone room. Unable to stop herself from snorting, Guan walked over like a little tiger and grit her teeth. You bastard, what did you say to my master? Why is master taking care of you so much now? We didn't say anything. We were just chatting. Humans really are insidious and cunning. Guan stared at him in disbelief before snorting. Master said to satisfy any request you make. You wouldn't make any shameless request, would you? I wouldn't. You really wouldn't? I don't believe you. Swear you'll show me. Yang Kai took a deep breath, feeling a headache coming on from this young girl's constant chatter. Thinking about it for a moment, he took out a crystal stone and handed it to Guan. Go play by yourself, don't bother me. Guan face filled with disdain as she spat. You want to buy me with a single crystal stone? Are you looking down on me too much? Yang Kai handed her another crystal stone. Guan happily took it and disappeared into the distance. The stone room suddenly became quiet again. Recalling the conversation he had with the three great commanders in his knowledge sea just now, Yang Kai still couldn't quite wrap his head around it. This past year, although he had been concentrating on studying alchemy, he had also been considering his future plans. He couldn't be imprisoned here by the ancient demon clan for the rest of his life. Unexpectedly, an unexpected turn of events had allowed him to completely grasp the initiative. Now, he no longer had to worry about whether he would be imprisoned or not. How much of Li Rong's words could be trusted, Yang Kai didn't know, but Yang Kai felt that this woman had no need to deceive him, because her showing weakness and goodwill wouldn't do her any good. Yang Kai still subconsciously trusted her. However, because of this conversation, Yang Kai understood many of the questions he had been wondering about for many years. At the very least, he understood that the original owner of the wordless black book was Great Demon God.
Chapter 664. The wordless black book was obtained by Yang Kai by accident. At first, it was just shaped like a pillow. But when he refused to surrender in his sleep, he unlocked the mysteries of the wordless black book. The reason why Yang Kai was able to determine that the original owner of this wordless black book was Great Demon God was because Han Fei had told him a few days ago. She said that in the past, the great demonic god had obtained a large piece of soul-subduing stone from somewhere. No one knew what he had used it for, but he had left behind some scraps. Those scraps had been combined with other precious materials to create 4 void rings, which were kept by the 4 great commanders. Now it seemed that the large piece of tranquil soul stone that Great Demon God had obtained was used to make this wordless black book. The materials used to make this wordless black book and the void rings of the 4 great commanders were the same. In other words, the owner of the unyielding golden skeleton was also Great Demon God. He wanted to escape from this world and go to a higher dimension, but in the end, he failed. His physical body was destroyed, but his bone body was preserved. Because it was the bone body of the Great Demon God, the unyielding golden skeleton was filled with evil power. The unyielding golden skeleton secret art, incense burner, true yang secret art, myriad drug milk, and demon eye of annihilation were all arranged by Great Demon God. However, Yang Kai's path of growth had somewhat deviated from his plans. When he was in Medicine King's Valley, he obtained the true alchemic way, but this was not what Great Demon God wanted to give him. Perhaps the Great Demon God hoped that his successor could wholeheartedly walk to the peak of the martial Tao and not be distracted by alchemy. Thinking about this, Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he suddenly recalled something. Guan had once told him that their ancient demon clan had once produced a top alchemist, an existence that no alchemy grandmaster could compare to. So it seemed that this alchemist was also Great Demon God? Otherwise, where would he obtain the true alchemic way? Although it was only a guess, there was a high possibility it was the case. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as his thoughts raced, carefully sorting out the information he had grasped, his mind gradually becoming clear. Master Li, although he possesses the demon eye of annihilation, isn't it a bit too hasty to hand my clan over to him just because of that? After leaving the stone room, Huaremo suddenly said with a worried expression on his face. Although Huaremo had been quite excited when he saw the demon eye of annihilation, after careful consideration, he still felt that Li Rong's decision was somewhat inappropriate. There are many suspicious points about him. Just relying on his demon eye of annihilation won't be enough to determine anything. But the most important thing is that he is human. Han Fei also nodded gently, agreeing with Hua Mo's words. Li Rong smiled faintly. Since the demon eye of annihilation chose him, it is Great Demon God's decision. All we need to do is follow our ancestors' instructions. Furthermore, he is a human now, but in the future, it's hard to say. Huaremo and Han Fei heard this and fell silent. But his performance is still satisfactory. Huaremo pondered for a moment before nodding. I thought that a young man like him, upon hearing that the ancient demon clan would pledge loyalty to him, would immediately agree, but I never expected he would actually refuse. Not only did he refuse, but from beginning to end, he didn't show much excitement. It was as if for him, the loyalty of the ancient demon clan didn't matter at all. If he wasn't too stupid or lacking in self-confidence, then he had experienced many trials and tribulations and had a deep understanding of himself. Such a person couldn't be stupid or lacking in self-confidence. The scene of him killing Chu Jian still flashed through Hua Mo's mind from time to time, causing him to shudder. Then there was only one explanation left. He knew himself very well, and before he had absolute confidence, he would not make rash decisions. Such a person often relied only on their own ability to do things and would not pin their hopes on help they could not control. That's why Great Demon God's vision isn't bad. Li Rong smiled happily. Just wait and see, in less than 5 years, my clan will be able to leave this mysterious small world and see the world our ancestors once lived in. Huaremo and Han Fei's expression shook as their eyes filled with expectation. How many years had it been since they were sealed in this mysterious small world by Great Demon God? At least several thousand years had passed, and the world had long forgotten that there was once a clan that served Great Demon God as his most loyal servants. The sun, moon, stars, rivers, and oceans recorded in ancient books could only be imagined by their clansmen. None of them had ever seen such magical scenes. The lifelong dream of every clansman was to leave this place and see the outside world for themselves. I hope that there will be such a day in my lifetime. Huaremo took a deep breath and calmed his excitement. Demon God Citadel. Inside an octagonal building. This building wasn't very tall, but it had a unique style and was quite elegant. The 8 corners of the building were decorated with beautiful decorations, and the wooden windows were carved with many patterns of birds and beasts. Under the lead of Guan Yang Kai walked into the octagonal building. After a night of contemplation, Yang Kai had finally sorted out his thoughts. No matter what the ancient demon clan wanted to do, Yang Kai's goal had always been to become stronger. This had never changed. Only by becoming stronger than anyone else could he survive in this world. Only by becoming stronger than anyone else could he do what he wanted to do and not be restrained by others. Therefore, the ancient demon clan's attitude towards him didn't matter. All he needed to do was stick to his own path. Master is inside. You can go in yourself, Guan gestured and stood outside the door. Yang Kai nodded gently and stepped inside. Inside the building, Li Rong was sitting in a chair behind a table. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, she quickly stood up and walked over to greet him with a smile. You've come? I've already prepared everything for you. Li Rong pointed to the several books on the table. These are all about the demon god transformation. Feel free to read them. Many thanks. Li Rong's beautiful eyes flashed as she smiled. I can comply with your request and not call you master, but you don't need to be so polite to us, it's a bit too formal. Yang Kai remained indifferent, hesitating for a moment before saying, then we'll both be at ease. Li Rong smiled lightly. Yang Kai stepped forward, picked up the books, and sat down directly in the chair Li Rong had been sitting in before, flipping through them. These books were indeed all about the demon god transformation, teaching the ancient demon clan how to cultivate the demon god transformation and how to control the deployment of their demon crests in order to enhance their combat effectiveness. Each book was quite precious and not all of the clan members had access to them. Yang Kai only flipped through them for a moment before his eyes gradually brightened, a look of joy filling his face. These books contained profound insights into the demon god transformation, and without exception, they were all about the essence of the demon god transformation. Yang Kai acted as if he had obtained a priceless treasure and quickly immersed himself in reading these books, forgetting to eat and sleep. Seeing him enter this state so quickly, Li Rong smiled and walked over to pour a cup of tea for Yang Kai before sitting down quietly and waiting. Immersing one's consciousness into the demon crests, guiding them to spread throughout one's body, using one's own evil attribute to stimulate the latent power within these demon crests to enhance one's strength. In the initial stage, the demon crests would only spread throughout one's body, just like Yang Kai's current state after using the demon god transformation. In the second stage, the demon crests would be refined into one's physique. At that point, even if one used the demon god transformation, their appearance would not change. What Li Rong wanted Yang Kai to do was quickly cultivate to the second stage. At this stage, even if he used the demon god transformation in front of the ancient demon clan members, it would not affect them, rendering them unable to move and unable to use their strength. In the third stage, the demon crests would be completely integrated into one's bones, bringing about even greater and stronger improvements. Yang Kai stared at these books in a daze. Because he had experienced the demon god transformation many times before, he was able to quickly grasp the secrets contained in these books. The rest could only be obtained through cultivation. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai put down the last book in front of him and after a moment, suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Li Rong, asking, inside Demon God Citadel, is there a suitable place for me to enter retreat and cultivate the demon god transformation? It's already been prepared, Li Rong smiled. Come with me. Saying so, she walked over to a nearby bookshelf and with a wave of her hand, the bookshelf opened and revealed a door leading underground. Li Rong stepped inside, Yang Kai following closely behind. There should be some kind of secret room down below as the passage was dotted with torches, making it not dark at all. After walking for a long time, a huge open secret room suddenly appeared before Yang Kai's eyes. This secret room was even larger than the stone room he used to perform alchemy. Near the edge of the room, there were a number of black stones. Faintly, Yang Kai perceived a faint energy from these stones. This is the place where I usually practice my martial skills. Here you can use the demon god transformation without worry. You don't have to worry about affecting my clansmen. Li Rong explained softly, pointing to the black stone pillars. Those are forbidden stones. They are innately capable of suppressing the transmission of energy. When you enter, I will use them to open a barrier. I understand, let's begin. Yang Kai couldn't wait any longer, and as soon as he finished speaking, he leapt forward and landed firmly in the middle of the room. Li Rong smiled and shook her head, muttering softly, so impatient. Saying so, She casually sent out streams of energy into the surrounding forbidden stones. Soon, a semicircular transparent barrier appeared, completely enveloping the area around the forbidden stones. Yang Kai looked at Li Rong and the latter nodded gently. Yang Kai took off his clothes and sat down cross-legged, stretching out his right hand and pointing to his forehead. Become the demon race. Heaven and earth trembled as ripples appeared on the barrier formed by the forbidden silent stone. On Yang Kai's naked upper body, pitch-black demon crests quickly appeared. These demon crests were like agile snakes, crawling all over his body, forming a complex pattern filled with a demonic aura. His vitality madly rose, his combat strength madly increasing. Yang Kai could clearly feel how powerful he was at this moment. In the distance, Li Rong's beautiful eyes flashed with an unusual light as she stared blankly, muttering, "Sure enough, it's a little different." You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.